Good morning. Lucy was just sitting right there and then she took off. Now she's coming back. I told her it's showtime and she doesn't listen. You know how it is. It's Taco Tuesday and she just does what she wants. Say good morning. Say good morning. Good morning with your messy. She and I both have bedhead. Y'all, I've been up since 4 a.m. I have not brushed my hair. I have had 3 cups of coffee and brushed my teeth. So there's that. But I'm still in pajamas. Lucy's still in pajamas. We both still got bedhead, but we're here. We made it. It is Taco Tuesday. And it's almost 11 o'clock now where I'm at. And I've been up since 4 a.m. So I'm halfway through my work day. Ish. I'm like a third of the way through the work day. But you get what you get. You don't pitch fit. So we'll just we should put my camera today on like the blurry, like the low, like what's it called? Low resolution. The lower the resolution, the less of a mess. That's new merch right there. I want to start out by recognizing let me move myself way on over. There we go. Recognizing first in chat, first in the tailgate, getting the party started. I love it. Look at our amazing people getting this party started right. I do that every time I hit this. I hit it again when I'm trying to close it out. I'm going to go ahead and put our camera in because they have the picture up, but they're just not. Let me do our little sound boost. They have the picture up, but they're just not started yet. We're waiting, but we get to start earlier than normal today, which is a nice little treat. Instead of waiting till 10:30, which is the whole reason I had to get up at 4 a.m. But good news is I finished episodes 3 and 4 of the podcast. So they should be uploaded today. And even with us watching this together and spending all of our quality time together, hanging out and yelling at Mr. Bean and Joshy and Thami. Listen to the podcast if you get a chance. You can listen to it in twice the speed if you want to, but listen to it if you get a chance, because there are things that I notice when I go back through there. And also share it. It helps. It helps us out. I have had a few requests for the podcast episodes to keep doing those, because a lot of people that can't be here all day and that kind of come in and out want like a condensed version of everything they missed. So I am getting faster at them, which is nice. I believe they were on the website. Maybe not. I have a whole separate website for that, but I just haven't had time to get it like looking cute and stuff. If it's not, it's 13th Juror Podcast. So if you search 13th Juror Podcast, and I'll put anywhere where you listen to your podcast stuff. So I listen to them on Apple Music, and I hate hearing my own voice on them, but I try to listen anyway so that I can hear myself and figure out what I need to work on, do different. It is really, really strange hearing yourself on a podcast. I will tell you that, or hearing yourself on like recordings and stuff. I don't even like hearing myself on voicemails. So to have to listen through my screechy voice for a whole podcast episode, I'm not selling it real well, am I? I'm like, oh yeah, listen to the podcast. You have to listen to my terrible screechy voice, but I'm not selling it real good here. My marketing skills are in the gutter this morning. What I meant was you get to listen for an hour. It's amazing. I think everybody does that, though. I think that's a common thing that anytime any of us hear our own voice, except for Tommy, Tommy and Josh, they love to hear their own voices. But I think that anytime normal people, other than those two, hear their own voice, don't you think so? Because I know that I hear that from a lot of people. I think that it's not, it's not just me. I think that it's a common thing that when people hear our own voices, we're like, oh, that is not how I, picture myself sounding. So, I guess it's normal, but, so also, because I was finishing the podcast, I did not find a transcript. I could not find a transcript for this god awful interview. But I will have, when I do this episode of the podcast, I will have a good summary on that. I don't know if RA was able to do anything better with the sound. It's really hard to do a whole lot with the sound when you're listening to bad audio of a bad recording. So I don't know if he was able to do a whole lot more with it than I was, but if anybody can, he can. But it's not an easy one to do. It's like that, though. It was like that with Letitia too. It's kind of like you can only do so much, but it's not, there's not a whole lot that, unfortunately, that can be done. All right, let's see. Let me see. I wish there was a way to, oops. I think I just did. Oh, it might be another tech issue day. They're counting, oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Where'd it go? They are counting, oh, there it is. They're counting F-bombs on RA's stream, and they're up to 58 already. That's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy. He definitely don't have a filter, that's for sure. Kim Newton, thank you so much. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. You're the best. You were the best. Let's see. Hold on. I'm not gonna be able to deal with that. I'm gonna have to start over. Let's see. Let's see. Law and crime. Oops. Laws and crimes. There we go. There we go. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There we go. Okay. The part, whoever I saw it a second ago, and I was trying to multitask and I didn't want to get that. Here it is. Jody Allgood said, did I miss where he said that about O'Kelly's wife? I didn't hear it in the interview yesterday. No, because the interview is going to continue today. We get to listen to more of him. Yay. So excited. The interview will continue today, and we will hear it at the very end. It's something that he says as he's getting ready to leave. So he's got to get his little digs in there. One of the things, and I hope that sorry, forget if I don't text JT right this second when I think about something, I'll forget it. If you listen to the podcast episodes, there are a couple things that I noticed as now that we've seen a few things that as we're going back that some more of the inconsistencies and some of that timeline stuff we were talking about yesterday, some more of the inconsistencies with that. So I'm really excited for y'all to listen to them. They're not super long. I mean, I'm covering a couple days within, each episode is anywhere from, 40 minutes to 55 minutes, and they cover multiple days, but there's some cool stuff in there that I found when I went back to watch the second time. Candace Hoff, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Candace Hoff says it's going to be a great day. Today was payday. Ordered my mouse pad. Woohoo! Oh, love me payday. Love me some payday. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. You the best. You the best. We have a small group in here this morning. Normally we're starting later too. But normally we have a lot more in here. But I forgot that it's not lunchtime where it is. It's, or not lunchtime. 10:30, I guess, is not lunchtime. Just because McDonald's starts selling lunch at 10:30 doesn't make it lunchtime. But I guess we're starting an hour and a half earlier today. So I guess this is about normal for this time. We always have like an influx as the day goes. And then in the mornings, it's a little bit quieter. And then it picks up a lot. Like midday is our most. And then it'll start tailing off as people have to start like leaving and go, pick up kids and leave work and stuff like that. We always have our little influxes. In my mind, I'm still thinking it's 10:30 Pacific time today. Not today, right now. You know what I mean? Plus, like I said, I've been up since 4, so it already feels like lunchtime to me. Tosh has been a member with us for 3 whole become best friends? Months. 3 whole months of being BFFs. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Oh, Judge is in a good mood. Look at her just laughing. Judge is just laughing. I don't know if you could see her. She was just laughing. That's good. Judge is in a good mood. It won't last when Thami gets out there. But for now, she's in a good mood. Oh, let's see. Good morning, all of you coming on in. Hello, Chrissy Bacon. Good morning. Hello, Harley Girl. Oh, final count yesterday. No, I got it, and I actually screenshotted it. And let me pull up my screenshot. So our final official Murray Moss count: 6 sidebars, 28 objections. Y'all guess how many rights? For those of you who didn't see it, guess how many? Guess how many? I'm going to skip that one while y'all guess. Time of testimony, 5 hours. Recess lunch, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Chrissy Bacon guessed 45. Higher. Shelly Charles said 1,000. Yes, 1,000. 137. That's close. Taj said 65. 68. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. Man, Joshy. I wonder who's going to do. So we know Mr. Bean is going to do the cross-examination of the detective because he was the one doing the objections, and so he'll be doing the cross-examination more than likely. But I wonder who's going to be doing closing arguments. Nikki said 4,657. Yes. Yes. That is about right. Pretty much. Let me pull up our oops. pop out chat. There we go. It's Taco Tuesday also. And I just feel like that needs to be celebrated. So live chat, there we go. So today, when we get annoyed, because Lord knows we will, when we get annoyed, we'll think about things that make us happy. And you know what makes us happy? Taco Tuesday. So we'll use our taco emoji to remind ourselves to not be quite so angry. When I was doing the podcast episode, there's those tacos. Yes, yes. Not even the devil tacos, regular tacos. Regular tacos make us happy. When do we even still have the devil taco one? I don't even know if we still have that one. Wrapped her up like a taco and sent her to wrap Satan up like a taco and sent it to Antarctica. I can't see. I don't have my glasses on. I think that one's gone. I think we got rid of that one and got some other stuff. When I was doing the podcast episodes too, I put some clips in there of some different things that we could, some of our different people that we listened to. And y'all, going back and listening to those clips, I fell in love with Sharon's friends all over again. Miss Alice and her glaring at Thami and saying, she doesn't hate him. Hate is a strong word. She abhors him. I was like, you go, Miss Alice. And then when Deidre had her sassy moment, and she had a bunch of sassy moments. She is a sassy woman. I love her. When she had her moment where she said, when Mr. Bean was saying, well, you invited her to come stay, but she didn't come stay with you, did she? And she said, no, she didn't. And he said, she stayed with Tommy, didn't she? And she said, no, she stayed at her home. I was like, yeah, they're so strong. I love them. They're amazing. She had some wonderful friends. Wonderful, wonderful friends. The next episode, those will be out. Those should be released today. The next episode that I'm going to be recording is going to have Mike Miller's family, who we also loved them. Auntie Vita and Uncle Billy. They'll be on there. Medical examiner. And who else? DNA analysts. And then, of course, Detective Dean O'Kelly. So, and then this god-awful nonsense that we've been listening to since yesterday. This interview. So let's talk about some stuff. Let's chat. All right. So the timeline. I noticed when I was going back through the timeline, when I was looking at some things, there were more when I went back to watch parts of it the second time so that I could make sure I was getting everything for the podcast summaries. There were a few more things that stood out to me about different things that he, Kayla Jones, yes, the first two are out. The second two I just finished recording, so they will be released today. So episodes 3 and 4 will be released today. You get a 2-for-1 today. 2-for-1 on Taco Tuesday. A 2 for Tuesday. The garage door thing that, they go back and forth about, that was something that was mentioned in that walkthrough also a few times. But something else, have y'all noticed, and I didn't notice how many times it changed until I went back, he changes that story about Mike Miller and where he had the gun, or if he had the gun or whatever. He changes that story a whole bunch. But y'all, where was Mike Miller supposed to be holding these bags of stuff? He's supposed to have these bags of stuff that he's robbing the place with. Where's he going to hold them at? He never said anything about him holding those bags. And actually, when I went back, he said that in one part, he said he saw Mike Miller had a gun in his right hand, and then he held his left hand up, like almost like he was going to be defensive. And then he was like, oh, well, maybe he held it up, and that's when he moved his mask. He didn't say anything about him holding 3 bags. Then he says something about, he didn't say, oh, well, I saw the gun in his right hand. He said, oh, I think it was in his pocket, in his hoodie pocket. That pocket that goes all the way through is the way he described it. Okay, then he says that it wasn't in his right hand or in his hoodie pocket. It was in his breeches. And he said, he made a crude comment about how, yeah, he was reaching in his breeches, and he's like, he's either going to shoot me or F me. I ain't saying what he said. He's vulgar. But he had 3 different locations where he supposedly saw Mike Miller with this gun. He never once said anything about him carrying those bags. And one of the things that we've said all along is that he probably, shoved, like, did those bags himself. We've said that all along, but I didn't pick up on the fact that law enforcement never pushed that issue with him or questioned him about it. Because we've talked about it in here about, him using those extra minutes that are unaccounted for to pack those, pack up that stuff, pack up those bags. But until I went back and listened, I was like, they never said anything to him about those. And he never mentioned it. He was just like, oh yeah, they're, he had this stuff. Also, the 2 bags that he said, the 2 Walmart bags, Tom said that he had those before, and he had them with him earlier in the day, and that he had clothes in those because he was going to go stay with his girlfriend or whatever that plan was. That was one thing he attempted to say, whatever. And then the other one, the black Walmart bag, because there's got to be a Walmart in there everywhere. The black Walmart bag, he said, belonged to, Tom said that was his bag, and that's the one that he put like the jewelry and stuff in. But he never said anything about that. Another inconsistency I found, when Tom is given all this information about the timeline of events and what happened and all that, he said that, well, he said a few different things, like about where he was supposed to be dropping Mike off, which, like I said from the beginning, okay, if Mike showed up at his house, then how is he all of a sudden going to drop him off? Like, how did Mike get there? Because he said he assumed he rode his bike, but there was no bike there, et cetera, et cetera. So that part changed a little bit. But something else, Tom said he carries a weapon on him all the time, that he carries a gun on him all the time. But yet he didn't have a gun on him when he got home. He had to go into that office and get it. But in the first couple interviews, he said that he carries that gun on him, and that he did say that he had that gun on him, the one that he killed Mike Miller with, that he had it on him that day. And that, oh, 80s must be here. He said that he had it on him that day. And he said in one of the interviews that he went in, when he got home after dropping Mike Miller off, he went in and just grabbed his bag of medicine and took that with him and didn't say anything else about anything. It wasn't until another interview later on that he said, oh, well, I just went and I put that gun up in that closet. How convenient. And the door, he talks about propping that door open. He says that in one, good morning. He said in one that interview that he propped that door open after he shot Mike because he wanted to keep an eye on him. Then when he's doing that walkthrough, he says they're trying to get him to explain what happened with Mike in the hallway because nothing's making sense. And they're like, okay, we'll act it out. So he goes to act it out and he goes to prop that door open. And Detective O'Kelly's like, isn't that, like, wasn't the door was closed, right? And he's like, no, the door wasn't closed. He said, I propped it open. It was already propped open because he was going toward an open door. Because that's the whole thing is he was going toward the open door, the open garage door. And they're like, that door wasn't open. He said, yeah, it was. And then he realized that he had said the wrong thing. And he's like, oh yeah, I propped it open when I got there because I saw Sharon laying there. So I propped it open. That ain't what he said. That is not what he said. That is not what he said. There are so many inconsistencies. So many. That's just a few that I could think of off the top of my head. I pointed them out in the podcast episodes. I think that episode 3 should be live right now. I think it went live 2 minutes ago. And then episode 4 will be live in about 23 minutes. We have audio. We see you.
Yes, sir.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
Good morning, everyone. We are back on the record. C-250-966, State Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present and his attorney.
The judge is so pretty.
Discharge on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. State, may recall Detective O'Kelly.
State recalls Detective O'Kelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to pick up his testimony where we left off.
I'm going to see if do we just lose audio? What happened? Did y'all just lose audio too? Or is this just me? All right, hold on. Let me. Okay, now. It's not even 4 yet. Now do you hear it? Now I hear it. Okay.
$11,779. I'm sure it came down, especially if she was older. Two of them, but am I gonna make you nervous if I walk around like this? Huh? I'm all right, but and that's why I met Sharon. Her husband died of cancer a year later, and mine died a year earlier. I was on the internet, but then I was just, man, Lizzie fight all the time, fought for 2 days and fight for 5. That just ain't fun, so. And yes, there's insurance. I've had I had insurance for 28 years on these policies, and there's some new ones because I picked up a wife and 2 grandkids and a stepdaughter and a stepson, and I was talking about having one more child and a house payment and a pool payment, probably another $400,000 in insurance, but there's $675,000 old insurance, and that's just her. It's my insurance. I'm the one that's really insured. You know, it's just a family plan. She gets 40%, 50% or something. The insurance is for me, and I've always kept it active because, like I said, you might be right. I might only land that plane one time, and I might land it upside down. Don't know, but had it for a long time. And so, who would have that much insurance? And I don't know if that makes me a weird man, and I'm a weird man, but I've seen so many people who's got insurance, who got a nice house, 3 kids put through college, and a nice wife, but she stays at home and don't work, and she falls over dead from a heart attack, from a stroke. Some crazy fool breaks in the house and steals your gun and shoots her in the head, and you lose your house and kids don't go to college because you didn't have anything else to fall back on, you know. And I never understood that. But I think we just about covered everything I could possibly think of to cover. So if you got something else on your mind, spit it out quick.
Could you have had, or would there be any reason, and I asked you this the other night when I interviewed you the night that this happened. Obviously, you know, we've talked to a lot of people. Would there be people that would tell us that maybe you had something to do with this?
Yes, because I just went over and apologized to my neighbor today because yesterday when he drove by and smiled at me, I was kind of anxious about picking up Sharon's remains. And I said, don't smile at me. You don't even know me. Why don't you come over and meet me? Talk to me before you fucking talk about me behind my back. And he drove off. And if he would have came back, I think me and him would have probably, I don't know, he's pretty healthy too. He's the boy of the two. But I went over today and apologized to him and said I was just a little anxious. And all he said is he sees the U-Hauls. And I tried to explain to him, 2 of the times you see the U-Hauls wasn't a fucking thing. And I went and rented them. And there's 2 minutes of Sharon getting crazy or me getting crazy. Fuck this, I'm not putting up with the shit. I already told you, when you start with this shit, I'm gone. And when I rented, flew back the next
You
day.
saw the news reports, right, about what happened at your house. Did you see any of them?
All I see was the one with the neighbor and the one with my car when he was cleaning.
Every time they put one of these news reports on, they always put that caveat at the end. Anyone with information, please call super witness. You see that shit, right?
I got nothing to do.
It's there, trust me. And so invariably, you get dozens of calls from people that probably don't even know you, you know, throwing out their hypothesis as to what might have happened.
Okay.
And so, you know, that's why I'm just asking you, is there anybody that has anything against you that might say, you know, he had something to do with this?
No, because I don't even know any of the neighbors. I knew Alex next door. And now I did tell him, because his house had been burglarized and his wife came home and caught a man with a gun, that if that ever happens, just call me. And if he comes to my side, I'll shoot at him, but get him back to your side.
Alex?
Alex, right on this side, on the right.
Okay. This is your house, this is the street.
He would be 1 house further down.
So not the
The
neighbor,
welder.
the welder. Okay. And his wife came home and somebody was in the house with a gun?
Yeah, he had him do some tile work and he fucked it up and he wanted $8,000 and that wasn't what they agreed to or something, as the story goes, and they came and ripped out his gun. So it was somebody he knew, and his wife came home in the middle of the day and caught some guy there with a gun, and she ran out the back door, the front door, I ran out the back door, and
They have swatted his gun?
I think they got one of the guns back. I don't think they ever caught him.
Did you ever find out was white or black?
Actually, I told him I think it was a black guy, because I've seen a black older guy walk by 2 or 3 times. Coming down the street.
Was Mike already coming over to your house at this point?
Oh, no, I didn't know Mike did. I
So what, Mike?
No, it's okay. I don't know the status at all. Mike, sure. That wasn't Mike. It's, I see that guy without, he was an older guy. Well, actually, I don't know, he's probably not the same age, just looked over and we looked really one.
Sharon, if she would have seen somebody in the house, I mean, you know her better than we do, what would her reaction be then?
I think she would have fought. I think she would have fought. She may have turned and run, she may have just froze, but I think she would have fought. I really do. I think she would have fought. But she doesn't see. That's what her disability is she doesn't see. That's why I was so sick last couple of weeks ago. I know I was not feeling well coming back from, because I had to let her drive all the way home. I took 20 minutes to get satisfied, like, she's driving, can't see him, busy. And drove again when we got a little further down in the straight section, I said, I can't do it, I'm just not enough.
So if she goes in the house, all right, she walks in through the garage into that hallway. What would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you moved back in the house yet.
It's my understanding she was gonna go wash her pussy and was gonna have sex. But
Jesus Christ, are you
when she
freaking
walks in the
kidding
house,
me?
what does she normally do?
Good Lord.
depends on where we've been, what we've been doing. Usually she goes to the
At
bathroom.
night,
Usually she goes to the bathroom.
does she turn the light on?
No,
You big guy?
we have a holly that comes on like it's on a fire lamp. It's not a big one, it's a little one that you will see it around.
So she was gonna go to the bathroom.
That would be my guess. She always seemed to go to the bathroom.
And then I remember.
But I felt that so we decided not to go to the movies and all fuck.
Okay.
I slept that night. Actually slept. First time I slept maybe 3-4 hours in a row, 3 hours in a row at least. Got up. That's why I was up that day doing something. That's why we took paperless. I was out running around and was gonna wash the car and fill it up with gas and go get money out of the bank and all that stuff.
So if she's coming in, and she
This
would
is
have
for
seen
Sharon.
somebody,
Do this one for him.
you think she would have reacted?
I
This is for that
would hope
comment.
She ran like hell, but yeah. She would have came and got me, but then she may have not remembered that she told me to put the gun up that night.
And the gun that you were telling me about in that basket, who knew where that one was?
In the basket.
Yeah. Remember you said that 22 was in the basket? Oh,
It's either in the basket or in the drawer. Yeah, not the line. And that's also where the pills were. And of course. And he knew where the 38 was, and that again was because he said he had came up there for us to share. See, that's how bad Sharon's eyes is. One of the times I moved out, she didn't think I was going to come back because I had 15 minutes later, so that I'll be back. She
never studied a criminal mind.
Have I ever studied
Yeah,
that?
I mean, you seem like somebody who's interested in political science. I can't get into political science.
No, it's a
Psychology,
I got a psychology minor.
and fight or flight, when you're faced with a difficult situation.
And which would have been mine too, if he would have not thought he was coming home for 3 or 4 hours and all of a sudden, shit, somebody's here.
And Mike, he'd been in your house how many times?
Quite a few,
Dozens?
dozens.
Just seems odd that he would run into the garage. Never
He didn't
noticed.
run into the garage. He didn't run into the garage.
I mean, he came toward you, you were in that first bedroom.
Yes. He didn't run into the garage. He came into the bedroom. And was screaming something to it. And I think he said something about money, but I don't know. Don't know because it was this year. And I was strictly zoned out. Where the fuck is that gun and the clip? Gun and clip, gun and clip. And when I come back around the corner, we just kind of just almost, well, we did bang into each other. And that's what I said. I think I probably pushed the mask a little bit with my arm, my shirt, my head, and something. Because he didn't act like he didn't, just like he couldn't get it out. And then I started thinking, it ain't because he couldn't see, he couldn't get out of the fucking belt, because there's 14 fucking belt loops in there, They were so tight. And that's mine wasn't in the holster. Mine was already there and loaded, and I didn't stop to ask him. I told you straight up. I just started shooting, and I shot him, and he went out the back door, and I just kept shooting, and then he fell down, and then that's when a couple of seconds later, when the fire extinguisher hit the ground, I shot him once or twice again, because it scared the shit out of me. That was reflex.
Yeah.
That was reflex.
So what caliber gun do you prefer?
40 SW.
Not a 22?
Not a 22, no.
Why not?
Because there's 3.1 for everyone in the United States, and
3.1
22 is for every person in the United States.
Oh.
Something like that. Years ago, that was the odds or the stats. A 40, because it's the biggest thing you can get. Actually, what I really prefer is my little 380, because it's small. I can't wear the big guns anymore.
Well, if you had to go into a fight, you had a 22, 380, and a 40, which would you take?
AK-47 or 12.
Oh, that's that choice.
My 40.
Okay. Just because the bullet's bigger.
And because it holds 18 bullets.
Even those 22 speed kills.
Speed kills. Not if you hit him in the finger. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
I just felt it, 22. Didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
A girl I knew came over and brought her son, and I had been doing a case at the law office, and a girl I knew that the one I was cheating on, God, anyway, her husband had just died, and he had a bunch of guns that he wanted to sell, so she wanted to sell them. And I took a 22 and a couple other guns from it. I was wearing the 22 in an ankle thing. I didn't set up for church and days, but you get pictures of these people coming out of the hotels, and I was just tired. I was worn out, and they showed up, and we did our little thing, and the boy kept looking at it, and I really liked the boy because I'd known the girl for years and been lovers off and on. And I said, "Oh, Wendy, quit being so silly. It's just like a fucking, it's a hammer. It's a pair of pliers. It's a shovel, for Christ's sake. It's just a tool. It's no safer than, than the person using it." And I says, "Do you want to see it, Jason?" And I started handing this little 22. And then I thought, you've been on some drugs for days. You haven't slept for days. I don't even know if it's loaded. It was at my ankle. And I picked it up, and I went to just pull the pocket back to see if there was a shell in it.
Shot your finger off.
I shot my finger off. And they tried to take my gun license, but you know what was really so fucking just amazingly cool about this? Two detectives in Salt Lake City doing a stakeout. And one of them decided, king. And for some reason, he pulled his gun out and shot his partner in the next car, and then he killed him. And then another one shot his partner in the stomach, and then one of them in a training class that happened here in Henderson or someplace. And it says, "No guns in the training class" at the Post Academy. And the trainer of the place is in there, and his buddy comes in, his partner comes in, and wrestles the gun away from him and kills his partner. So, what's the moral of it?
What's the most lethal place to shoot a person?
I guess it would be which gun you would shoot them with. I don't know.
You had to just pick up where would be the most lethal place to shoot somebody.
Wherever I could. I'd shoot the body because it's the biggest area, but I'm not probably shoot. Because in my back, I fucked up when I worked for Customs and ADA, because I did do a little of that for a while too. But you guys did that too, right? Yes? You didn't? You're letting me down.
I'll have to see if they've ever heard of it.
customs agent's favorite guy, that's who they paid me under. Cash, always in cash.
Let's see. Anything else?
Did Mike tell you about going on any kind of trips or any planned trips he was doing?
Did you need money for them?
He needed money for child support. He was going to go to jail for child support. For sure, he needed money for child support.
He needed a trip that he didn't plan.
He did mention something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know if he mentioned that he would like to go there, or he needed to go there, or was going to go there. But he had said something about going somewhere. But I don't think the trip that he needed money for child support, because he actually wanted to borrow money for the child support. He wanted to borrow $3,000. I told him I paid my child support up front the whole time. I loaned my ex-wife and her new husband $9,000, and the interest is more than the fucking child support. They owe me money.
So, you mentioned the dream team. I gotta ask, you think OJ did it?
Fuck yeah, he did it.
Why?
No, actually, do I think OJ did it? No, I do not think he did it.
Why?
I think he's smarter than that. He had a lot of money. He could have hired it done. But then I could see maybe in a fit of rage. But I don't think he did it because I wasn't there, and the jury of 12 peers said he didn't do it. And you know what? Ain't my fucking business. I don't fucking care. But you know what? He ain't babysitting my kids, my grandkids. But
That
no,
would be because
he didn't.
he did it.
Pardon me?
That would be because you think he did it.
No, just because I would let him babysit my kids. I'm 100% behind the judicial system. It works.
So you cracked the seal on that night, Pepsi seal those two.
Pardon me?
So you were the one cracking the seal on that night, Pepsi seal those genuine and swapped it out for something.
I looked at it first. I looked at it first, of course. You guys are kind of funny.
You're right.
This ain't funny, but
It's not.
my mom said, don't get nervous. Don't start, just, try not to tell these guys too much, which I already have, but you already know the shit.
What's surprising?
Pardon me?
What's surprising what we know?
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't be showing everything there is. I mean, fuck the world, it's all there.
You gotta do a thorough investigation. That's everything we can, so.
So what is your last life shit tell?
All the arrows? What do you think? You're an intelligent man.
I don't need to think. I was there. I know exactly. And also there was somebody else there besides my chart.
Well, you saw all the arrows and everything.
He had to be shorter than her because it went up. I think.
Yeah.
Well, see, I don't know that much
Not
about it.
really either. I mean, because when a bullet strikes a hard surface like a wall or a table or a piece of pipe or a head
Or the ground, it sparks. Chips the concrete, and then hits the fat lady in the leg, and then hits over against the fat boy.
So you can't say that somebody's tall, somebody's short.
Well, I thought that's what Dinosaur Sport said. No, I haven't done this paralegal thing since CSI came out.
So just knowing what you know and what you saw that night, where do you think he could have been standing?
I don't know. I thought he was in the bedroom. I thought he was in the bedroom because the clock was down. That's the only reason I thought that. But I can't hear. I cannot get depth perception. And I told you that I got nervous, and I remember the next day or 2 days later, when we came back to the house, I said I remembered that I got freaked out about the bathroom and kind of went and flipped it open thinking there was somebody hiding back there. And I heard something, but I can't ever tell where it was. So I figured he was in the bedroom. That's what I figured, but I don't know. And then I thought he was in my bedroom because that was what was being in my mind ransacked at the time because the gun was down, but the clock was down. But I don't know. I have no idea.
Did he try to blackmail you?
Pardon me?
Did Mike ever try to blackmail you?
No, actually he didn't. He actually didn't. That was, and he knew about Lizzie and, well,
Your wife knew about this.
everybody knew about Lizzie. Everybody knew about Lizzie except the street. He didn't understand, what
was going on. I tried to explain that to him, you know. A couple of those times that U-Haul was there, that's because I got the U-Haul because I couldn't afford $40,000 a year gambling. And when I came back, it was a whole different scenario. I got the bank cards, I got the checks, and I got the joint account. And you get your own account, whatever you spend, that's fine. Just make sure you put your money in my account, move it over, however you want to do it, pay the bills. But it won't be no more than $600, $300 at check fees. Because if that happens again, I'm gone, Sharon. I'm not doing this. And she stopped gambling for a while. I let her cut it way down. But apparently, I just thought she cut it way down because now I'm finding out she's got thousands of dollars in bank cards and the money I gave her's gone and the 401's gone.
You gonna be responsible for all that, or?
I don't know. I know I'm gonna be responsible for her ex-husband's taxes.
That don't seem right.
Well, it's IRS. Aren't we in a building? Could we find out, get a ruling on that real quick, just so I know? Something else nice, because you know what, will she come and just tell me I'm under arrest, or you just really need to talk to me to clear something else up? I'm probably not coming back out here for at least 30, 40 days. 30 days,
Wow.
She tell you you're under arrest?
no, because if you already fucked up, you fucked up. This was an easy one for you. Because the forensics is there.
It has its issues. I think Detective Kelly has
It's not, this is what they're.
Instead of going, you had any questions about what was taken out of the house?
Can I repeat again first?
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's not that I don't trust, but I think I'll take my bag with me.
This is it.
Is your wife good looking?
Is your wife good looking?
What do you think?
To kill for. Have you seen that with Nicole Kidman?
To kill for. Is that the best thing to say to a homicide detective when your wife was just killed? Wow.
What's that, man? Oh, you know.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Prentice said he's not the smartest man. He sure thinks he is. He sure thinks he is. Did you hear him tell him, if y'all don't tell me I'm under arrest, then I'm probably not going to come back for another 30 to 45 days?
So you guys will have is taking up the will, getting into the sleep, some of that part syndrome. And the more I type, it's just talking to myself, which I do to clear my head sometimes. I called the lawyer and sue on you guys, and I was going to tell you, just ask you up front, right off, straight down, start me if you want, so you know I wasn't a liar. If this was going to affect you, because I thought, what the fuck, you guys in the house, in the house. house. It did, well, then I read that.
Oh, okay.
Because they would took an hour, I don't know where I talked to them, so
It's not even minutes, minute. Yeah, because once they got you out, then they were right.
well, that's what I thought, you know, how did it take so long? Sharon, like instantly, right?
No,
For me,
what do you think, Tom?
I
I never do these with families, I just, I ask them, what do you think?
I got real upset the other night because I thought she laid there on that cold floor by herself behind the van there with them. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs because I didn't know that I was doing.
They were in there, when you came out, they took you into custody and they went in.
Because I couldn't get a pulse, I couldn't get a pulse, so.
Alright, so you had questions about stuff in the house?
Yeah, they have a key.
This is everything that's taken out of the house right here. Instead of listing it on the property report, I'm gonna give to you, but we just went ahead and put attached a copy of the evidence and what we did.
I'm really sorry, I didn't realize he was talking important stuff because I can't hear you. I almost have to watch your mouth to,
Relive someone?
well, no, but I have to really concentrate.
This is a property report,
Okay.
and it's attached as evidence in our report. Instead of listing all these things again, right here, there's some asterisks, and it says refer to the attached income report, so.
Is this like a police report that I need, that I had asked you about?
You asked us what was taken out.
Yeah, but I was also asking about a police report, and you said it's gonna say
The ICU.
officers came into their bodies, blah, blah, blah. Still fitting or something.
Yeah. That's just the crime report. That's what you needed for your insurance company.
One of them, yeah, it said something about if you did it.
Normally what they want is they want it from us for whatever, insurance companies and whatever their infinite wisdom is, that you can't give them something, but I can give them something. I mean, you understand that, doing all that legal shit that you used to do.
No, actually, I never dealt with insurance companies much.
Well, the insurance companies, when they want information, they want it from us for whatever reason.
He said he's never dealt with insurance companies, like he hasn't got payouts before.
That's you, Kelly.
I'm gonna give you a copy of this legislation right here.
Now, is this, you want me to date this, the date it happened, or the date I got it?
No, it's
Date is there.
there.
So the thing that all the properties are counted under is the bank number. And that's from the date that it happened.
Come get it, right back.
I pissed him off, didn't I? Not wrong? Well, that's good, because I didn't want to, and I wasn't being kind of, I figured his wife was cute. This is, I think that's the name of it, to die for, but, Jesus Christ, I love her. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. The blonde monster. You don't know? Yeah, the whole kid. She's got on a little dress with the guy that played Johnny Cash later, singing and Sharon while she was and she's in the rain, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. She just does that little thing with that little dress. She shows just a little bit of panty. God, I think that's just the sexiest one in my life.
I don't watch any movies.
And so we share that. That's what's up. We need mayonnaise or ketchup or mustard on our food, except she likes more exotic stuff. I don't know. Pretty common.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the lab work is still out there. We're at the mercy of our lab because they prioritize everything. And since this one, there's no suspect getting ready to go to court, it goes not to the bottom of the pile, but further down than the ones where we have suspects and we're getting ready to go to court. Because they have to get them done first.
Well, I guess I should just be tickled to death about that.
Yeah. You're not the suspect getting ready to go to court.
There's no doubt you're forensics. He shot her, you know that.
I haven't even seen the reports. As a matter of fact, we don't have any reports yet, so that's what we have to wait on.
See, because that's one advantage I got over you guys. I say, I know what happened.
That's true.
And the guy that was with you, your partner, I thought he was sleeping. I knew he wasn't sleeping. He was playing the sleeping cop. The first night he was in here.
Oh, detective party?
And he leans up and says, I don't understand why was it 22? And he described it. You know, I said, that one is ours. With the funny handle grips. Why was it on clothes or something? We couldn't understand that. I couldn't have done that again if I tried. I was aiming for the garbage can. Sharon was packing, but we didn't talk so Sharon. I guess night clothes or something stacked up there. Go fuck the right one for some around and stacked up on the clothes. Is this a trick question or what? I've talked to you more than anybody. I've talked to them in Las Vegas since I've been here, rather than Sharon, probably, and the grandkids. So you're like my best friend, dude.
Well, shouldn't have secrets. Right?
Shouldn't have secrets.
That's right.
What do you mean? Oh, everybody's got secrets.
True.
Everybody's got secrets.
Those people that call in on those secret witness lines. And there's no name, so it's like, all right. And somebody says, well, I think that the guy that did this had a bear. And took the bear and got into the backyard, and did this and did that. You know, it's wild shit we gotta follow up on, just like somebody said, well, I think that he did this and he did that.
Are you serious? Somebody said that?
Oh, yeah.
A bear?
No, not that. I'm just saying, you know, these ridiculous things that we have to follow up on. Just like when somebody calls and says, well, you know, I think I might have seen him at a casino 2 years ago, and I mean, you can't believe some of the shit that we get calls on. You're calm.
Anything else, guys?
Can't think about it.
I gotta get down to the thing. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Y'all for coming in.
Thank you. You're really not that bad guy, I'm sure. You just, it must be the detective.
Yeah, we did.
You too.
All right, ready to head downstairs?
Oh. He had keys to the house.
He did.
It says 2 keys.
Well, I don't know if those were keys that were his to his aunt and uncle's house. All it says is keys.
How do we get a police report?
Have the insurance company call the Becky Kelly or call me. And, so they want the police report to come from us.
You seen that, didn't you?
It's like $11,779 just.
I was gonna rent one first, and I would like to see a small one. Sharon wanted them. So I bought that fucking convertible, man. I like the little Ram I had, you know, it's just so cheap on gas, and I had an Envoy too that was, oh my God, it was like the most luxurious car I've ever had. And I loved it, but it just used so much gas, but it was pulling a 26-foot boat or something, so.
With a RAV?
No, with the Envoy, the GMC Envoy that has 4 separate controls and speakers for 4 different people, and the seats are heated and cooled and all that. And I traded it in and got that convertible she wanted. And just absolutely useless. I can't hear anyway. So if I leave the hood, you know, leave the stuff down and get too hot, and can't hear nothing as it is. It's hard to get in and out of too.
I can imagine.
This is really for your benefit, because I hate to keep in your hallway, because I'm not gonna clean it up. Can't make, I think there's laws on that,
Well, there's no law.
I think there's laws,
There's no law.
I think there is laws that it has to be done a certain way by the environmental. My brother's a scientist for the state of Utah, United States government motion, and it's a body waste function, and I have hepatitis C, so somebody would have to come in there with biotin and clean them. What was your name again? CLIF.
Okay, stopping at 154.03. If I could just have a second to take my computer down. All right, get started again.
Ugh. He just makes me sick. Did not have Hep C on my bingo card. Did not have that other disgusting phrase that he said on my bingo card. He's so gross. He's just so gross.
Sorry, guys, let me do one other thing. I'm sorry. We're going to have to throw some things up here, and I want to make sure that this is set up. So just bear with me. I'm sorry.
Josh and Mr. Bean are like, well, that didn't help us.
Sorry, Ken.
That wasn't good for us. His crayon is down to the nub. Look at him showing his stupid notes. It's like he really is like showing those notes like he's telling the attorneys what to do. Telling them what to do, telling them what to say. What if he's trying to like be like Marie Moss and like he's over there keeping track of his lies? Like, oh, there was another one. Y'all get me out of that one. And he's just got his own counters going.
I want to ask you about Mr. Miller for a second. Yesterday, we had talked about you looking to see if any had standing warrants, because that was something maybe the defendant had mentioned. You remember talking about that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. Did you discover whether or not he had any local arrests here or anything like that?
No, Mr. Miller had no warrants.
Okay. Okay. So no arrest or no warrants that you could find?
No, had he been arrested here, he would have had an ID number assigned to him, and he did not have one.
Oh, so that was a lie too.
During this interview, there's a portion of the interview, do you recall Mr. Randolph looking at you and saying, I don't like you? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to July 2nd, 2008. Do you go over to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember why you had gone over there?
As I recall, it was to be present in what we refer to as a keep the peace type situation where the locks were being changed on the house.
Okay, so they were being changed over. Who was having the locks changed?
And Colleen Byer was.
Okay, so does the defendant arrive at the house at that time?
He did. We were inside the house, and he just walked in and went over to one of Mrs. Byers' children, and then knelt down and started talking to him.
Okay. Does he say something to you at that time?
Well, we talked about, the agreement between the attorneys. There was a civil issue at that point in time. We discussed that we were changing the locks and then we were going to be leaving. There was some suggestion of removing property from the house. And I told Mr. Randolph that wasn't going to happen, that there was already communication between attorneys and nobody was taking anything from the house at that point. Mr. Randolph told me that I was an asshole.
Okay. Did you respond to that?
I did. I said, well, I don't think that I am, but you have the right to your opinion. And he said, well, you are. And I said, well, that's okay. I don't take it personally. I later told him the only reason that I was standing there in front of him is because I was the next person that was up in rotation. It could have been somebody else, not me.
On that day, it's July 2nd. You have not arrested Mr. Randolph at this time.
No.
Does Mr. Randolph ask you a question about how long this investigation is going to take?
He did.
Okay. And what do you say to him at that point?
Well, that we were making sure that we, got everything right in the investigation. Mr. Randolph responded by saying that, well, as far as he was concerned, that we blew any chance of that happening on the first night. And when I asked him to elaborate,
Did you want to add something?
yes, when I asked him to elaborate, he said that his attorneys told him not to talk to the police about it.
I want to turn your attention to that second interview. Does the defendant make comments about Sharon's gambling?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Does he talk about the fact that he potentially has to pay back taxes for a former husband of hers?
Yes, he did.
Does the defendant discuss the fact that there is some sort of IRA that Sharon?
Yes.
Well, he's a peach. Look, he's looking at him like, I can't believe you sold me out just because I called you an a-hole. Look at him glaring at him. Oh, Tommy. This is sinking the defense's case. Bet he's not on the visitors list, huh? Wake up, Tommy. Detective Dean just gets better with age, huh? Emily Looney says, hasn't he had 23 attorneys start his time in jail? I think he's up to 25 now. I think either 25 or 26 now. How long has he been in jail?
It's been 84 years.
How much longer will it be?
It's been 84 years.
That's what he gets. That's what he gets. Not a fan. Not a fan. How long has it been since he got to manipulate another woman?
It's been 84 years.
How long has it been since anybody believed his BS?
It's been 84 years.
How long has it been since he got to cheat on somebody else?
It's been 84 years.
How long has it been since he got to collect on somebody else's insurance?
It's been 84 years.
Poor Tommy.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want you to understand that there was a civil dispute involving Mr. Randolph in this bio regarding the house, and the advice that Mr. Randolph was given by his lawyer was in regards to that civil dispute, and you are not to consider that in this case in any way. Go ahead, Mr. Henry.
Thank you. Did the defendant discuss Sharon's spending when it came to an IRA, a $40,000 IRA that she had?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant discuss how Sharon treated or used $5,000 he gave to her after giving $5,000 to Liz Lavador?
Yes, he did.
When discussing these topics, what was the defendant's, did he seem happy about her spending habits?
No, he wasn't happy about it at all.
Did he seem happy about having to pay taxes for another husband of hers?
No, he seemed quite irritated with that.
Did he appear to be happy about the manner in which she gambled?
No.
You say she gambled?
She gambled. Okay. As this investigation continued, did you take steps to recover or collect gaming records from the Santa Fe hotel?
Yes, we did.
Did you also seek to collect banking records from a joint accounts between Sharon and the defendant, as well as the defendant's own personal bank accounts?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also collect kind of records tracking potentially any outstanding debts that the defendant may have had?
Yes.
This time.
He complains about her gambling all the time. He needs to mind his own.
Going to be publishing 328.
You say 320?
He didn't want her spending money because he wanted to take it all when he
Just bear with me. I got
figured out how to get rid of her.
3%.
Oh, quit passing notes. Nobody cares what you're writing. Yeah, Lucy's like, I'm over this crap. Let me know when he's done. I wish my mic could go directly to his headphones. Oh my God, I would mess with him all day. That would be so fun. It would be so fun.
It's been 84 years.
Quit writing notes. Look at his attorney like, don't make me say that. Don't make me bring up that crap. Everybody already hates me because of all the things you keep making me say.
Okay, opening up a folder entitled Financial and Gambling Reports. Opening gaming records. Let's start with Mr. Miller. So did you get records for Miller, Sharon, as well as the defendant himself?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Let's first start with Mr. Randolph. You see where it says total in here?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what is the time range on this set of gaming records?
It's a 1 month range from 4/9 to 5/9 of 08.
Okay, and what's the total amount that Mr. Randolph had spent total in on that last month before Sharon passes away?
$462.50.
Opening Miller's records. Now this one doesn't have an overall total, but have you kind of calculated how much it is when you add up all of these coins in?
Yes, it was around $1,900.
Okay. And just to be clear, that's kind of it deals with, you're starting on kind of May 7th, and it goes all the way down to February. So from February to May 7th, it's approximately $1,900.
That's correct.
Okay. Look at Sharon Randolph. What is the date range from here?
The same as with Mr. Randolph, from 4/9 of 08 to 5/9 of 08, 1 month.
So this is the last month of her life, correct?
Yes.
How much money did she put in the slot machines in that month?
$23,468.70.
Opening up the folder of banking records. Did the Randolphs have a joint account at Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Opening Randolph joint bank account. These records span from January of 2007 all the way to July 31st of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
First going to go to page 221. These records. If you could, can you please read to me what's the date here?
That's April 30th of 2008.
I'm not sure these are admitted yet, not that we would have an objection, but
328 was admitted
This is
yesterday.
they're all good.
That's why I clarified it was 328.
It was. And it's on the same CD with the insurance.
Thank you.
What is their total amount of assets at the end of April?
$1,041.60.
And with this account, for this specific account, what are their total liabilities?
Shows $39,000 $897.11.
And that's 8 days before she's passed away, correct?
Correct.
Does there appear to be kind of a home equity line of credit associated with this account?
Yes, this shows an interest rate there, and it's increased from the previous month.
Now going to 228, not 228, I apologize, 227. What's the date of this statement?
May 31st of 2008.
So this is obviously the end of the month in which Sharon passes away on the 8th of May, correct?
That's correct.
At the end of this month, what was the total amount of assets?
$2,297 even.
And it started obviously with the ending balance for the prior month of $1,041.60, correct?
Correct.
What were the total liabilities?
$39,867.75. So it's actually decreased in making payments apparently.
But still a negative balance of approximately $37,000 without of course, subtracting the assets from the liabilities.
Yes.
I didn't come here to math.
You did also acquire, though, a bank account through Washington Mutual that related only to Mr. Randolph, correct?
Yes.
These records span from August of 2007 all the way to May, the end of May of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 17. Well, before we do that, let's go to the beginning. In the beginning in this account, how much money, let's look at the date here, and I apologize, I just don't have my mouse here, so it's a little harder for me to navigate. Okay, so this is on page 3, and can you see the upper right-hand corner? It's stating that this covers essentially the month of August. Would that be correct?
That's correct, from 8/6 to 8/22 of 07.
And it looks like their payment periods probably start a little bit earlier, but this is apparently when the account is open on 8/6 of 07, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was $117,000, approximately $939.17 in deposits made in this account when it first opened. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the ending balance at the end of this month?
$86,919.17.
Okay, now that's August of 2007.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the month in which Sharon passes away. I'm going to page 17, these records. Can you read me the statement period from when to when?
From April 23rd of 2008 to May 22nd of 2008.
Please tell me what the beginning balance was at the beginning of this statement period.
Is the cursor right there? Is that an 8 or a 3?
I'm so sorry.
That's right. $815.35.
Okay. And there was a withdrawal made on April 28th, right?
Yes.
How much was that?
Wow.
$800.
And that's prior to Sharon's death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the ending balance in this account?
$15.35.
Opening the Equifax records. These Equifax records tracked kind of outstanding debts that he had financially, correct?
Yes.
In less than a year, he spent $118,000 out of his account.
With respect to an American Express account, you see the balance that says date reported is June of 2008. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the balance amount?
$404.
respect to this Bank of America account, the reported date is 2008. What is the balance amount?
$152.
Going to page 6 of the records. Moving on to page 7 of the records, with respect to Chase Bank, the top of the page 7, the date of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$7,628.
With respect to the second Chase Bank account, June of 2000.
Just clarify whether we're dealing with bank accounts or credit cards.
Okay, well, Chase Bank, we'll just do it this way. Chase Bank USA, account number 426-684-106085. What is the balance amount?
$7,628.
There's a second account under Chase Bank of 52227630099. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$20,491.
With respect to Citibank, bank account 542418086438, as of July 2008, what is the balance amount?
$16.
Moving on to page 8, with respect to Citibank, account number 542418088207, as of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$5,781.
With respect to a Sears account of 504-994-802-353, as of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$706.
Moving on to page 10. Moving on to page 11. Wells Fargo account 6506-500979047. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$39,254.
And essentially that matches up with that home line of credit from those Wells Fargo's records.
Exactly.
So when you added that amount up, did it come out to approximately $84,808?
Yes.
I'd like to have almost undetected, but if I could have at least these three marked.
Wow. That's really damning. That's really bad on him.
Okay. We're requesting admission, stage 333, 334, 335. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, are those being admitted?
I believe so without objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those being admitted?
Showing you stage 333, who's that?
Tom Randolph,
Showing you 334, who's that?
Michael Miller,
Showing you 335, who's that?
Sharon Randolph.
They all would ever, can I have those back?
Yes.
Thanks. Just publishing 333, 334, 335. So just to be clear, you had mentioned you calculated approximately $84,000 in money owed. Approximately how much life insurance would he have been a beneficiary of in light of Sharon's death?
Approximately $332,000.
And underneath the very first will from June of 06, did he also stand to inherit the house, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes.
Did the will also enable him to inherit any potential bank accounts that were out?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we take a brief recess before we start cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference material. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything regarding the statements of the condescending to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10:15 will be a recess till 10:30. All rise for the jury.
Look at him with his stupid headphones. So those accounts, the see, now that video is over, I think I can. Oops. Hold on, that's gonna drive me crazy. That white noise. I had it on for the that video, but if we don't have to have it on, we can just do the regular boost, then it makes it look a little bit better, better. Okay, so y'all, those bank accounts, remember the home equity line of credit that they were like, oh, sweet Tommy's just the sweetest. Tommy got a loan so that they could get a swimming pool, and she couldn't have even got it without him, and Tommy just the sweetest. Well, that home equity line of credit for that they got that money that is in his accounts, they said adds up to about that same amount of that line of credit. So here we are at the very end of Sharon's life, and there is what they say, like $15 in their joint account or something, $15.35 in their joint account before she dies. So he has drained their joint account, and his accounts have, one of them had, a couple of them were small amounts, but one of them had 7,000, one of them had 20,000, another had 39,000, another had whatever else. So in his accounts, he had almost $85,000. In her accounts, in their joint account that they had, there was only $15 left. So he's stocking up money for himself to keep, and he sees her gambling, doesn't want her spending that money because that's money that he's planning on keeping. So he doesn't want her spending money. So it's all in his account. He drains their account down and then gets rid of her. And then he's planning on he thinks that will is the most recent one. So he's planning on having the house and whatever bank accounts left to him, and also the $335,000 in life insurance. He's disgusting. He's disgusting. And he says all that crap in that interview about how, in that interview and other ones, he's just a fussing about how much money she spends and how much she gambles. Okay, so that ain't your money. Sit down, Thommy. That ain't your money. Because the thing is, it's not like he's worried about, her spending money because, he's worried about her gambling habit, or he's worried about, their future, or no, he wants that money for himself. He didn't want her to spend the money that she got from the death of her husband because he wants to have it when he goes through this plan. Oh, he's so gross. Blech. Blech. I just, blech. He just makes me so. Did I mention I'm not a fan? I don't know if y'all heard during that disgusting interview where he was saying that, 80s is back, where he was saying, the thing that he said where I got pissed off and I was like, oh my gosh. And some of y'all didn't hear what he said. The detective asked him, what would Sharon have been doing when she walks in? What would be the first thing that she goes to do? And he said, I'm not going to say what he said because he's vulgar and I'm a lady and I don't talk like that. But he said that she would have gone in there to go to wash her, he used the word for cat, so that they can have intimate time. Okay. I'm going to go and tell you right now. Not that I'm ever getting married again, God forbid. But if I thought that were a good idea and I thought marriage was for me, and my husband spoke about me like that weeks after my death, and he said things like, oh, yeah, she was going to go wash her vulgar word so I could do her. I'm going to tell you right now, not only would I haunt his house, I'd be like poltergeist type crap. I mean, I would not just be like coming to him in his dreams telling him I miss him. No, sorry, no. I would be grabbing the edge of that bed and shaking it while he's asleep. I would be like hosing him down with like ketchup and random condiments while he's asleep so he wakes up choking on it. I would like be swapping all of his shampoo with Nair because Lord knows he loves his stupid hair. I'd be slipping hormones so all of a sudden he'd get himself some little man boobs, sensitive nipples. I'd be doing all kinds of stuff. I would be doing all kinds of stuff. I would not be a fun ghost. You let my imaginary husband say something like that about me weeks after my death. No. What he should be saying is, oh, she's a goddess. She's a goddess. She's the love of my life. She's amazing. She's fantastic. You honor her. You don't talk about her going to wash herself for you. It's just another example of how he doesn't see people as people. He sees people as how they serve him. And it's disgusting. And I just, ugh. He's so gross. Let me tell you what. I hope that there are some fantastic women on this jury. I pray to God there's some Mexicans. I pray to the Lord above there are some Mexicans on this jury. I pray that there's somebody that has family in law enforcement, the way he talked to law enforcement. Mm-mm. 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 I mean, how many? Okay, let's talk about this. In the jury selection, you can only strike so many jurors. I pray. I pray. I pray that they used all their strikes and they got at least one Mexican on there. Or somebody who's, has like, family ties to something, because the terrible things he said and all that crap he said about that's something I put in the podcast too. One thing I noticed is like, he's like, oh yeah, I'm paranoid because, there's Mexicans that work around here. And he said something about, he had Mike work for him. He's like, well, it's kind of like, I would just go grab a couple Mexicans off the corner. And then he went to go get a gun. One thing he said, he went to go get a gun because he's paranoid because there's Mexicans. Like, oh, he's disgusting. He is disgusting. And I just hope, I hope, because, and I hope that some of his little notes were while they were playing that, when they were listening to him talk about people like that. And I hope that one of his little notes was like, oops, we're screwed. Stupid. He's awful. He's gross. I just, and I mentioned, yeah, these are all of the people that he's insulted specifically. Kathy Davidson, these are all the people that he has insulted specifically. He's insulted men. He's insulted women. He's insulted African Americans. He's insulted Mexicans. He's insulted everybody, really. Let's be honest. He's insulted everybody. But those comments, ugh. He's disgusting. And you know what's even grosser about that is that when Colleen's husband Mike got on the stand, and Colleen and Mike were both just as sweet as they could be, And when he got on the stand and Mr. Bean was like trying to insinuate that the reason that Mike Miller didn't feel comfortable at the table with them is because, because of how he looked. How did he word it? He said something about, did you think that he didn't belong at the table with you because of how he looks? And it was very clear, like the implication was very clear and very freaking heavy. And so for him to accuse Mike of that, when all Mike said was Mike Miller seemed like he did not want to be there. And so for him to say, oh, you didn't want him at the table because of how he looked. No, Mr. Bean, sit down. That's your client. That's your client that talks about people like that. Not these lovely people. That's your client. He's so gross. Ugh. And then you look at how amazing Sharon's friends are, how amazing her family has been. Colleen, bless her heart, amazing. Colleen's husband, Mike, was, fantastic. Sharon's friends were, look, I love me some Deidre. And Miss Alice said she abhors him. Oh, love me some Miss Alice. I mean, they were great. And you look at them and how, strong they were, but also respectful. And then look at that piece of trash. Tell me that jury ain't seeing it. I can guarantee you that whoever on that jury of 12, at some point in all of his yapping, he's offended at least half of them. And we've still got time to go. So, I mean, he's still got time but at least half of them. Ugh, he's so gross. Whimsical Druid said, I'm behind. I'm not sure if this was asked, but how did they know it was Sharon who spent the 23,000 on slots? Did Tommy have access? I assume it's a card. Yeah, I don't know that much about gambling. I know that I've been to casinos a few times, like when I went to Vegas and stuff, and they have a card with your name on it, so everything's kind of kept under your name. But I also know that, if you're sitting right there and, whatever, I'm sure it would be easy to swipe. But I mean, Colleen even said that, her mom liked to gamble and stuff. So it speaks volumes when none of her friends and family liked him from the jump. Yes. Yes. If the people who love you most in the world think that this person is not good for you, that's a whole red flag. That's a whole circus. That's more than a red flag. That is a circus. He is a circus. Ugh, I heard that one. Yeah. That comment about 2 days of, yeah. He's disgusting. Hmm. Well, I know his name was on that one that they had. They had that joint one, but I don't know if there was anything in just her name, because everything that they've shown has been either joint or just him. He's so gross. I just I hope that he does take the stand, and I hope he just digs himself an even deeper hole, and I hope he falls on the way up there. And I hope all his hair falls out. Leah SM says, oh, wait until he gets up there and starts blabbing away. He'll offend everyone in that room. Everyone! Is there anybody he hadn't offended yet? Can y'all think of one group he has not offended yet? He's offended, I know, Lord knows he's offended women. He's offended mothers. He's offended daughters. He said derogatory things about African Americans. He said derogatory things about Mexicans. He said derogatory things about, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, pretty much everybody, about pretty much everybody other than himself. I hope he falls. I hope he falls. Him and his stupid notes. Ugh. But the good news is, the jury is seeing all of this, and they have better audio than we do. They're listening to maybe a bad recording, but they're not listening to bad audio of bad recording. So they can hear a lot more than we can as far as that. So, and even if they can't, when I go back and play it and pause and stuff and take notes, then I can catch it. But they're able to hear a lot of it. And so there ain't nothing getting by them. And they ask some great questions, which means they're doing a good job paying attention and stuff. Oh, can you imagine how crass he was at family functions and social events? No. I mean, for him to be literally, in there with detectives right after his wife has been killed, and he's in there talking about, you know, bedroom time with his mistress and how ain't nobody gonna tell him what he can and can't do. Give me a break. You know who's gonna tell him what he can and can't do? That judge, those prison guards. Bye, Felicia. Lady Bird said they also get a written transcript. Do they get one in Nevada? I hope so. I mean, I know that a lot of times they'll get one if they request it. Like in Florida, you don't just get one, you have to request it and they'll read it. Kathy B says using the word Mexican for anyone who is Hispanic is totally offensive. Hopefully this is a diverse jury. And he said it 100 times, and he said it in the most derogatory ways, and it just, I cringed. Ugh. How long y'all think he would actually be on the stand if he takes a stand? He said he's going to testify. He believes that he can tell everybody what they want to hear and get himself out of all this. How long you think? He ain't the type that's just going to answer a yes or no question. He's going to want to tell you all there is to know about everything. I think he's 68 now.
It's been 84 years.
That's how long he'll be on the stand. This 2-week trial will turn into a 2-month trial. He'll be up there. It'll be a Jodi Arias thing where he's up there for 18 days. Oh my gosh, Kathy Davis, that's a good point. If he gets up there, he's going to want to tell his story. He's going to want to correct his attorneys. He's going to want to correct everything. And they got it wrong. And ugh. I'm sorry, if that happens, I'm just going to have to start drinking. Like this will be a whole different type of show. If he's on there for that many days and I have to spend that much time listening to him. We're going to start with mimosas and we're going to end with shots. That's what our court days are going to be like if he takes a stand for more than one day. Anyone want to guess on how long Cross will take? Oh, Cross. That'll be the best. That will be the best. You know, the direct, if he takes a stand, the direct won't be quite as bad because his attorneys are going to do everything they can to keep him reeled in as much as possible. Prosecution's going to be like, oh, we'll let him go. We'll just let him keep going. You know, they did that with Murdoch some too. Like, just let him keep talking. Look. This is hell I'm drinking already. Shots and squats. This will be, look, y'all think I'm sassy now? Let me get a few drinks in me and start listening to that terrible dude. Ugh. Kathy Rose, yeah, this is a break. It was supposed to have been over by now, but they're coming in. Ooh, what if, when I wished he would fall, what if he fell on the way in? And they're having to help him up with his poor back. y'all, I try to be like as kind and loving as I can. It is just out the window with this one. It is gone. Hello, Jay Bird. Welcome back. They have not finished yet with Detective Dean, but they finished with that interview. My son's face listening to Brandy was so funny. Bless him. He's number one son, and he said, "Mom, I love your friends." Oh. Do his children have anything to do with him? Well, I don't think that they have this incredible relationship or anything, but they did testify at his sentencing portion of the last trial and said that they knew him as, being, a good dad, and they don't, the version of him that they hear about we're hearing about in the trial is not the dad that they know. But I also know that he ain't lived in the same state with them in a while. So it makes it a lot easier to, when you have crappy family members living out of state, they're a whole lot more tolerable than when they're living right down the road, aren't they? Regina Crawford says, my hair looks nice pretty today. Thank you. It's bedhead. I haven't brushed it. Here we go. He bugs me more than Dominique, and that says a lot. That's so funny.
All right, we are back on the record. The C 250-9668, Becky versus Thomas Randolph. They would like to thank Mr. Randolph for present his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both are received to the presence of our jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Bean is up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, Counselor.
Detective O'Kelly, it seems that what you told the jury yesterday is that there was a briefing that occurred in the late hours, early morning hours of May 9th, 2008 that you became aware of.
Yes,
briefing, right?
it was on May 8th.
Okay.
Yes.
And you told the jury that based upon the briefing and you heard during this briefing what Mr. Randolph thinks he had said had occurred inside the house, right?
Yes.
And you became suspicious of some of those things, didn't you?
Not at that moment, not during the briefing.
You became suspicious as a result of talking to Detective Mogg about things that he talked to Mr. Randolph about, again, in the early morning hours of May 9th.
Yes, that was early morning when Detective Mogg came back to the house.
Okay, so let's look for a second, if we could, at
Thank you, Holly.
State's Exhibit 287. Okay, do you see that? That's a picture of Sharon and Thomas Randolph. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Then I want to show you a picture of 334. Who is that?
That's Michael Miller.
Okay, so now one thing we definitely know that occurred on May 8th, 2008 is that man, Michael Miller, murdered Sharon Randolph. Isn't that right?
I agree with that.
Michael Miller took out a .38 caliber gun and put it on the back of Sharon's head and shot and murdered, didn't he?
I don't know that we have evidence of a contact wound, but he shot her in the head with the .38, yes.
If I was to tell you that the medical examiner told the jury that it was a contact wound, would you have any reason to dispute it?
I don't have any reason.
And you would agree with me that Michael Miller killed Sharon Randolph, who was married to Thomas Randolph, right?
Yes.
That was Sharon's husband, right?
Blech.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was a weird appearance. Yes, that's Thomas Randolph.
And that's Sharon Randolph.
Yes, it is.
Sharon Randolph. Strike that. Thomas Randolph told you that on that night he had been to the charcoal room,
He had
correct?
been there.
Correct.
And police obtained video of Thomas Randolph and Sharon Randolph at the charcoal.
Yes, we did.
We saw video of that yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And we actually see them leaving together, don't we?
Yes.
And do they appear to be hand in hand?
Yeah, they appear to hold hands the entire time.
And so what Thomas Randolph told Detective Mogg turned out to be true about being at the charcoal room, right?
Yes.
When he talked to police officers at the scene, Thomas Randolph, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
No.
When Thomas Randolph talked to Detective Mogg later that evening, early morning hours of the night, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
No, he did.
He told Detective Mogg that he had gone to Funny's gas station, didn't he?
Yes.
And police obtained video of Funny's, didn't they?
Yes, we did.
And it showed exactly what Thomas Randolph said. He had gone there, they made a purchase, and then they had gotten gas.
That's correct.
With regard to the Funny's video, it was introduced, but there's two of them, one by the defense and one by the state. Did you have anything to do with when the video was cut off showing the car leaving, the Randolph car leaving? Do you have anything to do with that?
I didn't see that it was cut off.
Okay.
I must have missed I didn't see both that you're talking about, so I only saw one.
Did you see the vehicle leave and then head towards a stoplight, and that they had the stoplight, the vehicle stayed there at the stoplight for approximately a minute?
I don't think that we played it that long, no.
Okay. But that would definitely go to the timeline, wouldn't it?
It would show that they stopped at the stoplight and then drove after it turned green.
You were asked questions about a timeline in this case because what you were trying to show is that, and I think you said, that the Randolphs got home conservatively at 8:30 p.m.
That's approximately 8:30 p.m., yes. Based on leaving the Funnies and the time that it would take to get home, yes.
Okay, but you're aware that there's a Michael Bartlett who was a neighbor, correct?
Yes.
And Michael Bartlett told authorities that he was on the phone talking to his friend when some of these events occurred. Do you remember that? He was on the phone, he heard gunshots.
Yes.
Okay. He also has told this jury that when he was on the phone, he saw the Randolph car show up. Did you know that?
I wasn't present when he testified in front of this jury.
Okay. So, what time did the phone call start?
20:33:36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds p.m.
And it lasted for 270 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So we know that if Mr. Bartlett was on the phone at 8:33:36 and he sees the Randolph car show up, they couldn't have showed up at 8:30.
That's not what he
It has
said.
to be after 8:33:36. Do you agree with that logic?
I don't know that I would call it logic. I would say that it took over 7 minutes for them to get home.
That's not my question. Mr. Bartlett said he was on the phone and he saw the Randolphs coming home. He saw
No.
them. The garage door open, he saw them enter, he saw the garage door close. Okay?
Okay.
That means that the Randolphs came home after 8:33:36. Do you see it?
According to Mr. Bartlett's statement, as you describe it, then I would agree.
That's not what he said.
Because obviously you didn't know that fact, right? It just became apparent to you right now that Mr. Bartlett saw them come home while he was on the phone.
Again, I wasn't here for the testimony, but I'm
Okay.
aware of his statement that night.
So it's fair to say you never tried to duplicate how long it takes for the Randolph garage door to open, Miss Randolph to go in, Mrs. Randolph to go in, the vehicle to come in, and the garage door to close, plus 25 to 30 seconds. You never did that, did you?
Plus the 25 to 30 seconds.
He said he didn't hear, he heard shots after the garage door closed, plus 25 to 30 seconds. Okay? Did you ever do any kind of experiment like that?
And we did the walkthrough video the week following with Mr. Randolph.
Okay. With regard to what Mr. Bartlett had said, are you saying you just didn't know this? Are you saying you just didn't know this information regarding the timeline?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mr. Bartlett's version as testified in front of this jury.
Yes.
I wasn't present during his testimony.
Okay.
That's not what he said, though.
Mr. Randolph told you that he had difficulty hearing. He said that over and over in different interviews, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
But he tells you that when he enters the home that evening, something spooks him. Do you remember that?
Yes, after he entered the door.
He saw Sharon Randolph lying, he said, in the center of the hallway down by the master bedroom. Isn't that what he said?
Yes.
And in fact, you found Sharon approximately in that area.
I'd say approximately, yes.
In other words, it wasn't in the front room or in the garage or anything like that. It was pretty accurate as to where she was.
Yes,
right?
within a couple of feet, yes.
He tells you he sees this red bag that was, he at first was unsure what it was, but it was actually the take-home food from the charcoal. Do you remember that?
I do. And he said that he thought it was blood at the time.
Then at some point, he says he sees something out of his eye. He sees something, but he doesn't quite know what it is. Do you remember that?
Right. Either something jumping across in from one room to the other or someone poking their head out and ducking back in.
He then says he goes into, and I'm showing State's Exhibit 214. I want to concentrate on the hallway. He says he sees somebody down towards, or sees something towards the east bedroom, just for lack of a better purpose. He may not say east bedroom, but down towards where Mrs. Randolph is, right?
Exactly. We're calling it the drum room. That's where the drum set's at.
Okay. He then says he pops into the northeast bedroom to what's depicted in that sort of box. That's, I guess, a way to describe the closet, right?
I agree.
Where the 9mm semi-automatic is kept.
In a hanging shoe rack, yes.
He says he grabs it, doesn't he?
Yes, and an extra magazine.
An extra clip, yes. He says clip, but the proper term is magazine. That's right.
That's correct.
Okay, so he puts this magazine, takes the magazine, he takes the gun. He says as he comes out of that room, he bumps into Mr. Miller. Pretty much bumps into him.
Yes.
Now, if you were standing where Sharon is, do you see that? You're standing, looking down that hallway, right? In that proximate area. And somebody had popped into the northeast bedroom to get something from the closet. You wouldn't see him, would you? There.
Not while they were in there, no.
So Mr. Miller is then, at some point, we presume proceeding down the hallway, bumps into Mr. Randolph, according to Mr. Randolph, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph tells you, and he repeatedly says, that he sort of pushes him back because it's sort of startling, it's a frightening situation, right?
Correct.
Then he tells you that he shoots him as many times as he can, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Now, I want to talk to you about perforating injuries.
Let's.
Mr. Miller, this murderer, had 5 injuries, bullet shots to him, didn't he?
Well, if you're talking entry and exit on 4
No, I'm not talking entry
and an entry.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying he suffered 5 gunshots.
Yes, 5 gunshots.
One of those gunshots was penetrating, but not perforating,
Correct. The one to his left side.
to his chest, to his chest area.
No, to his left side.
Okay, I'll come back to that. One of the injuries that comes in the front of Mr. Miller is non-perforating, correct?
No, that one exited up here next to his right collarbone.
Don't you go
Okay,
bringing
I'm
out that
going to
cartoon you
show
talk shit
a
about.
co-
Oh,
If I showed you a
sorry.
copy of the autopsy report, would that refresh your memory
Language. Sorry.
as to exactly what gunshot wound to the left lateral aspect of chest would be?
Okay.
Permission to approach you.
My bad.
I just moved that water.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you see I'm showing you what appears to be autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, does that, if you look at that, does gunshot 4 appear to be aspect of the chest?
To the left lateral side of the chest.
See that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's not perforating. It's penetrating, right?
Intact small to medium caliber copper jacketed projectile. Yes, on that particular wound, yes.
So on that wound on the chest, the bullet was found inside his body, correct?
Yes, the one to the left side of his chest.
So we know that Mr. Miller took a front shot that went in and did not come out. That one that I just showed you, right?
The one to the left side of his chest, yes.
Yes. Remember yesterday you told the jury that you would expect to see a bullet strike. If a bullet is through and through, I'll just use that term. When I say through and through, what does it mean to you?
It's a perforating gunshot wound, through and through, yeah.
But if a man is shot in that hallway and the bullet stays in the body, there'll be no bullet strike other than to his body, right?
That would be correct.
And if Mr. Randolph had shot Mr. Miller that time, which he didn't go through the body, we do find a cartridge in the hallway, don't we?
Yes, by the door to the garage.
That's listed right here. It's number 3, right by Mr. Miller's feet.
That's correct.
Inside, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about how far it is from that doorway in the northeast bedroom to the heels of Mr. Miller in this picture, okay? We have a graph. Do you see that graph at the top? And I'm gonna really zoom into it if I can. Do you see that there's a 5-foot graph, right?
Yes, I do.
And so that's what that means is that is approximately 5 feet within that diagram, right?
Yes.
So now if we go back up to the hallway in the bedroom, you see from where my finger is the doorway to the northeast bedroom. And again, I want to concentrate on where Mr. Miller's heels are. Would you see with that graph that that's about 5 feet?
From the northern edge of the door
Yes, sir.
frame, yes.
So it's fair to say that from where Mr. Randolph comes out, says he encounters Mr. Miller, until Mr. Miller is laying dead, is approximately 5 feet. There.
Well, Mr. Randolph is in the center of the door, so you'd add, probably another foot and a half.
You don't know where he was, right? You weren't there. You don't have a video. Fair?
No, he told me where he was.
He said he came out of the room, right?
He's standing in the threshold of that room when he fired the first shot, according to him.
When most people shoot, they extend their hands. Right?
That's correct.
I mean, proper shooting, is to extend it all the way.
It
right?
depends on the shooting
Okay?
incident,
Depends on the
yes.
But most people don't shoot like this.
No.
They bring their hand up.
Correct.
You and I are reasonably small men. Yeah?
I am average height, officially 5'9".
I'm a little smaller than. When I put my hand out, would you agree that's at least 12 inches?
Yes.
Right. There was no soot or stippling on the body of Michael Miller, correct?
No.
Which tells us that the gunshots are coming from the barrel of the gun approximately 2 feet or more away.
I'd agree with that.
So we're dealing with this 5-foot area. And if Mr. Randolph comes up, now presuming that Mr. Miller's heading towards the garage door, his arm is extended, you'd agree with me that's at least a foot, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that Mr. Miller must be at least 2 more feet away not to receive stiff.
No. In this case, Mr. Miller was wearing a thick hooded sweatshirt and another shirt underneath. That
So
was to see
was
stippling.
his clothing tested for stippling? Yes or no?
The clothing?
Yes.
Stippling doesn't occur on cloth.
Burning doesn't occur? They can't see burning on
No,
cloth?
The fragments from the rounds, you could have an indication that they had hit the fabric, but stippling is like a small contusion that occurs on the skin because of those fragments hitting it.
So the very fact that there is none of this on Mr. Miller shows that he is some distance from the gun. Correct? It's not contact.
On his skin or on the clothing?
Either one.
Well, again, I would expect to see it on his skin because he had a thick sweatshirt on and a shirt underneath that, so you wouldn't see it on
How about
his
on
skin.
his clothing?
On his clothing, there'd be gunshot residue and soot.
And there wasn't here.
Oh, we didn't have it tested for gunshot residue.
So you didn't have it tested for gunshot residue.
I did not know.
So even with a foot, we're talking about 5 feet. If he takes up an injury that penetrates his body, right? And then he turns around and starts going out that door. Again, for big guys, some of these big guys, that's about 5 feet. Easy? What I just did? 2 big steps?
Easily, yes.
Those aren't big steps. And Mr. Tomchek come out here, it'd be a lot bigger, right? But that's 5 feet, right?
Big step is about a yard. Yes.
So in this area, this 5-foot area, Mr. Randolph told you he came out or he comes in contact with Mr. Miller. He shoots him as many times as he can and he shoots him into the garage, doesn't he?
Yes.
He tells you, excuse me, in his very first statement to Detective Bogg, he is asked, did he shoot Mr. Miller in the garage? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And he said, he's actually asked, did you fire shots with an S, shots in that garage? And he says yes.
Yes.
Right? Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what we know is that Mr. Randolph shot Mr. Miller in this 5-foot space in the hallway, right?
Yes.
And that he also shot him shots in that garage, right?
Yes, the headshots.
Okay. Well, he says shots. And then he, at some point, talks about later on how he comes and shoots him in the head. Correct?
He said he shot him as many times as he could until he went down to the floor of the garage.
Okay. And then at some point, he shoots him a couple of times in the head.
Right. He had come back into the house to see how things were, and then he said he heard the fire extinguisher fall, and so he shot
Did
him.
he really say that, Detective? Did he really say he heard the fire extinguisher, or did he say he heard a loud noise and assumed, because he saw the fire extinguisher, that that's what it was?
That's accurate.
Okay. And in fact, there was a fire extinguisher on the ground.
There was.
Would you agree with me, irregardless of a fire extinguisher,
Irregardless is not a word.
that Miller,
Objection.
who murdered his wife, that in that quick few seconds, he had a right to shoot Miller as many times as he wanted to till he went to the ground and died? Is that fair?
He had a right to do that because he said he had a gun and he was defending himself. I agree with that.
And he just murdered his wife,
Add to that, yes.
but put a big hole in her head
Yes, he did.
after they were holding hands minutes before,
Yes, they were.
enjoying Mother's Day at the charcoal, right?
They were at the charcoal room. Yes.
When we look at Mr. Miller, we know he's a thief, don't we? You know he was a thief, right?
Did I know he was a thief? I mean, we had in his property, there were some identification and some cards that belonged to another person. So I don't know if he stole it. I don't know if he had it on him, if he found it, but
Okay,
And-
well, let's start with that. So in his left, excuse me, in his wallet, he has some ID, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's not his.
yes, that's
Right.
true.
And that is from a person named Michael Hogue, isn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't just his driver's license, it's also a card for, I think, booze.
And Costco, I think.
Where did you locate and interview Mr. Hogue? Could you give me the date you interviewed Mr. Hogue?
I did not interview him.
When was the date that detectives that you caused to interview Mr. Hogue? What date did they interview Mr. Hogue?
I don't believe Mr. Hogue was ever interviewed.
I hate it when they do
So
that.
you've told this jury that you suspect that Mr. Miller is a thief because he had Mr. Hogue's identification on it. Fair to say?
If he took Mr. Hogue's wallet, then he's a thief.
You never went and talked to Hogue, did you?
No, I did not.
In the 60 witnesses you interviewed, you didn't think it was important to go and establish whether Mr. Hogue had his stuff ripped off, right?
I never spoke to Mr. Hogue. I don't know if he had his stuff ripped off or if he lost his wallet. I don't know if it was taken.
Well, even if he lost his wallet, that doesn't give Mr. Miller the right to shove it in his wallet, does it?
No, and for all I know, it could be Mr. Hogue's wallet that he had. I have no idea.
Okay. There was also something in Mr. Miller's left pocket that was of interest, right?
Yes, there was.
I mean, there's 2 dead bodies, so a stolen ID is not exactly
It
top
was
of the
a
homicide detectives list. I understand
Channel
that.
set, a diamond channel set gold attorney, wasn't it?
It was gold and it had clear stones. Yes, it was channel set.
And when you say clear stones, you're not a jeweler, are you?
That's correct.
What was the appraisal on that when you had it when you had it appraised?
We never had that appraised.
Yesterday, you told the jury that the jewelry was costume. Do you remember saying that?
Primarily in the bag that we found was costume jewelry.
With regard to this ring was most certainly not costume jewelry, was it?
If in fact it was diamond and it was gold, then it was definitely not costume jewelry.
Okay. And he specifically had it in his left pocket, right?
Yes, he did.
And that led you to believe that he was stealing Sharon Randolph's jewelry, right?
I believe he had every intention of leaving the house with Sharon Randolph's jewelry, yes.
And I'm showing what's being marked as, or admitted as State's Exhibit 196. Do you see that?
I do. That's the channel set ring that you were talking about,
Okay.
amongst the change that he had in his pocket.
Court's indulgence. Did you check the worth of that ring?
No,
He
It's not
literally
cosmetic,
said
then.
it's not
if in
cosmetic.
fact it's diamond and it's gold, then it's not cosmetic or costume, excuse me.
Yeah, tell him. Costume, not cosmetic.
And that was what was in his left jeans pocket, right?
I don't see the placard, but I would agree with, I have no reason to dispute it. Yes, left front jeans pocket.
So obviously, Mr. Miller thought that that was particularly important, right? Because he put it in his left pant pocket.
I would expect.
And he also put a whole bunch of jewelry into a Walmart bag, didn't he?
We found a fabric Walmart bag filled with jewelry and a towel and a t-shirt, yes.
Was there a solid gold antique watch amongst that jewelry?
I do not know.
Would you agree with me that a solid gold antique watch could not be considered cosmetic or
Costume?
yes?
I would agree with that.
Would you agree that there were multiple gold hoop earrings in there?
Yellow metal hooped earrings, yes, we don't value them.
Because when you say yellow metal, that's because you did not have this stuff appraised, did you?
We did not.
Was there a towel that jewelry was wrapped up in the bag?
There was a towel in the bag. The jewelry was all mixed in, and there was a T-shirt as well, along with the key to the house and key to the safe, and then the high security keys.
Did you cause that white towel to be tested?
No,
Did you, in fact, turn over all of that jewelry to Sharon's daughter, Colleen? Did you give it to her?
no, I did not give her.
What happened to the jewelry?
We laid it out on the dining room table and photographed it to document it for our case file, and it was left at the scene.
It was left at the scene?
It was left in the house. I didn't turn it over to anyone.
You never turned that, you just left it there?
As far as I know, I don't know who it was turned over to.
It was never impounded?
No, it was not.
So you just looked at it. What about the coins? Do you remember there's some gold and what appeared gold metal, silver metal coins in there?
I don't remember.
Oh God, I can't. Ugh.
Would you agree with me that when somebody gives a channel set diamond and gold ring to somebody, they may feel proud of that? Would you agree with me that the display of jewelry we saw, that there are a lot of human beings who would be proud of their jewelry?
Certainly.
They would think maybe that to them it has value, right?
Yes.
It matters perhaps what income level you're at, right? Depending on the kind of jewels you can afford.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Bill Gates can afford more expensive jewelry than somebody who may be struggling.
There would have been no costume jewelry there, yes.
Okay. This States 201 is a picture of the Costco card, the Advantage card, and the California driver's license of Mr. Hogue, isn't it?
Yes, there are some Michael Miller documents and cards in there as well.
You would agree with me that that man, Mr. Hogue, looks nothing like Mr. Miller, correct?
He does not.
So now I'd like to go through some of Mr. Randolph's statements. In his first statement, now you told the jury this story about the garage light. Do you remember the garage light made no sense to you because you timed it. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds, and it turns off, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're telling the jury, or what you're telling the jury, is that if somebody comes in their garage door opens, and when the door closes, the light in the garage will stay open for approximately 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
On this particular garage door, not on everybody's.
Okay. But you checked it 3 times, and it's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. You said that's pretty close, maybe 5 minutes, 7 seconds, but it was
5 minutes, 8 seconds.
all right, good. And so what you concluded is because you were going from 8:30 at night, because you were unaware of what Mr. Bartlett had said, you were concluding that if the garage door closed 8:30, 8:31, 8:32, the light would go off after 7 minutes. Fair. Or after 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
Correct.
So if it was, let's say, 8:32, it would go off at 8:37.
Correct.
And yet Mr. Randolph started the 911 call at 8:44, 54 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And so the light would have already been off, right?
Yes.
Didn't Mr. Randolph say in both the walkthrough and the initial interview on May 9th in the early morning hours that either he had tried to, after after the events, at some point, he tried to go out to the garage. Either Mr. Miller was going out to the garage and pushed the button, or that Thomas Randolph was going to tell a neighbor and started pushing the button to the garage door and closed it. You remember this?
I remember that Mr. Randolph, when he stepped in and he saw Sharon laying at the other end of the hallway, thought for a moment to go to a neighbor. So he hit the garage door and then closed it again at that point. That's what he described to us. And yes, in the other statement, he talked about that the light had gone out and he turned it back on and then was in the garage and the light went out, but it was a much shorter period of time.
So that would reset the light, wouldn't it? His effort? Yes. Okay. So now we know that we really can't rely upon the 5 minutes starting from when the garage door first closes because he reactivates it. Fair?
He did. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, it started.
He also told the authorities, told police, that he believed Miller was trying to open the door.
Yes.
Garage door. Right?
As he was going out into the garage, he thought that Miller might be reaching for the garage door opener.
For the garage door opener? Because he says it, doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, he initially says that he goes to the door, that he went to the door to the garage, and then he thought that he had turned back and that he might have gone for the garage door opener.
Yes, he says, I mean the garage door opener. And you ask where, or detectives ask, where's the garage door opener? And he says you come in the door and just reach around and you can turn on the light. Right? That's what he said.
Right.
So that most certainly would reset this whole timing thing on the light, wouldn't it?
It would if he reached it, yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that what I told this jury about the 5 minutes, 8 seconds is accurate. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. But every time somebody touches that, it reactivates. Fair?
That's fair.
That night, did you go to the Millers, Billy Miller and Vita Miller's home?
I did not.
But you know that Vita and Billy Miller said that they were missing some cloth gloves. Do you remember this?
Yes.
In fact, you memorialized that in a report, that both Billy and Vita said that they were missing cloth gloves.
Yes. And a ski mask.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll get to the ski mask in a second. But just so we're clear, because there was a point where it was important we prove these gloves, Mr. Miller didn't remember that. You can tell us that Mr. Miller, in fact, said he was missing a pair of cloth gloves.
Yes.
And you found gloves on Michael Miller, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Polyester cotton gloves.
And one thing polyester cotton gloves do is they stop me from leaving fingerprints. If I want to be working on this thing and I don't want anybody to have my fingerprints if I wear gloves, it'll help me.
Fingerprints and more than likely DNA, yes.
It'll stop it, won't it?
Correct.
People have housekeepers that clean houses, right?
Yes.
People have handy woman that do things around the house, right?
Yes.
Sometimes those people are in more, not public areas, but they're doing things around the house, but maybe they shouldn't be going in. Housewife, house husbands, nightstand drawers. Fair?
That's possible, certainly.
So you would be aware that Mike Miller would have been in that house,
Bean.
the Randolph house, multiple times, right?
Yes, we were told that he was.
He had done work for Colleen, right?
I think on one occasion there was some work that
Pigeon
he did.
plow, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were aware that Mike Miller had watched movies over there,
Yes.
been invited to Easter dinner.
I don't remember Easter specifically, but I know they said that he had had dinner there several times.
Fair enough. Mr. Randolph told you he trusted that man, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you after the death, he referred to him calling him a bum. You remember that?
I do.
He said he didn't have any talent with screw driving or pounding a nail, but he could lift stuff, right?
Correct.
And that helped Mr. Randolph because he's got a bad back, right?
Yes, he says he does.
But Thomas Randolph said repeatedly that Mr. Miller didn't have a drug problem. Do you remember that?
I know he was asked about it and then clarified it. There was a drinking problem.
Okay.
But he answered initially to the question about drugs.
And at one point he says he doesn't even smoke pot, right?
Right.
Well, that was wrong. Mr. Randolph was absolutely wrong because this man, Michael Miller, had cocaine in his system. Were you aware of that?
I didn't see the toxicology report on Mr. Miller.
So one thing we can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is Mr. Randolph was wrong. He thought, he said he trusted the man. The man didn't even smoke pot. And we know that he did something a lot more powerful than that, right? Cocaine is a lot more powerful than pot.
If he had cocaine in his system, then yes.
You were a bike cop for a while, I think you said.
Bicycle, mountain bike. Yeah, I rode mountain bikes for 2 years.
Okay, and when was that?
That was back
your
in
business.
93 to 95 over by Clark High School.
So as a bicycle cop, you probably were dealing in some low-level narcotic stuff, people under the influence, things like that.
Certainly, it was high density, low income housing, so a lot of gang members.
Okay. And you probably have some ability to spot back then when people were under the influence of different controlled substances.
Yes.
Do you agree with the following statement? That violent behavior and crime are associated with cocaine use, and that paranoid thinking and the need to get money for cocaine may cause violent criminal behavior by cocaine users.
Objection.
Ooh, spicy. So what they're doing is doing everything they can to try to make Mike Miller be 100% the bad guy, and poor Tommy, he's just a victim protecting his wife. He's a hero. So they want to paint Mike Miller in the worst possible light. Now, as far as the having the jewelry appraised, who cares? That doesn't affect any of this stuff. Now, if Mike Miller were going to be on trial for stealing the jewelry, then yeah, it would have had to be appraised because they need to know the value so that they know the extent of his charges. But Mike Miller's not on trial because Tommy murdered him. So there's that. There's that. The thing about the gloves is another one of those things that's just a non-issue in my opinion. I know that they just try to poke holes in whatever they can, but having gloves is like we're not debating whether or not Mike Miller was in the house. Mike Miller was in the house. Like the gloves thing is not, that gotcha moment that I think he's hoping for. I mean, nothing really is. He doesn't really have a gotcha moment. And even the thing about how, that one bullet that hit him on his left side could have gone in and, since it didn't exit, that could have been the one that hit him in the hallway. But that's not what Tommy said. Tommy said that he kept firing at him. Remember, bam, 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 in the hallway. Not bam in the hallway and then we were done with that whole situation. No, that is not what he did. It was bam, bam, bam in the hallway and then followed him out there. And then he said the last couple shots were in the garage. So having that one possible bullet entry that doesn't have an exit does not explain the lack of bullet defects and the lack of blood and the lack of shell casings in the garage. Write your stupid notes, Tommy. Nobody believes your BS. Objection, Your Honor. Be on the waltz. We're at 269
You
likes.
said you were a bicycle cop
We
Yes,
get
I was.
300. I'll bring
for a
Lucy
couple
back.
years.
Yes.
You said you worked gang territories.
Yes.
And in those gang territories, did you happen to make arrests for cocaine?
Yes.
Do you know the effects? Do you know, as a police officer, the effects of cocaine on our society?
Generally, yes. Oh, on our society?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blight on our society. It's awful that people are addicted to cocaine.
Could you repeat that?
It's a blight on our society that people are addicted to cocaine and crack cocaine
Why?
because they're not.
Relevance.
Well, I think this is outside the scope of what we need.
Objection outside the scope.
Yes, sir. It is fair to say that you examined the inside of that scene, correct?
Yes.
You looked for different things. Did you look at the master bedroom?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you notice that beyond where Sharon's head is, see where I'm pointing? Do you see? That's the master bedroom in there, right?
Yes.
And there was blood all forming and sort of stained into the carpet of the master bedroom, right?
Right. There was blood pooled into the carpet, and then there was the areas all around it where the blood had been smeared and transferred.
You're familiar with footprints, aren't you?
Yes,
Footprints at a crime scene.
certainly.
Footprints can be very valuable at a crime scene, depending on the situation, right?
Yes, and depending on the analysis of that individual footwear, yes.
If somebody steps in blood and then continues to walk, you make a good blood prints. In other words, where you can really see the form of the shoe.
Yes, they're referred to as patent prints, where it transfer blood from one object to the other.
And it's fair to say that there are experts in law enforcement that can actually look at footprints like that and determine whether they actually match a particular pair of shoes,
Yes,
depending on the situation.
depending on the shoe. Yes.
Depending on the shoe.
Mhm.
Now, I want to show you, first of all, what's being admitted as State's Exhibit 86. Do you see that?
I do.
Trigger warning.
And by the way, before I move any further, that's a phone on top of Mrs. Randolph's legs, right?
Yes, it is. It still displays 911. It was still connected for quite a lengthy period of time.
Well, before I move on, when you say it displays 911, it actually doesn't. It displays 9114, doesn't it?
If there's a 4 after that, I know it's when he connected to 911 and it continued on. We were able to trace it back to the time that he called.
Right. So it was a 911 call, but the face shows you the numbers, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And I'll come up with another photo that's a little more clear on that. But you don't independently remember to say 9114.
No, I don't.
You see the blood all, and I am going back to Exhibit 86. You see the blood in the master bedroom, right?
Yes, I do. It's pulled out onto the Berber carpet.
There's absolutely no blood prints into that master, is there?
We didn't find any blood prints, no.
And when I say blood prints, I mean shoe prints of any type.
Right, where someone had transferred it into the master bedroom, no.
And in fact, in State's Exhibit 106, we can see that there is a sort of a house carpet, for lack of a better term, now placed over the blood, right?
Yes, we found those in each room. There was a carpet.
And that's done so that law enforcement or first responders could actually come in without doing exactly what we've been talking about, leaving blood prints all throughout the house.
Law enforcement, meaning us processing the scene, not first responders, because the body, Sharon's body has been removed from the scene at this point. So this is afterwards in documenting the scene.
Now, in that same picture, we can see that there are drawers that have been removed from cabinets, right above.
Yes, that's correct.
And what appears to be a jewelry box.
Yes.
So it appears that Miss Randolph is laying there bleeding, leaving this big stain of blood, and yet we can clearly see these drawers removed and no blood prints to it, right?
That's correct.
States 108 is a picture of all those drawers, right?
Yes.
Somebody had gone through drawers in that house, fair to say?
Yes.
In different rooms, right?
Yes.
You have had situations in your career, let's say with bank robberies, where a bank robber is interrupted in the middle of the bank robbery and there's some kind of shootout or something happens, something goes wrong during the bank robbery.
Certainly.
Burglars sometimes get caught because homeowners come home or they get caught red-handed running out a door and there's a police officer there. It happens, doesn't it?
Yes, we have that. It's called, we refer to it as a hot prowl.
There were many officers at that scene, weren't there?
Yes.
I think I counted with Detective Mogg somewhere over 30. Seem out of place?
That's fair to say on the, looking at the CAD printout.
And on the 911 call, we can hear Thomas Randolph. And at one point, he's like, should I open the door? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. That was right before he started CPR at 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
There was a place before CPR where Mr. Randolph says, should I go lock the door so the man can't get in because I can see him. Remember that? He wants to lock the garage door.
Yes, that's about 3 minutes into the call.
And then at some point, he's doing CPR and he's saying, should I open the door? Do you remember that? And the fire department says, no, keep doing CPR. Do you remember this?
Yes, it was right after he completed the instructions for CPR and right before he started the compressions. He suggested he open the door.
And he's calling for help for his wife, right? He's calling 911 and asking what to do. He doesn't know what to do with his wife, right?
Yes, he said that early on, about 45 seconds into the call.
The only way that paramedics are going to get in that house is if he opens and unlocks the door to let them in, right?
Yes, I mean, the paramedic said, tell your officers to get in any way they can.
So what he's saying is, if I go unlock the door, maybe they can come in and help. Fair? It seems like if he can answer the question. That's what he's saying.
I know right before he started with the compressions and the paramedics telling him to focus on doing this for his wife, he said, maybe I should go unlock the door or open the door. Is not unlock, but open the door.
Okay.
And the paramedic said, no, you need to focus on this.
After Mr. Randolph leaves the residence, he's ordered out, isn't he, by police officers? When they see him, they're telling him, come out.
Yes.
Standard procedure. They don't.
Certainly.
It's a very dangerous situation. They want him to come out, right?
Certainly.
Mr. Randolph complained numerous times in these statements that it took so long for help to come to Sharon. He says it took 30 minutes. They didn't come. Do you remember him saying these things?
I remember him saying that, yes.
At one point, he says to you, did she die instantaneously? Do you remember that in the statement we just
Yes.
heard? He said, because he thought of her on the cold floor.
Yes.
That 911 tape is over 18 minutes long, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And what it shows that paramedics never come. In that 18 minutes, nobody comes in there and helps Mr. Randolph, do they?
I can't tell that from the actual call. I know that in 7 minutes and 30 seconds that Mr. Randolph leaves to open the door and you can hear officers challenging him. Then you can hear the maybe four voices of officers clearing the residence. You
Okay,
can
so
hear
let me stop.
paramedics asking for Metro to give a code 4 so that they can go in, but I don't hear paramedics.
Okay, so before we listen to a portion of the 911, You said yesterday that you thought this crime scene had been preserved, right?
Yes,
Officers go in and they walk around what appear to be walking around the area of this hallway before that crime scene is secure at all. In fact, they're sweeping the house, right?
yes, you can hear them clearing the house. Yes, they're
So they
conversing
would-
with each other.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So they would be walking around in the area where potential evidence could be.
That's possible. Yes.
Could we hear that?
Like, what evidence does he think that they could have messed up that's going to prove that
Well,
Thami
we're waiting
is
for that to
innocent?
happen. You would agree with me. Have you listened to all 18 minutes?
Yes, I have.
After there's a sweeping of the house by, you said maybe 3 officers, because you really can't tell, you're just hearing voices, right?
About 3 or 4 voices, what I hear.
One's a female, right?
Yes, talking to Toby Maldonado, I can hear her
And you-
use Toby's name.
And you actually hear them identify there's a body there, where they're realizing their body's in there.
Yes,
It's obviously probably very kind of a scary situation, even for police officers.
certainly.
And so we know that those officers are going around in this particular area where there is evidence to be collected, correct?
Potentially.
And when you're sweeping a house, you're not worried about kicking a cartridge, are you?
That's not true. It's protocol to make every effort to preserve the crime scene, even though you are performing that function. Officers know that. So this isn't a SWAT entry where they're doing a dynamic entry and running through the house. This is a slow and methodical clearing of the residents. They would see obvious evidence if that was presented to them, and they wouldn't disregard it.
Detective O'Kelly, these people in that house are looking for potential suspects, shooters, something along those lines, right?
Certainly.
They're looking for somebody who could just turn around and shoot a police officer, right?
Yes.
So you imagine their focus is danger. We've got to make sure there's no danger, right?
Their focus is everywhere as they're clearing the house. Yes.
And you would agree with me that in doing that, in clearing that house, that one thing that they would want to do is make sure that there's nobody hiding in bedrooms, under beds, anything along those lines.
I'd agree with that.
And they want to make sure of that because they don't want to let some poor paramedic come in. They don't want to let some poor paramedic come in and then all of a sudden the paramedic's dealing with the hidden guy under the bed with a gun. Right?
Correct. Or crime scene analysts or responding officers afterwards. Yes.
Okay. So if we could play that now and just hear the portion of the officers in there.
I want you to tilt their heads back, okay? Did you do that? Okay, tilt their head back. How do you do that? Okay, tilt their head back, listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of your chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the middle.
We're going to jump ahead to 7 minutes at this point.
Sir.
And now to 8. Can you tell me when you can hear officers come in?
code 4. We need to go in. All right, guys, I'm stuck. We're going to need someone to go right into clear line. I'm going to group this is bad. You know what? We got to clear it, Sandy. Okay, let me go left. And it said, can they get it on the code before to enter? All right, I copied. All right, well, just like I call it. Yeah, make sure it's good, we can't have it popping out. We can just pull out right now. I'll just get, yeah, nothing, all right.
Okay, Detective, that appears to, I stopped it at 12 minutes. And after that, the jury can listen to it because it's being admitted, but we just hear sort of a silence after that for the rest of the 18 minutes. There.
Yeah, yes, we do until 911 says disconnect. You hear her say, I'm disconnecting right before it.
The
Stop.
reason we can hear those officers sweeping that house is because that phone is live. It's live to 911 on Mrs. Randolph's body, right?
That's correct.
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing the officers, and the speaker is that phone.
Yes.
And I guess another point that's I want to make sure is fair is that for that whole 18 minutes, she doesn't get medical attention from paramedics, right?
Yes, from beginning to end, I don't hear paramedics treating her.
In fact, paramedics are delayed because of the dynamic situation in this scene.
Yes, it's even in the report that FD held off for the code 4.
We can see that there were life-saving efforts made upon Miller, right? On Mr. Miller, there were life-saving efforts made on his body.
I don't know that I would qualify it as life-saving efforts.
Did you see the plastic on his wrist and the plastic right around his body?
Right. Yes,
That's
I did.
paramedics at work.
That's making a determination whether there's signs of life.
Okay. So work was done by paramedics upon Mr. Miller, no matter what it was, right?
Those sensors were placed on him, yes, at some point.
But none on Sharon Randolph.
Didn't see any on her, no.
Mr. Randolph complained in those interviews, because Mr. Randolph would have been right outside, right? He was taken outside and he's either sitting in a patrol car or sitting on the ground or something along those lines.
I'm certain, yes.
He would be the one who sees, no one's coming in to help my wife, right? And that's what he says. You people didn't help my wife. Words to that effect.
I don't know where he was to be able to see the entry and then the officers coming out, but yes, that's fair to say.
It's fair to say he was really frustrated by that. He expressed it, didn't he?
He did in interviews, yes.
That's what I mean. In interviews, he expressed frustration that nobody'd come to aid his wife.
Certainly.
In one of them, he said, well, I don't know if she's dead, right?
Yes.
He said it was horrible. He straight up. the body being turned over was rolled over for him to do that. You remember the paramedic fire department saying, roll her over so that we can do CPR.
Yes, I do.
And at some point you hear Mr. Randolph start screaming, Sharon, Sharon, right?
Yes.
While he's performing, while he's on the phone to 911, he says, I can see the man out there, right? I can see who we now know to be Mr. Miller. He can see him.
Yes.
And he's worried about it because he's unsure if he's actually dead or something along those lines.
Yes.
But we know the door must be open to the garage because he's saying, I can see him, right?
Correct.
He was asked, Mr. Randolph was asked what he thought of his wife. You could describe her in one word. What did he say? She was effing wonderful.
Yeah.
And another time, even before he was asked that, he said she was wonderful.
Yes. Best thing that ever happened to me, he said.
He, at one point, his father had had a stroke recently, right? Because they were going back to Utah.
Yes.
And he said that they actually put his father got some better medical care because of the advice of Sharon. Do you remember him saying that?
I don't recall it specifically, but I'm sure that's true.
We heard this statement yesterday. Do you want me to show it to you or would you accept it?
No, I'll accept it, certainly.
Going back to the Millers. There was a mask. You remember I talked to you about the gloves, and now I want to talk about the masks. Police went to the Millers within hours of this incident to interview Vita and Billy Miller, right?
I know they were shown the address, and I think the interview occurred later, but yes, it was done pretty quickly.
Mr. Randolph showed officers where they lived.
Yes. He didn't remember the specific address, but he knew where it was, so he showed officers, yes.
So he cooperated and showed officers, this is where that guy lives.
Yes.
And when Vita and Billy Miller were interviewed, both Vita and Billy stated that they were missing a mask, a ski mask.
Yes.
And in fact, Vita said that she hadn't seen the mask since December of 2007.
She said since before Christmas,
Yes.
and they don't need it when it's not cold.
When
So
did Mr. Miller move in to Vita and Billy Miller's home?
In December of 2007.
So once Michael Miller shows up on the scene at the Billy and Vita Miller's home, Vita doesn't see that mask again, does she? She said she didn't.
She said it's the same month, yes.
she said since before Christmas is
And one
actually what she
thing
said.
that was
Mr. Bean.
told to police about that mask is it had a big mouthpiece. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You've seen the mask in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And it's got some kind of sewing of the mouthpiece, like almost looks like a fishing line.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
I do.
As though somebody closed up the mouthpiece.
Right.
Did you obtain, for purposes of Ware's DNA, Billy Miller's DNA, to
Yes.
compare to see if it was on that mask?
Billy Miller?
Yes, sir.
No.
Because that could have told us if in fact that was Billy Miller's mask that had gone missing.
It's possible.
As a result of Vita and Billy Miller saying that this mask was missing, the house was searched, wasn't it, for a mask?
Yes. Officers checked for the mask.
And no mask was located.
No.
No gloves of any relevance were located.
No.
And that's because the only place you're going to locate that mask is about 2 feet from Michael Miller's head. Isn't that right?
That's where we found the ski mask, laying face up.
And in fact, in police statements, Mr. Randolph says that that mask was laying right by Michael Miller. Do you remember that? He said it was laying by him.
I remember him saying that, yes.
And on multiple occasions, Thomas Randolph tells you and other detectives that when he bumped into Michael, something happened to the mask. It pushed up. Do you remember that?
Yes, he told me during the walkthrough that when he bumped in, he bumped up and he could see his chin.
And he had said that in the first statement to Detective Monk, that something had happened with this mask where maybe he couldn't quite see, right?
I remember that in the second interview. I don't remember the couldn't quite see part in the first interview.
He says it. He talks about this mask being pushed up multiple times, doesn't he?
Yeah, I remember in the second interview, he talked about it possibly being rolled up.
Okay. Would you agree that if a mask is obstructing your view, one way to get rid of that problem is take that mask off, right?
I would agree with that.
You are aware of the DNA results in this case, aren't you, as the lead detective?
Yes.
Thomas Randolph is excluded from that mask with DNA.
Yes.
Thomas Randolph told the authorities that he went and looked in these bags to see bags next to Mr. Miller to see if he could locate the gun, right?
Yes.
And this is the .22 caliber we're talking about, right?
It's the gun that Michael Miller had. Yes.
So Mr. Randolph says he touches these bags looking for the gun, right?
Yes.
And at some point, he says, Thomas Randolph, that he takes this .22 Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver and he throws it away from Mr. Miller into one of the bedrooms. He throws it actually into northeast bedroom, which is depicted as number 14, right?
Yes. He said he was aiming for the trash can.
So I just want to make sure this is clear. The .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver is the murder weapon.
Yes.
And again, just so we get this down, there are two revolvers in this case. One a .38, it's got a wood grip, Smith & Wesson, kind of looks like the .22. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, they're about the same
Hey.
size, K-frame. Yes.
But one fires .22s and one fires .38s.
Yes.
And we know the .38 is found near the body of Sharon Randolph, right?
Yes. In the drum room against the south wall.
Just for purposes of this diagram, don't mean to pick, but it says east bedroom, just for purposes of diagram. I know what you're saying.
Certainly.
15, the .38 is the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph doesn't say he takes, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 90. That's the .38, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you see there's a mark right on the wall. I don't know if it comes out very well. Right above it, you see there's like scratch marks.
I can see it. I'm familiar with it. You can see it from here, it comes all the way down here.
Almost like the gun hit.
Actually, I think it goes further up, maybe here, and then all the way arcs down.
Like the gun, some portion of the gun had hit the wall and sort of scraped down. Something.
That it's scraped against the wall, possibly. Just that it's in the area of where the grip is. It just seemed odd. I did document it.
You found in your experience in law enforcement that oftentimes people will want to dispose of a murder weapon, right?
Yes.
One way to dispose of a murder weapon, if it doesn't belong to you and it's not your house, is just to leave it there, right?
It doesn't really dispose of it. It's there at the scene.
It doesn't connect the murderer to it by leaving it at the scene.
Well, and again, that depends on whether or not you're leaving DNA or if there's fingerprints on the casings inside the cylinder. There's other ways to connect a person to a weapon.
Was that gun tested for DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
And Mr. Miller, we know, had gloves on, right?
Yes, he did.
So Mr. Miller would know I'm not really leaving fingerprints because I've got gloves on.
Certainly.
Not leaving DNA because I got gloves on.
Yes.
I throw this gun down and don't take it with me. It can't be really caught at my house, right?
No, not unless he touched it without gloves at some point.
And I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's 128. This is a picture, not a very clear one, but a picture of the suitcase that had the 22 caliber on it, right?
Yes, you can see the trigger guard and the barrel.
And I don't, see if I can put that over it. And that's at 14, right?
It's in the northeast bedroom, the office. Yep, number
Right there.
14.
Okay. Thomas Randolph grabs the non-murder weapon that he says is by Miller's body, and he throws it, and he says he's trying to throw it in the trash can.
He's aiming for the trash can, yes.
That is not the murder weapon. The 22 that he's taken from Mr. Miller is not the murder weapon, is it?
No, it is not.
The 38 is.
Yes.
There was a safe in the house, wasn't there?
Yes, there was in the master bedroom closet, a sentry safe.
It was a little safe.
Yes, small one.
Could you show us just with your hands approximately how big?
I'd say it's maybe 1.5 feet wide. It was kind of a drawer type safe where once you unlock it, it disconnects from the fixed locking mechanism and pulls out. And then there was a top that lifted up on it.
Well, tell us more about the big safe. Not that one. I don't want to know about that one. I want to know about the big safe in the house. Where was that?
We didn't locate another safe.
There was another safe in that house, wasn't there?
So I've been told there was another safe in the house.
In fact, do you remember there's some closet doors and they are not removed, but sort of off the tracks? Do you remember that?
I believe the inside door in the drum room was off the tracks, yes, and leaning into the closet.
What was in that closet?
Various items of clothing and just what you'd expect to be found in a closet.
I am going to show you what is being marked for identification as proposed Exhibit R. May I approach you?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I'm going to show you this picture. There was a point in time where you were back in the house and there were pictures being taken, right? Do you remember you went back in the house with Colleen, Sharon's daughter, and there were pictures being taken?
I don't remember pictures being taken, but we were back at the house a couple of times. We just mentioned the one on July 2nd. We were there. And then September 11th was there as well.
Do you know where she's standing?
It appears as though she's standing on the east wall in that room, the drum room,
What is she standing in front of?
in front of a brown safe. It appears to be a brown safe.
A large brown safe.
Yes.
I move for submission.
Objection to R.
May I publish?
R, we- yes.
Okay, so I want to show you State's Exhibit 99. This purports to be the drum room, right?
Yes. That's the interior door on the closet. As I mentioned, it's off track.
So that door is off track.
Okay, I'm trying to pull the court documents because I know that they had conspiracy on there before, and I'm trying to see if it's still on there. Let's see. And why am I having trouble pulling up the records? Sorry if I'm missing y'all. I'm trying to
Okay,
pull this up so I can answer your questions.
Detective O'Kelly, I am showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 99.
2
and we
counts
were
murder
talking
and
about
conspiracy.
The drum room, okay? And you
Here we go.
mentioned that the doors seem to be off track, right?
One of them does.
And do you see, I want you to concentrate on in the closet, on the bottom by the clothes. Do you see a brown object?
Yes, I do.
Metal or something along those lines?
Yes, it appears to be the safe that you showed me in the previous picture.
Okay, because now I'm going to show you what we have just admitted as proposed Exhibit R. And you can see Colleen standing by a large safe.
Yes,
When I say large, to be fair, about 24 inches high,
I'd say it's a 2-foot cube.
2-foot cube. Okay. Is it fair to say, Detective, that there are no pictures of that safe taken by crime scene analysts?
Except for the one that you just showed me, and we don't see it discernible as a safe.
You realize that's not a crime scene analyst who took that photograph. Somebody else is taking that
He's
photograph.
not talking about that photograph, he's talking about the other photograph.
The one you can see a portion of it.
Okay.
It was taken that night.
Okay. So the only one, in other words, crime scene analysts don't take a picture of that safe like we see it here.
Showing you that it's a safe, no.
Was it open on May 8th/May 9th?
Was the safe open?
Yes, sir.
I have no idea. I mean, the door's up against it. I can't expect that front door of the safe is open.
Was there lots of valuables taken out?
I have no idea.
So fair to say that in this investigation and preservation of the scene, there's a large safe that's not discussed in any report. Fair?
That's fair.
No pictures taken. Fair?
Other than that one where you can see a portion of it, yes. It's not discernible as a safe. I agree with you.
I'm going to show you another picture. It's going to be proposed Exhibit T as in Tom. May I approach?
Yes.
Detective O'Kelly, do you see what appears, do you recognize that person in the picture?
I do. It looks like Colleen with one of her children.
And is this the same drum room?
It is.
You recognize that?
I do.
Move for submission. And I can publish. That is Colleen and one of her children in that drum room where we can see the closet door, right?
One closet door. It looks like the outer one's not even there.
It's clearly off its rails.
Yes. We have them in my house. They're very annoying.
There is a picture, maybe you can remember it, and it shows yellow tape out in front of the house. Do you remember this?
Yes,
This is something you've probably seen more times than you can count in your life.
certainly.
It means some, I presume, patrol officer he or she is taping off the area, telling people, stay back, get back, don't come in here.
Yes,
And one of the reasons you do that is for preservation of a crime scene.
yes,
You dealt with homicides a long time, right?
yes,
You saw some very startling things in your career. Right?
certainly,
Bodies and things like children's bodies, right?
certainly.
And one of the things you don't want is you guys are trying to work in there, maybe life-saving procedures or, trying to preserve the scene, take pictures of the scene. You don't want some incredibly anxious mother who's like, where's my child? And going in, right?
No,
You don't want-
had that happen. Yes,
Because it's highly disturbing to police doing their work, right?
it's more preservation of the scene. It's understandable that you would have that reaction.
And it's understandable because human beings that have lost loved ones, this is very tragic, right?
Certainly.
And the concept that you could see. Just briefly approach on this.
Thank you. Shut him up. I try really hard to not get annoyed with these guys, but man. And Thami's still over there writing notes just as furiously as he possibly can. As furiously as he possibly can. Trying so hard to get all his BS in there. He writes so much. Like he really believes that what he has to say is so important. And it ain't. He ain't important. Sharon is important. Look, Detective O'Kelly's like, just, are we done? Like, what is happening here? What is taking so long? Mr. Bain.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of T and R have already been admitted, but I would move for the admissions of, yes.
You mentioned S and U.
No, Your Honor, and there is a stipulation also on the record that all of these photographs that have just been shown were taken on July 2nd, 2008.
That's correct. So, S and U will be admitted. There is a stipulation between the parties that the defense exhibit RS, T, and U was taken on July 2nd of 2008.
Okay, so July 2nd of 2008 is 7 weeks, a lengthy period of time after the incident. Fair?
It is.
So I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 1. You see, that's the crime scene tape I'm talking about, right? You see that there? It tells people stay away, keep back, let's preserve this crime scene, right?
Right. They've established an inner and outer perimeter as well.
Okay. And just this that I'm showing you, the exhibit I'm showing you, is taken on the night in question, maybe in the early morning hours of the night, but it's the 8th into the 9th. Fair?
Yes, I can see Lieutenant Roberts standing right there.
And we can see you too, can't we?
Is that me?
Isn't that
Possibly
you
me.
back by the Pontiac, sir?
I was heavier back then. Better looking.
No, you were not.
That's me.
That's you, isn't it? You're right back there where one of those cartridges is found, right?
Yes.
And the questioning I wanted to do is make sure that you were talking about, you don't want mothers coming in there because it could be really upsetting, besides the preservation of crime scene, right?
Certainly.
You don't want family members, strike that. I'm going to show you and publish Exhibit U. Do you see the arrows up on the wall?
Yes, I do. And the ruler tape.
This was put up a long period of time beforehand by by Mr. Randy McPhail, crime scene analyst.
On May 15th, directly after the walkthrough.
And what it depicts is those arrows depict blood and brain. Fair?
Blood and tissue and, yes, cerebral spinal fluid. Yes. And the bullet
what
impact.
you appear to be doing is explaining that to Colleen. Fair?
Colleen.
Yes.
Is Colleen holding somebody?
I can't tell in that photograph.
Okay. If I show you Exhibit S.
Objection relevance? We can approach on this before we start.
Yes.
Gosh, he's getting on my nerves so bad. What is Thom looking at? Looks like he's trying to look at Lucy. Don't you look at my dog. She will bite you. Is he going to fall asleep? Is he going to fall asleep? I hope so. I hope so. Nope. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Fall over. So close. So close. So close. I need a margarita. This is too much. Too much to deal with. He's sitting there writing like this. And then all of a sudden, when court's not in there, he's like, please. Oh, just think though. We'll have the rest of this ridiculous cross. And then we'll have redirect, which will be good. And hopefully they'll clear up a bunch of the crap that he's misrepresenting. And then the state could possibly rest, which means instead of listening to this ridiculous crap, we'll be listening to possibly Thami himself and his ridiculous crap. Could you imagine? Look, I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all right now. I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all right this second. If Thami starts testifying, I'm going to get a drink out of my little mini bar. Just so you know. Taco Tuesday is going to turn into Tito's Tommy Day. What do I have? I think I have Tito. I know I have wine. I have something. I have Fireball. Maybe that's what I need if he starts testifying. Just take a shot every time he lies. Y'all will see. I'll be passed out here. It'll just be live cam and me. You'll just see you'll see feet up in the air and just me snoring. Every once in a while, you'll see Lucy pace back and forth checking on me. Oh, wipe your stupid eye. I hope you get pink eye. Last time I went out on a Taco Tuesday, I came home with a tattoo. So if we have Tommy Tuesday, man. It's gonna be a disaster. Shut up, Thummy. Drink your stupid water. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of, you know how Letitia would just lie, and you know what a crappy person she is, and you know how much she lies. So then when you listen to her, you just get mad. That's how I am with him. I just know what a crappy person he is. And I know I can see through him. And he just irks my soul So he's like, I am with him the way that I am with my second husband, where just seeing him breathe pisses me off. I was like that with Letitia too. By the end of that trial, I just seeing her just grossed me out. And that's how I am with him.
Yes or no, detective? Are you in that photo S explaining, and when I say S, and in you, explaining the crime scene to Colleen and her child? Yes or no?
No. I'm explaining what happened to her mom.
Okay.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
On the night in question, the 8th into the 9th, you told us that Thomas Randolph had talked to law enforcement at the scene so that they could get sort of a better understanding of what they were dealing with inside that house, right?
Yes.
He did it voluntarily.
Yes.
He then accompanied Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy down to the police station, homicide, and he gave a lengthy interview, right?
Yes, he did.
He cooperated and answered the detective's questions.
Yes.
He then was involved in a walkthrough with you, right?
Yes, 1 week later.
Okay. Several other officers there. Detective Mogg, Sergeant
Detective Wilson. Yes. Sergeant Albee and videographer.
Okay. And
No,
he
thank God.
answered the questions that you asked him, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
At the beginning of the video, did you see that his eyes appeared a little droopy, did you notice that?
I noticed that when Don Bell put the camera up on his shoulder that Mr. Randolph exhibited those traits. Yes.
But he still answers all your questions to the best of his ability. He gets down on the floor, right?
Yes, he does.
At one point, you tell him to get down and show you how he was trying to help Sharon, right?
No, actually, he was doing that on his own. Nobody told him to do that.
You
Not
were
one person.
asking him to reenact the scene,
Well,
right?
we're
You were
going
asking
through the
him to
scene.
reenact the scene, right?
No one asked him to get on the ground. He did it himself. Yes.
You asked him to come in there and reenact the scene, didn't you?
Yes, we're going through the scene.
And he got down on the ground to show you how he had done it.
Yes, he did.
He then, DNA was taken from him, wasn't it?
At that time,
At some point, DNA
Yes.
is taken. And when you take DNA from somebody, I've actually seen you do it on video before. You pull out gloves and you pull out a packet and take what looks like a long,
Q-tip.
Yeah.
Yes.
you rub it in the mouth.
They rub it themselves. It's a kit. The gloves are in there. All the paperwork's in there. The Q-tips are in there. The boxes they go in are in there. But you hand them the Q-tip and then they go on both sides of their cheek.
Sometimes you get warrants to get people's DNA, don't you?
Sometimes, yes.
But in this case, Mr. Randolph said, I'll
Voluntary consent.
yeah, he voluntarily consented. And he voluntarily consented on May 8th into the 9th to let officers search the house as well.
Yes, he did.
And then he gives another interview that we've just gone over, and that is on, for accuracy, the 3rd of June.
Correct.
And he voluntarily proceeds to the police station and answers your questions.
Yes, he did.
Just so I don't forget, there's a mention of a Brady being shot. Do you remember that? A discussion of do you know who Jim Brady is?
Yes, I do.
He was the man who was badly injured when
With Reagan. Yes.
And do you remember when there's a discussion about Brady being shot, that's what it's in reference to?
Yes, I think he was referring to the Brady bill. Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you that Michael Miller had made these statements. We heard that in the interview about how he'd been involved, Michael had been involved in criminal activity. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically which criminal activity you're talking about.
Do you remember that Randolph said, "Oh, I didn't believe him, and he was talking about all these things he did"?
Like a robbery, there was something
Yes.
he did. Yes,
Yes.
I remember him talking about that.
He didn't believe him, did he? He said, "Nah, I didn't take that seriously."
That's what it sounded like.
I thought he was just making up his little story, right?
That's what it sounded like, yes.
Okay. So, and then he continues to tell you how he trusted this murderer, Michael Miller, right? Told you
Yes.
trusted him
He
a number of
He
times.
told us multiple times that he trusted him, yes.
He told you that Michael Miller knew that Sharon and Thomas were going out to eat at the charcoal room and then a movie, right?
Correct.
Tommy tells you they didn't go to the movie, right?
Yes,
And then they went back home to, for lack of a better word,
Uh-uh.
have sexual relations.
yes,
He just says it in a bad way, doesn't he?
yes.
You knew that Mr. Miller, or you being told, had a key to that house.
Yes, that he had it at some point, but had returned it.
There was no sign of forced entry, was there?
No, there wasn't.
But there's a pair of keys. There's a pair of keys in a lock to the shed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
A pair of keys?
Do you remember some keys that are left in a,
Yes. I remember the photograph of those keys, yes.
where was that leading to? What was, if I went in that door and walked in, what would I be going into?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see the reference shot for that particular set of keys.
What? Whose keys were those?
I don't know.
If I wanted to show them to the jury, did you impound them? Were those keys impounded?
No, we only impounded the keys that were inside the black fabric bag.
There was, on a set of keys, sometimes they have, I do, like you have your shopping or card. You know what I'm
Yes.
talking? On these keys, it appeared that there were things like that, shopping. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Whose name was on
I don't know. Which keys you're talking about?
the keys that we're talking about that are in that lock?
I'm not sure.
So it's fair to say there is a set of keys out there that was not impounded, right? At that house. It was in a lock,
Yes.
wasn't impounded,
No.
wasn't tested for any forensics.
No.
We didn't record who is on those cards at all.
No.
We don't know whose they are.
No.
Look at
I'm
her.
showing you what has been admitted as State 15.
She's so
Do you
cute.
see those keys in the door?
Yes, I do. That's the reference shot I was referring to.
And so fair to say, we know it's a pair of keys, set of keys, we just don't know anything about it. Right? I mean, that's.
I don't know whose keys they are. No.
Your Honor, given the parameters, what you've told me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are going to take our lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference to. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case, so it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:25. We will be in recess until 1:40.
All rise for the jury.
Lucy's had it. Lucy's like, this is not what I signed up for. Turn off that awful noise. Look how cute she is, though. She's like, I don't like this. I don't like Tommy. Okay, so far, let's do a poll real quick, and then I'm going to take her out. And we'll come back and talk. Do you think Cross has helped defense create doubt? Yes or no? Look at her. Look at that little baby. She's staring at me. I don't know if y'all can see that, but she's staring at me. She hears me talking about her. Trying to work out where Lucy's head is. She's a ball of fluff. You can see it now. Her head is right. Oh, there she is. She's like passed out. We got up at 4 a.m. this morning. So that I could finish the podcast episodes. So, which are out now, by the way. Look at her. Oh, gosh. I just love her. See, this is the good thing about having Lucy with us on Lucy Cam, because you have to deal with crap like Mr. Bean and Tommy and Joshy. And then when you start getting really annoyed, you can just look at little bitty baby Lucy. She is like chilled until I say the OUT word. When I say OUT, then she'll like perk up. Hello to those of y'all joining us. You're right in time for us to finally get a break from having to hear Mr. Bean and his nonsense. I'm really curious, and I want y'all, when you're answering this poll about do you think that the defense has this defense has helped poke any holes in it, I want you to really like take out of consideration how much we dislike them, like, and truly just despise them. And think about it from a juror standpoint. Do you think that there has been anything that they have done or said that, look at her. She's like, I'm over it. I don't want to deal with Tommy. Do you think there's been anything that they have said that has, how is that even comfortable? Like, how is she even, the Chunk Bacon said, you should have said that before I voted. Yeah. Anything that, like, do you think that there's been anything that they said that actually created doubt in the jury's mind? Not, I mean, we know they're full of crap. You know, like, we're sitting here and we're like, I caught myself a minute ago. I was literally going, blah, 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 blah. I was literally doing that. This is what our life has come to. This is where we live now. This is our life. But if you take out of consideration how much we despise them and how little they have to work with, let's be honest, do you think that any of the stuff that they have done has helped to poke holes or create doubt? If you take out everything that we, like, all of our personal feelings and, you know, our lullabies and all of and all of that. Marilyn Williams says, counselor is doing the best to do his job he was hired to do. He just has an idiot for a client and not a lot to work with. And see, I think that my problem is coming in where he has not a lot to work with. You were absolutely right, Marilyn Williams. And I know he has a job to do. It is so hard for me, though, to look past that condescending tone. The condescending crap just drives me nuts. I have such a hard time with that. So when I look at people like Shabiznis, his, bless his heart, her attorney did not have, he didn't have nothing to work with. But because he didn't have that condescending tone and he was just doing the best with what he could and all that, I feel like he didn't drive me as crazy. But man, the way that and it all went downhill for me when they tried to tell Colleen that her mom talked bad about her to Tom. That was the moment I was like, nope, nothing else you say is going to resonate with me. And I am trying to give them, and y'all have seen it. I have tried to give credit when I can about, this, they did a good job on this or this, but that is so hard when you treat victims' families the way that they are. And that is that condescending tone. And then the way that they talk to them is just, and then pushing about that stupid tattoo. Not a fan. Yeah, Janice, I agree with you. Where'd this go? I think they have just thrown up a bunch of red herrings, not focused on the relevant facts. I 100% agree with you, Janice. Everything that they're bringing out, I think, has been all just red herrings. Like making a big deal about, and the thing I think that is also can be so annoying too is that whole aha, we got you. You didn't get the jewelry appraised. Well, no, we didn't get the jewelry appraised. Why do we need to get the jewelry appraised? It doesn't, it doesn't make any difference on these murder charges. Brienne, Malcolm, thank you. A juror could see doubt if they believe the twisted facts of the witness call and the twisted way he turns facts for the timeline. See, and that's one of the things too that I keep thinking about is the way he twists things and the way that he changes things, and the thing that comes into we have a raid. Hello, RA raid. Hello. One of the things that really stood out to me was that one part where he said something about the door being propped open, and he said, oh, I propped the door open after I shot him so I could keep an eye on him. And then that changed to, oh, well, I propped the door open when I got home because I saw Sharon lying there and I got nervous. And everything was just very, he just changed everything based on, what fit his narrative in that moment. And that's it. Just, there's so many inconsistencies. There's really just so many inconsistencies. So which is really annoying. And that just the condescending tone is so frustrating. To have Colleen on the stand and, Colleen has been through so much, and to have her on the stand and, upset and crying and then, that horrible voicemail that he left where he's like, no wonder your mother didn't like you. And the defense attorney, how does he respond to that? By getting out there and saying, well, were you aware that your mom talked bad about you to Tom? No. Like that's probably what Tom said. That's probably what he scribbled on one of his stupid little notes with his stupid little crayon. I'm annoyed. But, that's what you get with Thami. All right, so what we are going to do is I'm going to leave this poll up. I'm going to take Miss Lucy out, and we will come back. I'll come back in just a few minutes. I'm going to, I hope, let's see, what time is it? 2:36, which means it's 12:36 there. 12:30, 1:30. So they'll become, so maybe y'all, we might actually get to Thami testifying today. How crazy would that be? That would be, I need to go mentally prepare myself for that. Actually, I need to go mentally prepare myself for that. We'll see how that goes. All right. RA people, hello. RA people, hello, hello. Is RA in the house? Let me see. I should have put my old lady glasses on. Welcome. This is the point in time when Lucy has started like looking at me and getting all antsy and wants me to take her out. So I'm going to take her out, and then we'll come back. I'm going to do another couple polls because I want y'all's input on some stuff. Oh, what if he testifies? I don't know if there's enough. Hello, recovery addict. Hello. I don't know if there's enough in my mini fridge to get me through a Thami testimony. All right, so, oh yes, stickers are in. Can I show those? All right, am I allowed to show those? You know how we, let me pull this up. We were talking about the, let me pull it up. Come on, where is it? Here it is. You know how we were talking about the, there it is. Look how good it looks. The 10,000, 10K giveaway party day, the stream we're going to do when we hit 10,000. We've still got a little bit of time, but we're starting to plan it now because it's going to be a big deal. We're excited about it. And since we have so many crossovers, we have so many that are a part of both. Look at these awesome stickers. Y'all have started the term 13th addicts for all of us who are 13thers and recovery addicts. And how cool is this? RA did this. It has, the top are our colors here for the different milestones. And then the ones on the bottom are the ones for recovery addict, the colored milestones. And then of course the 13 is our font for the 13th. And then addicts is that font. So everything is like, it's conjoined. It's like our one big family. How cool are those? So RA is going to be nice enough to not only design these, but also we're going to have 10 of these to give away for the 10K giveaway party day. Isn't that cool? I love them. I'm so excited because there are so many of us that are members of both. So I love that. And I think they, oops, where'd it go? I think they are. Yeah. How cool are they? How cool are these? I'm so excited. So we'll have to add these to our list of the 10 things that we're giving away. And if y'all missed it, Kathy, I know I'm coming. She's bringing me more flip-flops. She's like, it's time. I'm ready. I don't know what you're doing. Kathy from, well, y'all know Kathy. Everybody knows Kathy. Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. She is making the crochet crowns that she makes. She sent me one, and she sent JT one, and she has one that she wears. She's sending 10 of those for us to give out for our giveaway too. I know, I'm coming. So cool. Very excited and looking forward to it. So cool. All right. I am going to take her out real quick. We are going to pause for the cause, and I'm going to take her out, let her go potty, and then we will be right back. And I've got a couple of polls that I want to do, and we're going to talk about everything that we just saw. So, but she's now brought me 3 flip-flops, and 2 of them match. So now I have to go out. I will see y'all in just a minute. Can y'all hear the crickets? They keep going. It's kind of relaxing though. But if I listen to them too much, I'll be falling asleep like old Thommy. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back. Y'all, I posted while I was scarfing down food. By the way, let's see who said what. Getting some wine ready was number one answer, followed by scarfing, which it's really all of the above. For those of y'all who were saying all of the above, yes, all of the above. I was spying on y'all, and I was doing calm breath exercises for Thommy to prepare myself and for Mr. Bean while I was scarfing down food and getting some wine ready just in case. So for whoever answered whatever, you are all correct and you all get a gold star. For those of you who asked about the 13th Juror podcast, it's on everything. I mean, it's on wherever you your podcast, but this is it looks like our little logo. So, and then I put it on I think I put the Apple one on Twitter. So this is the Apple podcast link. But it's if you just type in 13th Juror podcast, it should come up. And it's the same little thing that you see. Let's see. Crickets aren't peaceful when they get inside the house. Yeah, we had crickets in the house. It's been a few years ago. That's when I was living in Ohio, and they got in there, and they are so loud inside the house. It is crazy. Nobody thought that he would, but he told, he said in an interview, who did he say it to? I can't remember now. I've seen so many interviews. I can't remember who he said it to. It was right before the trial. And he said that he is going to testify, that he wants to tell his version of the story. Now, do I think that his attorneys will try everything they possibly can to convince him not to? Yeah. Because who would want to, like, what attorney would want to have to deal with Thommy up there saying whatever the heck Thommy wants? So I think that they will try to talk him out of it. But he said right before the trial started, he said that his intention is to testify. So that'll be interesting. Let's see. Yeah, Lindsay Hendricks, if you could, we're on Google. I mean, we're on everything. I tried to put the links, but I try. I try to get as much as I can in the time that I can, and I only looked up Apple. Let's see. Hello, Gail P. in South Africa. It is good to see you. Glad you are here. Did his attorney say in opening that he would testify? He might have. I don't remember. It's very possible. Because I remember he said he was going to. Nobody thinks he should. But we're all kind of here for that train wreck. He thinks he knows everything. He thinks he knows everything. I'm actually, if y'all do listen to the podcast, leave us a review, please. It's podcasts are one of those things where, there's 1 million of them out there, and we're just a little bitty one, and just starting it. And I had started doing the Letitia trial, and then when I started streaming Valo, I stopped doing the Letitia trial because there's no way that I could do the recap videos for Letitia during the day plus follow along with Valo and then stream Valo all night and then still do the podcast. So I have stopped doing it for a while, and now I've had so many people requesting that we do them. So so if you do if you do listen, please give us a review and share it with your friends. It helps us to grow. I know that the first one is on YouTube, but the other ones have not been. They were just on, and it's just a slideshow on YouTube. It's just different pictures and stuff. But the rest of them aren't. YouTube gave me a bunch of trouble trying to get that on there, so we haven't put them on there. They're just on the anywhere you get your podcast. They should be on iHeart as well. Let me double check. Is there like a central place that has all of the links? I guess I could put all of the links on the actual website, which would make more sense, but I haven't had time to do the website either. Let's see, iHeartRadio. That's Apple, Audible. There's TuneIn, YouTube, Podcast Addict. Oh, I guess I have to go to iHeartRadio. Oops, podcast. Yep, we are on. Oops, I didn't realize I'm blocking everything. We are on iHeartRadio too. I'll tweet it. There we go. I'll see if I can, in all my spare time, like I have spare time. I woke up at 4 a.m. just to finish these. So spare time is not something I have a whole lot of, but I will try. I will try to see if I can get the website updated with the links to all of them. I think it's on Pandora, isn't it? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't even know how to work Pandora. Castbox. Y'all let me make a list real quick so I can do this, because I will try to do this today, because it'll make it easier than trying to answer this every time. Tell me where you listen to your podcasts. Am I a perfectionist? Yes. And it's a problem. And I've tried to get better about that, about just letting things go. So if there's any issues with it, don't tell me, because I woke up at 4 to do it. And if there's any issues with it, I would just like to believe in my heart of hearts that it's perfect and there's no problems. Because I'm too tired to go back and fix it now. Okay, let's see. Apple, YouTube, Spotify, Castbox, Amazon. Okay. Audible. Pinterest has them. I didn't know Pinterest had them. Spotify, I got that one. Podbean. Google. Okay. All right. I think I've got all of those. So I'll try to I will try to get those. I'll try to get the podcast. I bought the domain for the podcast. I have brandychurchwell.com, and then I have the 13th.live for the stream, and then I bought 13th.podcast.com too, but I just haven't had time to get it up and going. Thank you, Sherry Smith. I don't know if the new ones are on there, but I'll double check for that too. Because I know at least the first one, maybe the first two. But we'll look. The podcasts are cool because it's a lot more work. However, there are a lot of things that I've caught going back.
Motion and the state's response, because one, I don't believe we can order that in that fashion because of the cases I cited to the court, including Johnson and some other cases. And two, she has not violated that whatsoever. The judge allowed them to communicate via telephone and or gosh, there's so many different media ways to communicate, but they couldn't be in person. And she's honored that. She doesn't go out at all other than to come to my office. The court allowed her to go see her grandparents. And other than that, she's at home. She doesn't go out. You don't see her at Walmart, anywhere else.
Walmart. There's always Walmart.
Going to college. And of course, her professors, even though she's doing this by Zoom, I'm not sure what they're going to require when it comes time for examinations as to whether she can do those via that method or she has to go to down to the university and take examinations. We're trying to avoid all those problems this semester.
Happy anniversary, Chunk
in
of
any
Bacon.
event, we have some time to consider this, Judge, but wow. In case you need to have more time to look at it, or the state needs more time. But
this is the
I
trash
would ask
can baby murder case.
That restriction
hearing
of being able to have contact and with her boyfriend be removed, and that and the other reason for bringing this is I didn't want her to get in trouble in another city because they run across each other in a classroom or on the campus, even if it were by accident. We're just trying to do everything up front. There's not been any issue otherwise. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, let me ask you some questions because I'm kind of limited on what I can pull up and do my own research while I have my screens up here. I can't quite do that. It says I guess the authority that the prohibition was issued is under 3311B. Can you summarize that for me? What is that?
That is the domestic violence statute. Let me hang on just a second, Judge. I can pull it up real quick. Let me get to the argument. Give me just a split second here.
Your
No,
Honor, it's the nature of the relationship.
she's not in
That's
jail.
what the court was citing to in the conditions of release at the pretrial detention, defining continuing personal relationship.
That is correct. But my point is, this is not a domestic violence situation between the two of them whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And that statute shouldn't apply. What should apply is that we can't, she hasn't been convicted of anything. She's not on probation. And as long as they don't discuss the case, they should be able to see one another. And that kind of prohibition, and I don't want to get into all the marriage equality cases, but those are the cases in which really the rights that you have in that regard have been explicitly spelled out by our Supreme Court in the cases that I've cited to the court. All right.
Okay. Well, I was wondering because I was thinking that was under some domestic relations ruling. That's what I thought. Okay. So this is under the DV statute?
Yeah.
That's the authority that was used to prohibit the contact. It's not because he's a potential witness. Is that right, Ms. Luce? He's not going to be a witness in the case?
Your Honor, he could be a witness, but at the point that Judge Finger made in the findings, he mirrored what Judge Shoebridge did in the Alexis Sevilla case, was that he did not want her to have a relationship that could result in a pregnancy. And we end up in a similar situation again as to what had occurred. That is what Judge Finger was doing in restricting. It was restricting contact. And the state disagrees with defense counsel that the court doesn't have the authority to do that. The analogy would be a DWI case and the court saying you cannot consume alcoholic beverages while this case is pending. Once probable cause is found and probable cause has been found, this court can set restrictions to ensure that there is no conduct that could lead to a further crime involved in this case. And that is why Judge Finger made that restriction. He used that definition because, they weren't married. Maybe they weren't officially boyfriend, girlfriend. He used that continuing personal relationship to say that she was not to have that. The court can look at what happened in the Alexis Sevilla case out of Lovington with Judge Shoebridge. He specifically restricted her from having any contact with any male individuals that were not family individuals. Obviously she had people that lived in her home with her because of the nature of what had happened. Recognize in that case that child survived. This case is different. And so the state believes that the court can fashion conditions of release that allows her to attend a university that this same individual could attend. Maybe they're in the same class, maybe they're in the same lab, the same bookstore, the same restaurant, but it's no different. There's no reason for her to have a relationship with this person based on what the facts of this case are at this time. They haven't made any showing that there's any, they didn't bring him in to testify. They didn't bring it.
Okay, real quick. So she showed up at a hospital and she said that she had lower back pain. She went to the bathroom, locked the door, and after they told her that she was pregnant, and it's kind of crazy because she was arrested. They found her baby in the bathroom inside of a trash bag, not breathing. She was arrested, and they said that an autopsy showed that the baby died by lack of oxygen. So she's being charged with first degree murder is what they said. And then there was something I read. Let me see if I can pull it up. Alternatively, intentional child abuse resulting in death or something like that. I'll have to pull it up.
Improper.
With doctors that I have lots of confidence in a different community. And
Well,
the Judge Finger was confronting and his fear. We've taken great steps to make certain that doesn't happen.
Yeah, locked herself in the bathroom, gave
Well,
birth, left the baby in a trash bag.
I would really like
In
to
the
look
bathroom.
at this more, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to modify the conditions of release. I'll allow her to go. It's New Mexico State in Las Cruces, right?
That's correct, Your Honor. It is.
Big university, huge. I don't know what the student count is, but I'm sure it's several thousand. Las Cruces is a sizable city. Personally, counsel, I'm really trying to get in my mind how you can invoke a domestic violence prohibition against personal contact. First off, nobody's invoked the DV statute. There's been no allegation of domestic violence. I don't think that translates into this. I really don't. My gut reaction is that does not translate. Granted, you can order that anybody who's under charges cannot commit any further criminal acts. And I certainly think that's absolutely reasonable. She should get her conditions revoked if she gets charged with any further criminal acts. But I don't see how the DV statutes can even be applied in this case, notwithstanding what Judge Schubert said originally or anything else. Certainly, she commits any other criminal act, she should have her conditions of release reviewed, absolutely. But I really don't think that a DV statute defining continuing personal relationship and prohibiting such can be translated into this situation. That's my read on it. Honestly, I think you can stretch that. I do advise that she may not commit any other criminal acts of any sort. I don't want her to get a traffic ticket or anything else. I will let her go to Mexico State. That's a big, big university.
Thank you, Judge. I'll do an order on it. Judge, how many days or weeks may Ms. Luce and I have to do findings and conclusions? And I assume the state would rather I proceed with mine first so they can respond, but I don't care how we want to do it.
How do you want to do this? I wish I had a good clerk to help me with my legal research. You know, this is all on me, so you got little old me doing this too. So,
well, Judge, what if I have my Ms. Lewis? What suggestions do you have for when we
how
get?
long do you need to get a findings of fact to me?
Okay. Well, Your Honor, we usually do 2 weeks, and then we'll give the. It's going to go first to the second.
We've got somebody. All right.
Aliens.
Mute them, but
if you're going to
Someone
have.
has been trying to get in and out constantly by using our names on here.
folks, I need everyone to mute other than counsel. Thank you.
Your Honor, 2 weeks is fine. I can get mine to the court in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Things and conclusions on these issues.
All right.
And I'll do the orders on the other.
Okay.
And
then, Your Honor, if we can have an additional week before we have to file our findings and conclusions.
Sure, that's fine.
that's fine with me, Judge. And do we want to do anything on that deposition situation today, Ms. Luce, or would you rather we wait on that and you and I just talk?
Your Honor, I would ask that if we can't come to an agreement on it, that we set that at a later date.
Sure, that's fine. Okay. I got to tell you, both counsel, and I really do appreciate you're both rational, competent, really good attorneys, and I really enjoy having you in my court, and you save this court a whole lot of headache. I appreciate that. That's duly noted.
All right. That's all I had for today.
Okay. Somebody. Isabel is having a little hissy fit here on our sound system, I guess. I don't know who Isabel is.
It's happening.
All right. Okay, counsel. And Miss Luce's screen. Okay, no, she hadn't. It was frozen for a second. All right. If you'll all prepare me the appropriate orders, what I'm taking under advisement is the issues on the suppression motion and privilege motion. And you'll submit findings of fact to me in 2 weeks and then an additional week after that. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, folks. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be in recess.
Interesting. They had their little alien invasion, and look, we're only 25 minutes away from ours. Every day at 4:00, for whatever reason. No clue why. No clue why. The whole thing about how they didn't know she was pregnant. Have y'all seen that video of her out there cheerleading? That child didn't look like she just ate a big old burrito. That child looked like she was about to pop out a youngin'. So you cannot convince me that not a dang one of them didn't know that there's a bun in that oven. I mean, after I get me a, pooch going after, by the end of Taco Tuesday, but there ain't no way you can confuse that belly with just gaining a little weight. It's about to pop out a youngin'. I don't get it. New Mexico. New Mexico. Her friends knew. She talked about it. Because didn't her parents say that they didn't know? Last I heard. I have not looked at now y'all know I like to be clear about stuff. I have not looked at the newest stuff on that. I have not been following it closely. So the last I saw was that video. But that child was not bloated. That child was expecting. Don't just put our state's government name out like that. My bad. I was somewhere out west. How's that? Somewhere out west. Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, 9 months pregnant. Taco Tuesday is not Taco Tuesday is definitely less. The pooch situation is less on a Taco Tuesday than it is when you were 9 months pregnant. Facts. Have y'all seen that video? Let me find the video. We're going to see the video. Come on now. That is not. That ain't Taco Tuesday. There's more too. There's let's see. Let me see if I can find the one that's like a. I mean, there ain't no way. That's not even. It's not even close. I don't think I can even find it. Actually, that reminds me. This same thing happened. Well, not the exact same, but there was a. I don't know if y'all heard of Skylar Richardson. She had a baby. She's a teenager. Real pretty girl. She lived in Carlisle, which was not far from where I lived when I lived in Ohio for those 6 years. But she had a baby and buried it in her backyard. She was charged, and I think she ain't doing prison time. Let me see what happened to her. Yeah, she was found not guilty. This is her. This is, well, it's gone. I thought there were pictures. There it is. That's her. But she was found not guilty. She had an eating disorder and stuff. I don't know. It's just the whole thing is just. There are so many options for those sweet babies. So many options. Alrighty. Yes. Buried it. Made the grave for little baby outside. Hello, Unique Detail LLC. We were actually just watching that as well. Yeah, the Skylar Richards one. I'm trying to remember because they that one they said that she try to burn the body too, if I remember, or is that a different one? And then babies, y'all. There's so many options. So many options if you feel like you can't handle it. I think someone is tired. It's Lucy. Lucy's tired. Shut up. Amanda Davis, I just got that email. Ugh. Goodness gracious. All right, let's see. I'm going to do, let me unpin our message because they'll be coming back any minute. Their time is up. We're going to do another poll. Try to wake me up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. All right. To state will rest today. You think state will rest today, and then we'll go from there. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'll hide it. I got me an energy drink so that I can perk up. It's going to be a long cross and redirect, and rebuttal. They're going to go back and forth the whole time. They're going to go back and forth and back and forth. And it's going to be like, would you like a recross? Yes. Would you like a redirect? Yes. Would you like a redirect? Yes. Would you like a recross? Yes. Do we live here now? Yes. Yes, this is supposed to be. I hid that one from y'all. This is supposed to be the last witness. So once this is over and they go back and forth and argue over this for the longest time, then we will then we'll be done. I gotta stand up. Here, I gotta stand up. I gotta wake up. We'll do. Waking myself up. 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 I'm not doing Thami yoga. Thami yoga is weird. He grunts too much. And my grunts are ladylike, unlike Thami. Waking myself up. Waking myself up. Waking myself up. Oh.
Okay.
No problem, Counselor.
Okay. So we left off and we were talking about
Waking myself up.
key to keys that were left in a door, and this is State's Exhibit 16. Is that the keys we're talking about?
That's a close-up of the keys you showed me earlier, yes.
Okay. And fair to say those were not impounded?
No, they were not.
Now, after you left that early morning on May 9th, that scene was not kept.
What happened? Aliens! Come back. What happened? Did they mess this up? Did they start another stream like they did the other day? Aliens are 10 minutes early today. They're not supposed to come ruin everything till 4. What is going on? Patty Poo. The law and crime thing says that it's going to that motion hearing that we just watched. So it's law and crime stuff. It's not even us this time. Well, it's not us usually, actually. They'll probably start a new stream like they did every other time they did this. Dang it, aliens. Free Malcolm. I went to court in New Mexico, and Malcolm says, we do have Roswell here, Area 54. And Fahmy even talked about Area 54 in one of his interviews. Studio 54, Area 51. Yes. Tell me I need more sleep without telling me I need more sleep. Studio 54, Area 51. Two different things, both just as entertaining. I'm trying to look to see if they start a new one. And I'm also trying to wake up my face. Dang it, come on now. Studio Area 52.5. It's all right. Well, now we just wait on them to get their life together. But then the thing is, as soon as they get their life together and come back, then it'll be 4 o'clock and the aliens will invade again. I mean, we only got 6 or 7 minutes till that. Yeah, I get silly when I get tired too. I get a little bit like how I am now. You know. Sing us a song. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go. No, don't. No. Bad song. Bad song. Bad.
What has been admitted as 168, that's the jewelry we were discussing, right?
This is what has
Yes,
been
the
admitted.
jewelry was laid out, that was in the bag was laid out and photographed and documented for us.
And you have, remember I was asking you about hoop earrings and gold, and you said, well, gold medal looking things, right? There's a lot of gold medal looking things there.
We're always going to say yellow metal in our report. We can't value those things or determine right there on the spot that it's gold.
But it could be valued, right? I mean,
Certainly.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I want to show you what's being admitted as States 167. Do you see those 4 what appear to be gold and silver coins?
Oh, yes, I see what you're talking about there. You're trying to show me the bag. Yes, I can see those.
And they're in plastic.
Yes.
And you don't know what they're worth or if it's solid gold or...
Have no idea.
Just so we're clear, in your officer's report, you describe that this is mostly cosmetic jewelry. Did you make that statement?
Yes, it's inaccurate. It's costume.
You mean that's what you meant? Not that that's costume jewelry?
Oh, I meant that it's mostly costume jewelry. Yes.
That's your opinion.
It was my opinion.
And just so I can go back to the shoes for a second, States Exhibit 52, do you see that Reebok shoe right behind Mr. Miller's leg?
Yes, it appears as though his left leg is actually on top of it.
And you see that those items I'm pointing to, that's what we were talking about with paramedics coming in and checking for pulse.
Right, that's the backside. They actually stick the sensors on, and then that's what they peeled off.
We just become best friends. Yep.
Welcome, Sherilyn. Welcome to the family. I wish I had some cosmetic jewelry to give you as a gift.
We determined that there was a cell phone at the residence that didn't belong to him.
By a person named Corey Thompson.
That sounds familiar, yes.
So you found a phone in Mr. Miller's room, but it was registered to a Corey Thompson.
Yes.
And without telling me what Corey Thompson said, you talked to him, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And
thank you.
What you can tell us without saying anything he said is there was no connection between Corey Thompson and Michael Miller.
Not that he knew, no.
Except for the fact that his cell phone, Corey Thompson's cell phone, was found in Mr. Miller's possession.
Yes.
The life insurance that we've talked about, this was taken out by Sharon Randolph, correct?
It's signed, and the documents are signed by Sharon Randolph, so yes, I would assume she's taking out the policy.
And in order to get life insurance, you need to go through a medical, get blood, those kind of things, right?
I've heard advertisements where you don't have to, but yes, most of the time you do.
You have no reason to believe that didn't occur in this case.
I have no reason not to believe that.
Okay. And so this is life insurance that Sharon Randolph has gotten so that she could protect her loved ones, right?
I would assume that.
And I noticed that the date on this insurance, a lot of it was 2006, right?
Yes.
A couple of years before.
Yes.
It wasn't 2 months before the incident or a month before the incident, right?
Correct.
And at least one of them that we don't have the policy, as you point out, but she was actually having her wages, money was taken out of her wages to pay for the premium.
Yes.
Quit writing, Tommy.
Found strong opioid medicine connected to Mr. Randolph, his prescriptions. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had a discussion with Mr. Randolph about how potentially strong they were. Do you remember that?
Yes.
These are strong medications, as you're aware, right?
Correct.
They have effects upon people, don't they?
Certainly.
When you went and said, you told the jury words to the effect of, I was there to keep the peace while Colleen moved into the house that was had been shared by Sharon and Tommy. Were you in a uniform?
No, and she was there to have the locks changed, that the agreement had occurred between the attorneys.
Mr. Randolph had numerous belongings in that house, didn't he?
I'm certain.
Including he had a Harley Davidson in the shed, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that he was going to go in and he was going to get his belongings, right?
Yes.
And you told him that's not happening. No court.
4 o'clock every day.
Absolutely. What authority?
Every day.
Strike that. When you did
For
that,
like a week now.
He has a right to his belongings, does he not, sir?
At that point, nothing was to leave the house because that's what had been agreed upon between the attorneys on both sides.
There was no court order that he couldn't take his belongings.
I
Nothing.
didn't see a court order, no.
So you were just deciding as a homicide detective that that man wouldn't be allowed, Mr. Randolph wouldn't be allowed to take his belongings that day when he showed up, right?
On that day, no.
After that, Mr. Randolph makes claims, right? I saw that he made claims for insurance, right? Do you remember? That it's not right away, a month, 2 later, correct?
Yes.
There was a conversation about Thomas Randolph on the 911 call saying Mike had been ripping him off. Do you remember that?
Yes, very early on in the call.
And do you recall that he was questioned, Mr. Randolph was questioned about that, within hours about what he meant by that? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that, and I am looking at the 5-9 statement, page 60, counsel. Do you recall that Thomas Randolph clarified and said, what I was saying on the 911, what I was probably referring to is he was ripping me off the act right then. He was ripping us off right then. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Fire extinguisher. You have talked about this fire extinguisher, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a statement that the fire extinguisher was on top of the refrigerator, right? Do you remember this?
That Mr. Randolph said that the fire extinguisher fell off of the refrigerator.
And you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you looked up there and there was no dust mark or something that you thought should be there. Fair?
Correct.
Could we look at a picture of that?
Of the lack of a dust ring? No, I
The
didn't have it.
top of that refrigerator looking down so we could see what you were saying?
No.
So you found this important, yet we don't have a single picture of it, do we?
No.
What was below that refrigerator, sir?
A carpet, semicircle carpet.
And you looked at the top of the refrigerator, things were sort of disheveled. Do you recall that?
There was a oscillating fan that was on top of a crock pot. That would be out of place.
And Mr. Miller was laying right against that fridge, right?
Yes, his left shoulder was against the fridge,
And in fact, the fridge was dented, was it not?
dented.
Yes, it was dented. Did you see a dent in the fridge right by Mr. Miller's body?
No, I didn't see a dent.
Did you look for it?
Did I look for a dent?
Yes, sir.
Condescending tone.
Not in particular.
Because if there's a dent in the fridge, that means something hit it pretty hard, right? To dent a fridge.
Certainly.
And you didn't notice it.
No, I didn't see a dent. I didn't make note of a dent.
And there was, you noted a mark on the bottom or on some part of that fire extinguisher showing that there was sort of like a dent or some type of defect.
Yes, on the edge of the bottom edge of the fire extinguisher, there was a flat portion where it appeared to have struck possibly a concrete surface.
And you pointed out to the jury that there was a screw to the left. If I'm looking at the refrigerator to the left, there was a single screw.
Yes.
After Sharon's death, you can see with records, banking records, that Thomas Randolph was having to take money out of credit cards or use credit cards. He's trying to survive, right? You see that?
I don't know the purposes for him with his finances. I have
Trying
no
to
idea.
survive.
Did you look for a bike
Yes, we did.
in the area?
Yes, we did.
Because you wanted to know how Michael Miller could have gotten away, right?
Because we wanted to know how he got there in the first place. Based on Mr. Randolph said that Mike would often come over to the house on a bicycle. So we looked to see if there was a bike anywhere.
But you didn't find one, did you?
No, we didn't.
So you were concerned about who could be a getaway driver, right?
I didn't think about a getaway driver. No.
What was Mr. Miller's girlfriend's vehicle type?
I don't know.
Oh, they're gonna bring her into it too? They're just bringing everybody in it.
During the interview that we heard just now, you saw Thomas Randolph answer his phone and talk with Colleen. Remember that?
I heard him say that he
Colleen.
would call. He said Colleen and he would call her back.
You learned that Sharon Randolph had provided things to Michael Miller, right?
Yes.
She was kind to him, right?
Yes.
Lastly, Thomas Randolph said that Sharon's problem, if she had one, was that she gambled too much, right? He said that to you.
Yes.
He said that his problem is he's cocky. Do you remember him, Thomas Randolph, saying about his own problem that he's cocky? You remember him saying that?
I remember him saying too cocky.
Too cocky.
Yes.
And he said that Michael Miller didn't have a steady job. That was his.
No, he called him a bum. That's what he said.
Yes.
If we're gonna get technical.
Of course he did.
He didn't say he didn't have a job. He said he's a bum, but that he works good. All right, clear it up. Clear it up, prosecution. Hello? Hello? Prosecution? Hello? Thami's still writing notes. What are you writing, Thami? Commissary list. What's he adding to his list right now, other than ramen noodles and honey buns? He's still showing his stupid notes.
May I proceed? Thank you so much. All right. Well, that's a lot of things to cover. I'm going to try to do the best I can to track it. Okay, Detective. At the very beginning of cross-examination, there were some questions about Bartlett. Remember, in the 911 call and the timing. Do you remember all that?
I do.
Clear it up.
There was some talk about collecting, reviewing the phone records and seeing Bartlett called at 8:33. Do you remember that?
Yes.
8:33:36.
Okay. How long was the length of that phone call?
About 4.5 minutes. 270 seconds.
seconds. So exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds, correct?
Yes.
If you add 4 minutes to 8:33, what do you get?
About 8:38.
Okay, so if you add the 4.5 minutes, you get to 8:38, right?
Yes.
That is not 8:45, correct?
It is not 7 minutes shy.
But that's when the 911 call happens, right?
Correct.
Speaking of records, you also collected phone records, Vonage records for the defendant, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And they were included in records you submitted to our office, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, in relation to kind of the gun, there were some questions about the timing of these gunshots. The defendant said he didn't hear those shots because he was hard of hearing, correct?
Yes, and he had the radio turned up loud inside the Hyundai Tucson as he was parking.
Did you or someone else ever take a step inside that vehicle to hear the sound in the car?
Detective Mogg did.
Okay, was it abnormally loud?
No, he noted that the radio was being played at normal volume or reasonable volume.
Okay, so there were questions on cross-examination about a gunshot wound, a penetrating gunshot wound.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so you weren't here for the testimony of Dr. Gavin, correct?
No, I was not.
So you didn't hear necessarily the manner in which he ordered or numbered the shots, correct?
No, I wasn't.
And when I say order, I just mean like the order of the shots as she examined them, not necessarily the sequence, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
She examined the wounds, not the shots and stuff.
You're right. So my apologies. Publishing Exhibit 330.
Here's the one that he calls the little cartoon.
Probably could just turn off the light, couldn't I? I knew how to turn off the light.
I mean, it's almost as good.
Okay, great. All right. So, looking at gunshot wound number 4, do you see that there?
I do.
It's your understanding that one came through on the left side of his body, right?
On the left side of his chest.
And it's a penetrating one, meaning it didn't exit out of his body, correct?
No, it was recovered on his right back above the hip.
Okay, so that one is on the left side. Is that
Correct.
right? And with respect to this shot here, the one that you've seen you're probably there when the trajectory rods were being done. Remember
Yes.
that? That one also is on the left-hand side. Left-hand side. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. This second shot, your understanding is that second shot at the head also starts at the left-hand side, right? Up near the top of the head.
It does.
And it goes downwards. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's also on the left.
Yes.
And then the fifth one, the one that enters the back of the elbow, that's also on the left-hand side of the body, right?
Yes, it's the back of the elbow and it exits the forearm.
So 4 of those are on the left. And then the only other shot that's actually not on the left side is at least marked as number 3. Remember one that enters kind of near the left side, near the abdomen, and then goes straight up and then kind of comes out near, I don't know, near the collarbone-ish area here, right on the right side.
Exactly. That's the one I thought Mr. Orm was talking about when we were discussing it, is that shot.
Okay, so just to be clear, 4 of them from the left side, 1 of them in the middle, but that's number 3, correct?
Correct.
There were questions about soot, stippling. Do you remember that?
I do.
And there was talk about clothing and skin and whether stippling shows up on skin versus clothing, things of that nature. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. You had said you wouldn't expect there to be stippling present on his abdomen. Why was that again?
Because he had a thick hooded sweatshirt on, and then he had that white Henley t-shirt on underneath, which was also thicker.
And essentially the hot powder, if it touches your exposed skin, that's what leaves the burn.
It's actually, stippling is the high velocity unburnt powder that's actually leaving little small contusions. It's leaving marks on there because it hits the skin so hard.
Okay. But as far as you wouldn't expect it on clothing in terms of stippling, because you're just going to see what defects in the clothing.
Possibly.
Let me ask you about gunshot residue. Is that a specific type of test or just more of a generalized test?
It's a generalized test. They'll take a swipe and then you can either have it tested or not.
And what is that supposed to catch if you're just in an area when gun residue is kind of floating in the air?
Absolutely. If you're in an enclosed car and someone fires a gun, you're going to have gunshot residue on you.
And just to be clear, I mean, you were there at the walkthrough, right?
Yes.
And the defendant says he shoots him when he's squared up on him in that hallway, right?
Yes.
And during interview number 1, I think he even indicates he was 3 feet or less from him.
Yes.
There were questions on cross-examination. Do you remember where he said, the defendant, he said he shot him while in the garage or nearby the garage. Do you remember those questions on cross?
I do.
Okay. When you went to the walkthrough, how is the defendant gesturing he shot him while kind of in the garage? Where is he aiming at that point during the walkthrough? What do you remember the defendant saying?
At Michael Miller's head in response to the loud noise that scared him.
Okay. So does the defendant indicate that when he is shooting him, Miller is on the ground?
Yes.
And he also talks about, I got scared because of the fire extinguisher, right? It caused him to go bam, bam, right?
Because of the loud noise that scared him.
And just to be clear, what direction is Miller's feet pointing?
His feet are to the west and his head is to the east in the garage.
So his head is near the car, right?
Yes.
Like the front hood of the car, and his feet are going back towards Sharon, right?
And his feet are going back towards where the water heater is on the west side of the garage.
Okay. And where is Mr. Randolph saying he is positioned? Where is he? What body part of Mr. Miller is he closest to?
He'd be closest to his head.
Well,
The midsection.
Well, doesn't he say he's standing by his feet by the lip of the door when doesn't he lean down and do this?
He stands in the threshold and fires. He said bam, bam each time.
Okay, so Mr. Miller's feet, based on that walkthrough, are closest to Mr. Randolph.
It'd be,
And he's leaning down and he's shooting towards his head.
yeah, it'd be just based on where he is in relation to the door frame. He could be, say, towards the back of his legs.
And this second gunshot starts at the top of his head,
Yes.
which is closest to the front fender of the car.
Yes.
His head is opposite of his feet.
Yes.
And Mr. Randolph is standing by his feet.
Yes.
And that bullet is traveling back towards his feet.
Yes.
This one, number 1, enters the left side of his head.
Yes.
And it's going across his head
Yes. Across and upward.
and upward. But Mr. Randolph says he's standing essentially right at the lip of the hallway into the garage.
Right at the threshold. Yes.
But that gunshot is going from left to right.
Yes.
But he's back behind the feet.
Yes.
And that is the area in the garage that he says he shoots this man.
Yes.
You were questioned about the fact you didn't interview a Mr. Hogue, is that correct?
Yes.
However, you did speak to 60 witnesses, correct?
Approximately. Yes.
You subpoenaed bank records?
Yes.
You subpoenaed phone records?
Yes.
You subpoenaed gaming records?
Yes.
You collected surveillance video
Yes, we did.
from a gas station and a casino.
Yes.
You also interviewed the defendant twice and did a walkthrough with him.
Yes.
There were questions on cross-examination about the garage light. Do you remember that on cross-examination?
Oh,
Yes.
Do you remember counsel talking about how the defendant said that Mr. Miller pushed the garage door? Do you remember that?
That he thought he was going for the garage door opener.
And that was kind of my point. The defendant never said that Miller successfully opened the garage door, only that he was trying to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because in order to turn that light on, you'd actually have to make contact with the garage.
Yes, you do. It's like a doorbell switch, and he had it mounted on the inside of the hallway.
And the defendant was interviewed not once, not twice, essentially 3 times, if you include the walkthrough.
Yes.
At no point does he say that Mr. Miller successfully touched the garage door, causing it to open.
No.
And then there were questions about the fact that the defendant said that when he kind of re-entered the house going into the hall, that he touched that light a second time after the garage door closed. Do you remember being asked that on cross?
Yes, when he first sees Sharon in the hallway.
And that's said during the walkthrough, isn't that right?
Yes.
And does he say that right?
Objection leading.
Okay. When does the defendant say he touched the garage light?
Right after he came in and saw Sharon laying there, he thought to maybe go get a neighbor, and he pushed he opened it and then closed it right then.
At this point in time in which he's describing this, has he encountered Mr. Miller at all?
No, it's right when he spotted Sharon on the
So
floor.
right when he walks in.
Yes.
So seconds after closing the garage door, he's now touching it a second time.
Yes.
So a matter of seconds.
Yes.
There were questions on cross-examination. Do you recall defense counsel asked you, and the defendant said he trusted Mr. Miller. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did he also refer to him as a bum?
Yes. He said it several times.
Did he also say this guy couldn't work to save his life?
Yes.
Yet he continued to hire him
Yes.
and continued to pay him
I presume so. Yes.
for months.
Yes.
There were questions about the defendant saying he didn't think Mr. Miller had a drug problem. Do you remember that? In an interview, he said, I don't think he had a drug problem. He drank.
No, yeah. Initially, I think he was confused about the question because he initially said, yes, he had a problem with drugs. And then he said he was talking about his drinking.
Okay, because he made the comment of he's black and he's buying a 40.
Right.
And then clarifies, I don't think he had a drug problem.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad he said that out loud.
You said you didn't review the talks, is that right?
I never received it.
Okay.
I checked the file even recently and I don't have it.
So if the medical examiner testified that it was only a metabolite of cocaine, you wouldn't have any reason.
Objection hearsay.
It's no different than how they've phrased this with respect to the medical examiner last time. Okay, so since you weren't here for the medical examiner, if the medical examiner said it was only a metabolite of cocaine, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that.
No.
Do you remember there were questions about the cell phone that's sitting on Sharon's dead body?
The house phone, yes.
The house phone, I'm sorry, the house phone that's sitting on her dead body.
Or
Remember
this one.
that?
Yes.
And there was this conversation about 9114. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, the defendant said he successfully calls 911, right?
Yes.
His discussion about being unsuccessful reaching 911 is prior to the last successful 911 call, right?
Yes.
And when the phone, the picture of her on her body, it's being taken, it's after all this is over, right?
Yes, and it stays connected all the way after.
So that's the condition of the phone after the last successful 911 call.
Yes.
I mean, detective, in your years of experience using handheld telephones, have you ever nudged just a button while on the phone before?
Certainly.
It didn't turn off your phone, right?
I've actually activated buttons with my face sometimes. Yes.
Okay. And we've heard the 911 call, right?
Yes.
And it goes for 18 minutes, right?
Yes.
Until finally someone from law enforcement turns it off.
Right.
Do you remember some questions about, it appears as when you looked at the scene, it appeared as if someone went through the drawers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think there was a question that was posed to you, like you've had some experience with people getting caught red-handed in the middle of kind of committing a burglary or something like that.
Yes.
Just to be clear, when you review the scene in those bags, it's lots of jewelry, right?
Yes, there was.
Okay. The defendant told you and your fellow officers that Miller was aware that he and Sharon were gone the week before up in Utah, right?
Yes. They'd just gotten back.
And did the defendant also say in his interviews that Miller knew that the night or the day after May 8th, they were leaving town to go back up to Utah?
Yes, that Mr. Randolph even said that was the purpose of stopping at Funny's to top off the tank so they could leave in the morning.
At any point in time, during any of the 3 interviews, did the defendant say that he and Sharon took all of the jewelry inside the house and took it up to Utah the week before May 8th?
No.
At any point in time, during any of the 3 interviews, and we'll include the walkthrough in that interview, did the defendant ever say, we plan to take all of the jewelry after May 8th up with us to Utah?
No.
So the jewelry, according to the defendant, still remained in the house before May 8th and after May 8th.
Yes.
But he had told Mr. Miller, we're going to be gone during those 2 time periods.
Yes.
I have another question, though. Did Mr. Miller, did the defendant tell you during these 3 interviews, or at least at some point during the 3 interviews, that Sharon
Josh
was up
quits.
in Utah the week before May 8th?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you at some point in these 3 interviews that Sharon planned to leave to go back up to Utah after May 8th?
Yes.
So May 8th was the day that she was in town.
Yes.
Do you remember there being a question on cross-examination about the 911 call and the fact that the defendant offered to help? Do you remember a question like that?
Yes.
Do you remember also being asked kind of a follow-up question that later on, I believe it's in interview number 2, that the defendant expresses to police that he's upset at the thought of his wife sitting on that cold floor? Do you remember those questions?
I do.
When you listened to the 911 call, does the defendant, when the fire department is asking him to provide CPR on his wife who's suffering from a gunshot wound, does he suggest or offer the idea, maybe I should go get the gun nearby Miller?
Yes, he did.
Does he in fact leave his wife instead of doing CPR at that point in time to go retrieve a gun?
Yes, just after 3 minutes in the call.
When he returns, when they are again asking to perform CPR, does he then offer, maybe I should go and lock the door? I'm going to go lock the door. Does he say that?
Yes, he did.
And essentially he doesn't do CPR and goes again for a second time, leaving his wife to go lock a door.
Yes, at about 3:51 in the call.
And then when he finally returns, and again, they're asking him you need to perform CPR. Does he offer the suggestion, well, how about if I go open the front door right now? Do you remember that?
He didn't specify front door.
Okay,
He
the
said
door.
the door. Yes, and that was just prior to starting compressions at 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
And the fire department tells him, no, you need to do this.
Yes,
And as you mentioned, 6 minutes have elapsed at this point.
over 6 minutes, yes.
Tommy's still writing his
Do you
notes.
remember there being a part of cross-examination where defense counsel asked you, well, the defendant said while he was in the house, he could see Miller. I think it might have been in reference to interview number 1. Do you remember that?
Interview number 1, he said he propped open the door so he could keep an eye on Miller, yes.
Okay. But when you look at that, what is the context in which when did he say, in that interview, when does he say he opens up the door so he can see Miller?
He just said, I can see him, he's on the floor.
But does he also say, and it's page 35, statement, counsel, first statement. So, would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of the first interview?
Certainly.
Okay. So, bottom of page 35.
Ashley Snow, happy
Start
anniversary.
with this question here, and it's in the middle, counsel. Start with this question here. And I wanted you to read this question and answer and this question and answer. And let me know if
I
that
believe so,
refreshes your
Jonathan.
memory of the context of
They get to
how
ask
he's
questions,
able to see Mr. Miller.
which is so much fun.
Okay. During that interview, Detective Mogg asked him what he did after he fired multiple shots at Miller.
Yes.
What does he say he does?
He said that he slid the carpet underneath the door and propped the door open.
This is what I mentioned
And he
earlier.
said so he would be able to see what was happening.
Yes.
So he could watch Mike. Another one of the inconsistencies.
So just to be clear, in that portion of the interview, this is after he has completed shooting at Miller entirely.
Yes.
Hallway as well as garage.
Said after those two shots. Yes.
Okay. Then he props the door open.
Yes.
It's in the aftermath.
Correct.
Oh, I bet they'll have
You
great
remember there
questions.
being a number of questions about the ski mask.
Yes.
There were some questions about decision. You've had a chance to see that ski mask, right?
Yes, I have.
And you've been doing this for how many years as an officer?
At that point, I'd been in homicide for 5 years and been on the department for quite a bit longer than that.
Okay. You've seen clothing that's been shot by bullets, right?
Yes.
Did that ski mask have a single bullet hole in it?
No.
Did it have any apparent blood in it?
No, it did not.
Was there any blood transfer somewhere around the ski mask?
No, there was not.
Despite the fact there may have been some, I don't know, some like stitching or whatever, you don't see any bullet holes.
No.
I would imagine you checked though, right?
Yes, we did.
That would be a big deal, right?
Yes. A crime scene analyst with gloves on examined the ski mask, and there was no blood on the ground when the mask was picked up as well.
When he is interviewed these 2 times, as well as during the walkthrough, he does indicate that the mask is on his head. Maybe rolled up, but it's on his head, right?
Yes.
Look, Thami is like,
There was remember a question of, hey, you know, one reason you might want to take your mask off would be because maybe it's twisted and you can't see. Do you remember a question like that on cross?
Yes.
Detective, could another possibility take your mask off is there's no reason anymore to hide your identity
Correct.
because the job is done?
Yes.
bingo. He is nailing it. They're doing a great job bringing this together.
Do you remember there being a question about, detective, you would agree that one way to kind of leave a gun at a scene, or like not to leave evidence behind, is to leave a gun at a scene. Do you remember that question?
Yes, to get rid of the murder weapon.
Detective, wouldn't you agree another possible reason?
Objection, leading.
I don't think even what I've said even suggests an answer.
I don't know what the question is, so I'm gonna let you finish it.
Okay. Detective, would one possible explanation for dropping a gun would be your target is taken care of?
Yes.
Did the defendant in any of these 3 interviews with the police ever say that Michael Miller was waiting gun pointed the moment he walked into the hallway?
No.
He's making out a list of insurance companies.
There was a lot of questions about the second safe. Do you remember that?
I do.
At any point in time in these 3 interviews, did Mr. Randolph ever report to you that anything was taken out of that second safe?
No.
Do you recall questions about the walkthrough and the defendant's droopy eyes at the beginning of the video?
I do.
I know that you acknowledged that his eyes were droopy at the beginning. Did you see the same level of droopiness throughout the interview?
No, I didn't. Only when Don Bell put the camera up on his shoulder to do the intro.
Do you ever recall the defendant crying or weeping during the walkthrough?
Weeping.
Do you ever recall any moment where the defendant needed to emotionally collect himself from recounting what happened to his wife?
Not at all.
Do you recall whether or not the defendant said when talking about Sharon, it was the grossest thing he'd ever seen in his life?
I do remember that.
And do you recall whether or not when discussing Sharon supposedly leaving shoes, him kind of slapping the wall and saying, "Motherfuck Sharon, Jesus," something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This is 1 week after she's passed.
Yes.
There was questions about, do you remember counsel asking you that Mr. Randolph had indicated to some extent he had a belief that Mr. Miller had committed some type of robbery? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, did the defendant indicate that he thought that robbery might have happened when Miller was a kid?
Yes.
And that he just happened to be standing in a store when his brother did the robbery?
Yes.
And then I think you even asked him as an adult, Mr. Randolph, are you aware of any robberies? And he says, no, I don't think so.
Yes.
And you did do a review. He didn't have any arrests here in Las Vegas.
No, he did not have an ID number. He's never been arrested in Las Vegas.
There were questions about the walkthrough and bringing in Randy McPhail. Do you remember that? There were a number of questions on that topic. Do you remember?
Yes.
You were asked, or maybe you provided an answer saying, you brought him in because you noticed that the spatter marks that McPhail looked at appeared to be distinctive.
Yes.
Do you remember? So you were there obviously the night of, and then kind of a week later. Did it look the same? That area, that particular area?
No, it didn't. Again, over time, those marks had kind of spread out and became very distinctive. When we turned on the light in the hallway, you could just see them light up in the reflection of the hallway light. And so they were very distinctive at that point in time. And so I had called for a crime scene analyst to come out and document them because you could clearly see them then.
If you had seen them on the night of, would you have had them marked?
Well, we did. There's a certain extent. We had the impact that we had documented, the bullet fragments that had gone up onto the planter shelf, the tissue, the hair, all those things we had documented and retrieved. But the smaller areas is going to be cerebral spinal fluid, which is kind of an oily type substance, had really become distinctive on the wall, and I wanted to document them.
So that's kind of the point I wanted to get to. So those two fragments, right, and the strike, that's in the area where that cerebral fluid is.
Yes, the strike is about 8 foot up. Yes.
So that was an area you literally were processing on that night.
Yes.
Okay. And you just observed at a later time it became more pronounced. So then you brought someone in to do further documentation.
Correct.
There were questions though about a cleaning crew then coming in though after the night of these killings. Do you remember that?
Right.
I think there was a question about carpet had been removed, correct?
Yes.
But the spatters remained.
Yes, they did.
So this cleaning crew didn't wipe any of that up.
No.
Was the bullet strike repaired by the cleaning crew?
No.
So that even remained a week later, despite there being a cleaning crew.
Yes.
You were asked a question of, you would presume the walls were wiped down. I think you answered yes to the question, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you weren't fair. To be fair, you weren't there, right?
No, I just know the lower portions where there was blood on the door, jam blood on the door, those areas had been wiped down.
Okay, so those lower areas were.
Certainly.
But the upper areas apparently weren't because you processed it, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, in the hallway, did you observe any blood in that hallway on night one?
Yes. Sharon Randolph's blood.
Sharon, okay, I'm sorry. In the area where Mr. Randolph says he shot Mr. Miller, do you see any blood there?
No blood.
And you were not alone when you did the walk of that area, correct?
No.
How many people were with you?
There was Sergeant Albee, Detective Mogg, Detective Hardy, Detective Long, Jeff Smith, the senior crime scene analyst, Gary Reed, the crime scene analyst supervisor, initially to look, and then it was later processed with fewer people.
Detective, if you and your fellow detectives or CSAs noticed something on night one in that portion of the hallway, would you have documented it?
Certainly.
There were questions, you remember questions about the clothing items and the sneakers nearby Mr. Miller's body?
Yes.
What was on Mr. Miller's feet that night?
A pair of size 9D cowboy boots.
This is presumably it's a jewelry heist. He's wearing cowboy boots.
Yes.
He had sneakers with him, but he opted for cowboy boots.
Yes.
Regarding the life insurance, you were asked that the documents were signed by Mrs. Randolph, and you indicated in the affirmative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't present when those documents are being signed, correct?
No, it wasn't.
So do you know who in fact prepared, filled out all the paperwork?
No, I don't.
Okay. The paperwork was signed in Utah, is that right?
Yes, in Ogden, Utah.
Where Mr. Randolph's family is from.
Yes.
Okay, I'll rephrase. What year were those policies signed in?
I believe in 2006.
Okay, was that before or after she was legally married?
Before.
There was a question about, and you learned Sharon's wages paid for the premium. Did that apply to the Boston Mutual policy only?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the $22,000 one, correct?
Correct.
That did not include the $200,000 or the $100,000 policy?
No.
Or the $10,000 Stonebridge?
No.
Good job. He is on it, doggone it. He's hitting all them high notes that jury needs to hear. He's doing a really good job.
There were questions about the fire extinguisher. Do you recall being asked how Mr. Miller's body was lying next to the fridge?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the defendant saying during his walkthrough that he in fact rolled him over into that position?
Yes, and you could tell based on the blood pooling that he had moved to the new position.
There were questions about his girlfriend, Mr. Miller's girlfriend, having a vehicle, something along those lines. During your investigation, was there any reported undeclared vehicle sitting outside the Rancho Santa Fe residence?
No.
And there were questions at the end about Sharon, defendant talking about shortcomings. Sharon's gambling, he's too cocky. And then I think the last question was that Miller didn't have a steady job. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the answer wasn't that, but in fact, simply he didn't work?
Yes.
Page 48 counts.
And then he called him a bum.
Of course, no.
He did. What a good job by that prosecutor, y'all. He really did a great job of staying calm. He kept the sassy pants at a minimum. He hit all them high notes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh, Lord. Here we come with Mr. Bean. Breathe in. Breathe out.
Detective, just so it's clear, in his very first statement, recorded statement on May 9th, starting in 12:30 a.m., he is asked, do you fire any shots in the garage? And he answers, yeah.
Yes.
So there's, I'm sorry, page 56. It's the last question. That's correct. Okay. Let them get there. Okay.
That's not the point, though. We know that. What we're arguing is he didn't fire him in the hallway like he said.
No, page 56. The very last question and answer.
Right? I mean, am I missing something? Mr. Bean?
And so, just so they're there by now. He said, yeah, when asked, did you fire any shots in that garage? Right?
Yes.
So within hours of this incident, it's fair to say that Thomas Randolph is saying, I fired shots in that garage, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hamner asked you about the fact that Sharon and Tommy had been away to Utah for the week before, right?
Yes.
And that although they were celebrating Mother's Day at the charcoal room, they were again going to Utah, right?
Yes.
And you were aware, or at least you understood, that Thomas Randolph was going to had some money, was going to deposit some money in the bank, right?
That's what he said.
And he was with Michael Miller, right?
Yes.
And that he didn't make it to the bank, right?
Yeah, he said he missed his turn, so he didn't go to the bank.
He complains to you, Thomas Randolph, that you guys didn't find a large amount of cash that he had around the house, hidden around the house.
And even on him, that we didn't find the cash that he had on him.
Okay. And he was going to Utah the next day.
Yes.
You learned that Michael Miller had been involved in house sitting for the Randolphs, right?
I know there was some contemplation of him house sitting, even that Mr. Miller requested that a note or a note be given to him so that if anybody came by, he would be able to justify his being there.
Okay.
I don't know that he ever actually house sat for them.
You said that there were chest compressions done. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, with regard to hiding identity in a mask is used by robbers, burglars to hide their identity. Fair?
Yes.
If the intent is to shoot Sharon Randolph, you don't need to hide your identity from her, right? Because she's not going to live through this. So, isn't that right?
I don't know why he would have the mask on when he shot her.
Right. Other than he's committing a burglary, right? Right?
Or he's shooting somebody he's very familiar with and he didn't want to have
And
proceed.
I'm going to object, and I'm going to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer.
Sir.
Spicy.
Mr.
Can you finish his answer?
He did finish.
Okay, I apologize.
No, he didn't. To my knowledge, were you finished, Detective O'Kelly?
I don't know. We were kind of talking over each other. Your
Oh,
Honor.
I thought you finished. I apologize.
No, or that he is shooting somebody.
Detective, just could you answer my question?
Well, no, the ruling is that he gets to finish his answer.
And he said he was.
No,
He didn't say he was.
Detective O'Kelly, had you finished? Or?
I had not finished, Your Honor. We were talking over each other, and then Mr. Hamner said something, so I stopped talking.
Okay, what's the remainder of the answer?
Or that you're going to shoot somebody that you're very familiar with, and you don't want them to see your face when you do it.
Just in case when you die, you would be able to identify the person? Because if you're dead, if the plan is to shoot somebody dead in their own home, they're not going to be able to identify you. Right? Fair?
No, they wouldn't be able to identify you.
A lot of burglars wear masks. Isn't that fair?
I don't know.
In your experience, do robbers and burglars wear masks?
I would say robbers more often than burglars. Burglars go into places that are unoccupied and are likely not to be seen.
Exactly.
And there are lots of cameras that people have around, right?
More so now than then, yes.
And in fact, throughout your career, when a homicide happens, you go to neighbors, to businesses around there and look for cameras, right?
We did then, and now you're finding Ring doorbell cameras. You're finding all kind of surveillance cameras.
Mr. Randolph said it was the grossest thing he ever saw. It was the grossest thing he seen. It was gross, right?
He did multiple times.
You've seen the pictures of Sharon Randolph's face.
Yes.
Right? After she shot, right?
Yes.
It's horrible, isn't it?
It is.
That wound to the back of her head is horrible, right?
It is.
You would agree with me that Thomas Randolph told you he loved her, right?
He told us he did, yes.
And that she was the best thing that ever happened to him, right?
Yes.
And that if Thomas Randolph came from holding hands with her and rolled her over and saw his wife looking like that, it has to be about as horrible as it can be in life. Isn't that fair? Roll your wife over.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.
Let's talk about what else he said about her.
You said that Miller had not obtained any criminal record in the whole 5 months that he had been here, right? Whole 5 months he'd been here.
We didn't find a record on him.
But you know he committed murder while he was here, right?
He did.
And we know that he was stealing while he was here, right?
Again, we never spoke to the owner of the contents of that wallet that didn't belong to him. So, and we know that he had a cell phone that did not belong to him.
And we know that he had that beautiful ring in his left pocket that most certainly didn't belong to him, right?
I'd agree with that.
That makes him a thief, doesn't it?
I do agree with that.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but in the boots, cowboy boots, did it have the name Philippe? Did you ever notice that?
I know there was writing on it. I don't know if it's,
Philippe.
I don't remember that said.
You don't remember? Okay.
That's
Do you
her
remember whether
ex-husband.
Sharon Randolph had given Michael Miller those boots?
That was my understanding.
Now, with regard to those hallways, you said, let's write that. There was absolutely no arrows put up on May 9th, May 8th of arrows showing where all this matter was.
No, we didn't.
And your statement is that it was there, it just became more clear when you came back a week later.
Yes.
Okay, well, crime scene analyst Smith, right? He was there.
Yes, he was.
And it's his job to record and collect and preserve the evidence, right?
It is.
You don't want somebody coming in, hazmat coming in, and a whole bunch of these people, or one of them or two of them, cleaning the area up, and then you come back when it's more visible. That doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to fail to preserve a crime scene or evidence from it if you can see it. Is that fair?
If you can see it, you can document it, and you can photograph it, and you can recover it, yes.
And that was not done on either the 8th or the 9th, was it?
On that material, on the upper wall, no. Or the 2 shell casings, we found them on the 15th as well.
Nothing from it.
This is part on that last one. That upper material, did you observe it? Did you observe the cerebral fluid on May 8th in the early morning hours of May 9th?
No.
Okay, so if you had seen it, you would have documented it at that time.
Yes.
Let's go to the top. There was talk about, he indicated he was depositing money. During those interviews, does the defendant also say that he's trying to withdraw money as well?
Yes.
So he kind of, it's not equivocal. He kind of goes back and forth about whether he was depositing or withdrawing. Is that right?
Right, moving money around, yes.
But let's just assume he has all of this money on him. Does the defendant state that when he walked in the door, Michael Miller's waiting right there to blow him away?
No.
And just to be clear, Mr. Miller presumably abandoned the .38 that he killed his wife with.
Yes.
And then struggled to produce another weapon in relation to the defendant?
Yes.
At least that's according to the defendant.
It's according to one statement. The first statement, he said he had the gun in his right hand.
There you go.
Good
job.
There were questions about, there's cameras and neighbors around. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Typically, those cameras, where are they typically located? Are they located sometimes in the front of people's houses?
On the garage, on the doorbell camera, yes.
So if you were to exit out the garage, you'd have to open up the garage
Yes.
and then walk out to all those cameras?
Correct.
And did the defendant say that was the direction of the garage is the general area that Mr. Miller is walking towards when he encounters it?
That he was going towards the garage?
Yes.
Yes.
But there's a back door that was open.
Yes.
Lastly, there were questions about how the defendant indicated that you were asked, didn't he indicate that Sharon was the best thing that ever happened to him?
Yes.
But he also indicated that he openly cheated on her.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Mic drop. Mic drop. Sit down, Mr. Bean. Mic drop. Yes. Baked bean. Yes. That was fantastic. Mr. Prosecutor there got his sea legs on him, didn't he? Good job. It was like all those things that we were saying this whole time that we wanted them to say and to bring up, and he nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, I'm really excited about the jury's questions too. Oh my gosh, what do you think the jury's questions are going to be? That was like almost as good as if he would have actually fallen asleep and hit his head. Almost. Almost. That was incredible. If you like pina coladas, he's a baked bean. Sit down, baked bean. That did feel good. That woke me up. That woke me up. And Tommy's awake now. Tommy's like, crap. All my notes didn't work. Didn't prep for that one, did you, Tommy boy? Can't be the beneficiary when you're in prison, can you, Tommy boy? Indy Cindy, when the aliens took over, it took over my thing, so I have to go cha-ching. I just have to do it myself. We will definitely do an instant replay. They might take a little break right after this. I want to hear the jury questions, and then as soon as we hear the jury questions, we'll listen to that last part again. Yes. It was so good. It was so good. It's like, bam, mic drop. That last question was perfect. Perfect. So excited. No Taco Tuesday for Tommy. Bologna sandwich and water. Sucks to suck. Yeah, he took his headphones off. He's like, you know what? Don't really want to listen to this anymore. Don't really want to watch the Titanic sink right now. He still thinks he's winning. You know what, Denny Don't? Actually, you were probably right. He probably does. That man is so delusional. He probably still does think he's winning. Look, he's writing his notes right now. Tommy's like, I think we nailed that one. They said that they brought up that I loved her. They brought up that the boots belonged to Sharon's ex-husband, that she gave him the boots, and that probably works in my favor. No, it doesn't, Tommy boy. No, it doesn't. Yes, it has to be unanimous for guilty. Bologna is really too good for him. It really is. The last question, for those of y'all asking that missed it, the last question, when he was talking about, oh, hold on, jury question. Jury question.
Did you or the CSAs find any blood on either car in the garage?
No, we did not.
Do you ever recall Mr. Randolph telling you that he usually was the driver when going out on dates with Mrs. Randolph?
No, he didn't indicate one way or the other.
Why were many items not impounded by police?
Well, even though, and I don't like to admit this publicly, so don't tell anyone, but even though I was absolutely sure that there were things at the scene that didn't add up and didn't make sense, there was still a possibility that I was wrong and that those things could be explained. One of the reasons for doing the walkthrough is so that he could come back and maybe explain some of those things, right? I didn't think that was true at the time. And so there were decisions on impounding certain things like Mr. Randolph's clothing. So you have to do what's, almost like a return on investment. What do I think I'm going to get from Mr. Randolph's clothing? Sharon's blood, Mike Miller's blood, gunshot residue, right? So if I'm at the scene and I think there's a possibility that I'm wrong, yes, but I don't believe that I am, do I want Mr. Randolph to think that we bought into what had been staged, to continue his cooperation, right? So yes, it's a possibility I was wrong, but I didn't think so. And so I didn't want to do things that were going to make him think that we didn't believe it, right? So the decision was made not to impound his clothing so that he would think, all right, they bought what was at the house. They bought it lock, stock, and barrel, and I'm okay. So when we continued our conversation with him, and when Detective Mogg reached out to him, he was still willing to come and now show us physically at the scene, contextually, how it happened. And there was still that possibility that he might have a reasonable explanation for the things that we saw, not only at the scene, but that we verified at autopsy with the wound pattern and the trajectory of the bullets. I don't think that happened. I was even more convinced of what we had that night after the walkthrough.
Okay. Did Mr. Randolph tell you that he enjoyed driving?
I don't remember him saying that. No.
Did you ask to have the gloves tested for gunpowder?
No.
In the June 3rd, 2008 interview, Thomas mentions he had the 38 millimeter gun with him when he dropped off Mike, the same gun that killed Sharon. Do you ever remember him saying that he had any guns with him when he left with Sharon to dinner at the Santa Fe?
Good question.
The 30, you're thinking 38 millimeter. It's actually the 9 millimeter by 18. The Makarov is what he said he had earlier. And then there was some discussion about, if you recall, whether or not he had the gun on him when he was in the casino. So, and he was saying that he didn't have it on him in the casino, not because he wasn't willing to do that, but he just didn't have it on him at the time.
Did Mr. Randolph tell you if he had two 38 millimeter revolvers?
No, I mean, the 38 revolver that was in the drum room, he said came from the clock that was hanging on the wall. It's hanging upside down. And then you close it, actually says place gun upside down. So that's what it's for, is to conceal the gun. That's where the 38 came from. And then it did belong to Mr. Randolph. The other revolver came from a basket in the master bedroom or from a drawer in the master bedroom, which, there was an admission that Mr. Miller knew where both of those firearms were located.
Is there video surveillance of when Tom Randolph drops off Mike by the Fiesta Casino or the area he mentions in interview 2?
No.
While you conduct crime scene investigations, do you usually have a body camera?
No.
Did you have one, and if so, was it on?
No.
Did the officers on the scene have body cameras turned on?
No. This is pre-body camera.
The night of May 8, 2008, or a week later after you went back, did you ask any neighbors if they had any outdoor camera footage showing Mike Miller's arrival, the Randolph's arrival, and when first responders arrived?
That night, the neighborhood canvas was done by Detective Long. I don't know if he had anybody else assist him, like maybe from patrol, but all of those questions would have happened. And again, this is kind of predates the prevalence of those types of cameras that we're finding on pretty much almost every residence now.
In your opinion, where would a person have to be standing and shooting for the shell casings to land in the areas they were found?
Good question.
The first shell casing that is in the hallway, just inside the threshold, that round would have been fired near the doorway, more than likely, and bounce around inside the hallway. The shell casings that were found a week later in the toolbox and over by the milk jug or water bottle, right over by the water heater, we believe came off of the refrigerator. So the arm was extended into the garage. The shell casing ejected to the right and went off the refrigerator and ended up over there. The shot that Mr. Randolph describes firing into Mr. Miller as he's in the threshold, aiming the gun downward, would also have come off of the refrigerator and ended up over where we have the shell casing on the west side of the Hyundai Tucson. That bullet flattened out and was underneath the right rear passenger area of the Hyundai Tucson.
He's mad. He is mad.
Was Mike Miller's girlfriend identified and interviewed?
I know we had a name for her, but we don't have an interview with her, and I never spoke to her.
State, do you have any follow-up based on the juror question?
Just one very briefly. Why was no GSR testing done on the gloves?
Because they were involved in a shooting, and that was demonstrably so, and so you're going to get gunshot residue. There's no question.
Okay, so it sounds like you just presumed he was involved in the shooting, therefore there was no need to test the gloves.
Right.
Or he was shot at. I guess conversely, he was also shot at as well.
Yeah, everything in that area is going to have gunshot residue on it.
So whether he's receiving bullets or shooting bullets, you're expecting GSR to be there.
Yes.
And GSR, is it able to tell you timing or directionality or who's shooting at who?
No.
Okay.
Any follow-up, Mr. Owen?
Oh, God.
You have previously stated that a case where it lands when it's ejected is unpredictable. Fair?
Specifically where it lands, yes.
Because they bounce all over the place.
Yes.
People can kick them.
People can kick them.
Jury asked him, he's allowed to answer.
You said, when we're talking about the 38 caliber that comes out of the clock and is used to murder Sharon Randolph, it's Sharon's gun, isn't it?
That's my understanding. According to Mr. Randolph, it's her gun.
You also said that from that night, when you were asked by one of the jurors in a question about why you didn't preserve evidence, one of the things you told us just now is that you didn't believe Mr. Randolph. Things weren't adding up, so you wanted to keep him talking, and so you didn't preserve certain information or certain evidence. Isn't that what you told us?
I said that I could be wrong about my impressions at the scene. There was still a possibility that I was wrong. And then if with that cooperation, he came back, he may be able to explain what happened at the scene contextually and be able to show why those things that I had a problem with were the way they were.
So that is one of the reasons you failed to preserve evidence? Is that what you were telling the jury?
It's not a failure to preserve evidence. It's what you expect to get from that evidence versus what I would be, if I was to take again, for example, his clothing, and we've done that before, where now you put somebody in what we call a bunny suit, where they're sitting there in the interview room, their clothing's taken from them. And I saw that as a possibility to then have Mr. Randolph think that we weren't believing his story at all. And so we wouldn't see that level of cooperation that we continue to have.
Detective O'Kelly, that includes a safe in the closet, that big safe?
I never saw the safe. We're also dealing with the fact.
So you never saw that safe? So you didn't take anything or preserve that or any pictures of it on the night of question, correct?
Other than the one picture that you have where you can see a portion of the safe.
That concludes recross-examination.
Any follow-up, Mr. Owen?
No, you're wrong.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, you can write your question on the.
More questions. It's amazing. This woke me up. Okay. So the asking about so the jury question asking about was there blood on either car? Maybe they were trying to figure out if there would have been blood in the hallway, or if they were trying to figure out exactly where he was when they shot or something like that. The stuff about Tom usually being the driver, maybe they were trying to figure out if this whole thing was him setting it up and that he had to send her in beforehand. Like if he's not usually the driver and he had to send her in, beforehand or whatever. I'm glad that they asked about the things not being impounded, because that was a great explanation about why. And I'm glad that I'm glad the state got to get up and ask him, why didn't, because they asked, did you check for gunshot residue on the gloves? And he said no. And he's like, there's obviously going to be gunshot residue on there. So we didn't check it because we knew there was going to be gunshot residue on there, which is, gunshot residue is not like the smoking gun people think it is, but it's one. I mean, if I were a detective, I wouldn't have checked it either. It's just a given. Even handling the firearms with the guns on, which he obviously did, would have GSR on them. What else? They also asked about him having the gun and him saying that he didn't have the gun with him, or was there ever a time when he said he didn't have it with him in the casino or anything like that? Thami looks mad. It gave them a chance to explain the neighbors. Oh, and they asked about
any of the two vehicles, and if so, did you find any guns or any valuable evidence?
No.
Any follow-up, Mr. Hammond? Nope. Mr. Warren? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, Detective O'Kelly, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony over the last 2 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, Detective
Ladies
O'Kelly.
and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess briefly. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not report this to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, theory in the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case till it is finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:15. We'll be in recess up 3:30.
All rise for the jury.
I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna ask him if he wants to come on the show when the trial is over. He can't really do anything until this is over. I'm gonna call him. We'll see if we can get him on. Be like, look, I know you're busy, but there are 738 people who want to see you right now. All right, so let's go back and we'll watch that moment of that. Let's see. Not Mr. Bean.
The first statement, he said he had the gun in his right hand.
Okay. There were questions about, there's cameras and neighbors around. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Typically, those cameras, where are they typically located? Are they located sometimes in the front of people's houses?
This isn't the part. Hold on.
But there's a back door that was open.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Lastly, there were questions about how the defendant indicated that you were asked, didn't he indicate that Sharon was the best thing that ever happened to him?
Yes.
But he also indicated that he openly cheated on her.
Bam.
Yes.
No further questions.
Bam! No further questions. Walking away. Mic drop. He's a piece of crap. We all knew it. Just a reminder. Loved that moment. Look at Tommy looking at him. Tommy's like, how dare you remind them that I cheated on her openly for our entirety of our marriage? How dare you? I'm writing a note about that. I am writing a note. I am mad at you for reminding them of that. How dare you? How dare you? What else? There was other
Withdraw
stuff too.
money as well.
Let's see.
Yes.
So he kind of, it's not equivocal. He kind of goes back and forth about whether he was depositing or withdrawing. Is that right?
Right. Moving money around. Yes.
But let's just assume he has all of this money on him. Does the defendant state that when he walked in the door, Michael Miller's waiting right there to blow him away?
No.
And just to be clear, Mr. Miller presumably abandoned the 38 that he killed his wife with.
Yes.
Yes.
And then struggled to produce another weapon in relation to the defendant?
Yes.
At least that's according to the defendant.
Yes.
It's according to one statement. The first
One
statement, he said he had the gun in his right hand.
Okay. There were questions about, there's cameras and neighbors around. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Typically, those cameras, where are they typically located? Are they located sometimes in the front of people's houses?
On the garage, on the doorbell camera. Yes.
So if you were to exit out the garage, you'd have to open up the garage
Yes.
and then walk out to all those cameras?
Correct.
And did the defendant say that was the direction of the garage is the general area that Mr. Miller is walking towards when he encounters him?
That he was going towards the garage.
Yes.
Yes.
But there was a back door that was open.
Yes.
Lastly, there were questions about how the defendant indicated that you were asked, didn't he indicate that Sharon was the best thing that ever happened to him?
Yes.
But he also indicated that he openly cheated on her.
Yes.
No further questions.
No further questions. I want to do like it's like defaulting to. Let's see. The automatic thing is doing low quality. I want to get right up on Tommy's mad face. Oh, Tommy, you're so mad. Look at that mad face. Hold on. Let's go back. I want to see his mad face. Oh, Tommy's mad. Oh, look at that face. Tommy is mad. Tommy's mad. Sit down, Tommy. I don't like his face or his attitude or his behavior in general, but I sure do love seeing him upset. Y'all, I think my energy drink is kicking in. That's what you get. That's what you get. That's what you get. I got to figure out how to get in touch with Detective Dino Kelly. He does cold cases now, too. Guess who's going to be calling him? And see, I can tell. That's the way I can pitch it, too. I can be like, hey, look, we have all these nosy people who are ready to help you spread the word on any of your cold case stuff. So you just come on over to 13th Juror. Make sure your camera's on high resolution. And you come on over to 13th Juror and hang out with us. So happy. Y'all, I was literally falling asleep earlier. But that, like, redirect or whatever the heck it was, it gave me life, y'all. It gave me life. Amazing. That was a gotcha moment. All those little gotcha moments. So you're saying you didn't get an appraisal on the jewelry? Let me write that down. All that crap that he was doing. Blah. That was so annoying too. Anyway, he's like, when he was doing his little gotcha moments with the jewelry stuff, that's one thing that annoys me. Like, don't fake a gotcha moment. Like, those are exciting. Don't try to take away our gotcha moments with fake gotcha moments. Like the whole, oh, so you don't know what the jewelry was worth. Okay. Oh, okay. No, you don't get to pretend that that's a gotcha moment because it's not. That takes away the special value, like the quality, the excitement of our gotcha moments. You don't get to pretend like that was a gotcha moment with the stupid jewelry appraisal. No. You sit down, Mr. Bean. Sit down, Mr. Bean. Not you. Not you. You're a good girl. You're fine. Give me 5. Give me 5. You want a treat? You want a treat? Good girl. Love it. Love it. Love it. Here you go. Good girl. Jimmy said, I would like to see the reaction of the jury when he said that cheating on her. I picture them in my head, like high five and like, yeah, girl, yeah, you tell him. Like, you know, that's what I picture in my head. So that's what we're going with. I love it. I have not seen Colleen in the gallery. I saw her in there, not in the gallery, but I saw her in the courtroom when she testified, and then it looked like she left. I have not seen her in there since then. But, she's gone through this so much that it would not surprise me if she wasn't in the courtroom for it. But oh, that was such a good moment. I can take the warning graphic off, but just so you know, if something graphic happens, oh, it ain't my fault. Cheating with his previous girlfriend to boot, and he's like laughing about it in his stupid interviews with his stupid face, and then says stuff about nobody tells me what I'm gonna do. Well, you know what? That's not how marriage works, which is also why I'm not married. But you don't get to just say, nobody's going to tell me who I get in bed with. Your wife tells you that. That's her job. Not a fan. Not a fan. The state has not rested yet, but I think they are probably about to, because I think this was their last witness. I have not seen any of Mike's family there. I did. I love me some Uncle Billy. I love me some Auntie Vita. I thought they were great, but I have not seen them there, and I don't blame them for not wanting to be there. I'm sure this is going to be hard for him, especially because you got the defense attorneys who are, their entire thing is all about just throwing him under the bus for everything. And I'm not saying that he is 100% a victim. He did wrong. He was a criminal for this portion of that evening, and then he became a victim. He is not what they call the perfect victim. He did not just, step into the wrong place at the wrong time. But so yes, he has things that, he's having to answer to, but he is still a victim. He was murdered. He is still a victim. So I can imagine where that would be a hard place for his family to be, because, that's their family. That's their, of course, that's got to be a hard position for them to be in. And I feel for them. They were just seemed like such good-hearted people, so I can imagine that would be hard for them. State has proven their case. Let's do a poll. What do you think the jury will vote? We got one. He was intentionally preyed upon, the desperate need for money at the root of it. Yeah, and that was one of those things. That's actually one of the things that is a common denominator in the people that he targets. It's the people who are down on their luck, who he thinks are easier to manipulate. He throws his money around that, it makes it look like he's just, big ballin'. Oh, there goes my foot. I keep forgetting. I'm trying to I always joke about how I end up with the wrong crowd if I put my foot in Lucy's camp. But he targets that specifically, and he did it with, or attempted to do it with Eric Tarantino. Eric Tarantino wouldn't go through with it. He tried to do it with, oh Lord, what was Cousin Eddie? He looked like Cousin Eddie. What was his name? Why are you staring at me? You ain't getting another treat. You're cute, but you ain't getting another treat. Morrison. Yes. With him, he tried to do it with him. He even asked, dang, his first wife's, which it was his friend first. What is his name? Steve. And then he ended up becoming, Steve ended up becoming his first wife's husband. And he even had talked to him about, oh, would you ever kill for money and all that nonsense? So, I mean, this ain't his first rodeo. Not a fan. Where is Mike's girlfriend? The girlfriend, I think that term is being used pretty lightly. I know that, they said that he had a female companion. But I think the term is being used a little bit lightly. Oh no. What happened? Oh, please don't tell me it's doing it again. Oh. It's doing that thing again. What is that? Oh, there we go. Maybe I should have waited to complain to StreamYard until the end of the day. Because now I think they're mad at me.
Please be seated. The jury call president.
Perfect timing for them to.
The record, corrected back on the record, it's 25096, stating out of Thomas Randolph. Mr. Randolph is president of his attorney, deputy attorney on behalf of the state. We both parties give this defendant's pleasure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
State may call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, this state rests.
State rest.
Defendants, you have the witness that you'd like to do.
Your Honor, we at this time would call Mr. Michael Hogue.
Oh,
The state has agreed to admit for the admission of proposed exhibit V as in Victor and W.
Okay.
they're going to. This is the guy whose ID he had.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Yeah, proceed.
You could state and swear in the record, please.
Michael Hogue, Michaelhogue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Orr, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Hogue, do you have some felony convictions
I
in the
do.
last 10 years?
No. The
No?
last 10?
Yes, sir?
No.
Okay.
He's like the last 10.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
How many?
I'm sorry.
And why don't you tell the jury what your felony convictions for in the last 10 years are?
Assault with deadly weapon, great bodily injury. It's been 7 years since I paroled.
Burglary,
Yeah, I do have a burglary charge.
possession of controlled substance?
Yes.
Is that here in the state of Nevada?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Hogue, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as Exhibit W.
And sir, you can see that on the screen right there. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
That's my license.
Is that you in the picture?
Yes, sir.
I'm also going to show you what's being admitted as Exhibit V as in Victor. Do you see that same driver's license?
Yes.
Thank you, Josh. Do you see a Costco card?
Yes.
Did you lose this driver's license?
I did.
How did that happen?
It was a bus ride home, a Greyhound bus from LA back to here.
And that was before 2000, May 8th of 2008, correct? Do you know when it was?
I don't.
And it was on a Greyhound bus?
I believe so.
What do you recall about it?
I recall falling asleep on the way home and waking up with my backpack gone.
So you were coming home on a bus and you fell asleep, and when you woke up, your backpack was gone.
Yes, sir.
And you had ID and other objects in there?
Yeah.
You didn't give anybody permission to take that from you, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's being admitted as
What's
States
being?
334. Did you give that human being, do you recognize that human being?
No.
Did you give a person named Michael Miller permission to have your driver's license?
No.
Did you also have a food stamps card?
I did.
And was that taken as well?
It was.
Did you have anybody ever come and ask you questions like I'm asking you today?
I did.
Ugh. Sit down, thump. Who are you winking at? Oh, you creep. Ew. 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 Who'd he wink at? I hope your eyeball itches after that pink eye. Winking. Nasty. What's he winking at? You, David. I wish he would. I'd ruin his life at the witness. Ugh.
Mr. Hogue, did people you believe to be detectives come out and talk to you about this in approximately 2008? Yes or no?
Yes.
Could you give us a description of those two? How many were there?
2.
Could you give us a description of what these 2 individuals look like, if you know?
I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable giving a description.
That concludes direct examination, if you want.
No. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well, you?
Good, thank you. You described that you had your backpack on the Greyhound bus, and if I understood you correctly, it was going from LA to Vegas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so back home?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of when this was? Like was it, after Christmas or maybe near Easter? Any kind of time frame you can give us?
I believe it was summertime.
Summertime of 2007?
I don't even know.
Okay, fair enough. So, I know it's a long time ago, but as you sit here with us this afternoon, it sounds like you remember it as summer, but maybe unclear on the year, or?
Yeah, I'm unclear on the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And then I assume you were on the bus ride alone because you weren't with someone who saw it.
Yes.
Did you, when you noticed that your belongings were gone, did you report it to Greyhound? Or
Yeah, I asked the bus driver and talked to the bus station and kept calling them. Nothing was ever turned in.
Okay, well, not a lot of follow-up investigation.
Yeah, they didn't try to find it.
Okay, but you made an effort to see if you could get your stuff back?
I did.
Okay. You don't know anything about what happened on Rancho Santa Fe Drive on May the 8th of 2008, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That picture that Mr. Oram put up of the African-American man, have you ever seen him before?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know his name?
Well, just because they told me.
Right, but that
No,
was the
prior
bad
to that,
question.
no.
Prior to that, did you know his name at all?
No.
Do you know the name Sharon Randolph or Thomas Randolph? Nothing like that. And when were you contacted to be here with us this afternoon?
Last month, I believe.
Last month? Okay. And then I guess you don't have any idea, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have any idea how your identification ended up in someone's pocket that is involved in our case, do you?
It was stolen.
But do you know that he's the one that stole it? Because
I can't say that.
You can't say that, right?
Yeah.
Because you have no idea. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You follow me, Sharon? Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, have any questions? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony. Explaining. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Michael Hogue's like, y'all brought me in for that?
Defense calls Jeremy Stafford.
Oh, here we go. This was going to be a while. The problem is I'm going to end up not liking Jeremy after this.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
Excuse me, ma'am?
You can state and spell your name for the record.
Jeremy Stafford, Jeremy Stafford.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently the military and law enforcement manager for Mossberg Firearms, and I also provide expert testimony for Titan Consulting.
Okay.
And?
Mossberg Firearms is a relatively large and well-known distributor of firearms here in the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
Predominantly known for shotguns. You agree with
Yes,
that?
sir.
Okay. And in fact, you mentioned law enforcement and military. Are you responsible for the Mossberg counts related to shotguns that are provided to law enforcement and military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to that, I want to talk to you about what you did before you were in that role. First of all, how long have you been doing that with Mossberg?
About 7 months, sir.
Okay. Prior to that, did you have a military career?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
United States Marine Corps and Marine Corps Reserve.
And how long were you in the Marine Corps and Marine Corps Reserve?
14 years, sir.
Okay. What rank were you at the time you discharged?
Staff Sergeant.
Okay. Did you see combat?
Yes, sir.
While you were in the military, did you ever receive any commendations?
Yes, sir. Numerous commendations.
Did you ever receive any awards from the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, which one?
My highest being the Bronze Star with a V for valor in combat, sir.
Okay. That is a distinction that is given to people that display bravery and valor in a live combat situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you departed from the Marine Corps, did you work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that?
I spent 25 years in the Los Angeles Police Department, 9 years of which was the department firearms subject matter expert.
Okay. Did you retire from the LAPD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your role in the LAPD, you mentioned that you were the subject matter expert on firearms. What did that role consist of?
There was several fingers coming off of that hand, sir. So on one hand, I was in charge of updating all the policies and procedures. I wrote all the lesson plans. I had a fairly large part in all of the testing and evaluation of new equipment, firearms, and ammunition, things of that nature. And I also served as a fact finder and an advisor for command staff in areas of policy and training regarding firearms.
Okay. Specifically, as it relates to firearms, it sounds like, I was just taking a few notes while you were answering there, that you were responsible for testing, evaluation, training, and authoring essentially department policies related to the use of firearms in the line of duty.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The last thing you mentioned there, you were a fact finder. What does that mean?
So anytime there was a critical incident or use of force involving a firearm, there were several different steps of the investigation. Rather than being an investigator, what I would do is I would gather the facts from what the investigators were finding. I would present those to the command staff, and that would allow them to make determinations on whether or not policy was going to be influenced by these things, or to provide that information to the chief if there was discipline that was going to be involved. So,
okay. I don't mean to interrupt you, but jury's heard a lot of information from investigators in this case, not really your role in that capacity, your last 9 years for the LAPD.
Correct, sir.
More of a administrative role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned the term critical incident involving firearms. Like in layman's terms, is that when an officer or detective or employee of the LAPD discharges their duty weapon?
Yes, sir. An officer-involved shooting.
How many officer-involved shootings were you involved in as part of this role?
Over 40.
Do you know an exact number?
I don't. I would have to go through, and at the time I didn't think I'd be doing this, so I didn't
take notes and keep a tally.
Several dozen. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to your work with the LAPD and in the military, have you authored periodicals, information, papers related to firearms and the firearms industry?
Yes, sir. I was up until very recently, I was the handgun editor for Guns and Ammo magazine and several of the other related sister publications. And I am also the host, or was the host, of a television show called The Best Defense, which dealt with the legal, moral, and technical aspects of self-defense.
Okay. For those of us in the room that may not know, Guns and Ammo, is that a magazine?
Yes, sir.
And is it the largest firearms related magazine in the world?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you said editor related to handguns, anything in that publication involving handguns during your tenure there, did you have some part in it?
If I didn't, it's because I chose not to, sir. So work would come in and I would either decide to take it or I would pass it on.
Okay. Did you write?
Yes, sir.
Did you edit?
Yes, sir.
Did you consult?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned Best Defense. That was a TV show on the Outdoor Network?
Yes, sir.
And it related specifically to self-defense, defense of others, defense of home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some of your education, training, and experience prior to your testimony today.
I hope
Do you
not.
have any idea how many hours that you've accumulated in instructional hours in use of force situations, dynamic use of force situations, shooting incidents, things like that?
Specific to that area, I would guess it to be somewhere right around 500, 600 hours, right in there.
Okay. And your total amount of hours training related to the use of firearms and use of force, would you say that's in the thousands?
It's in the I couldn't even begin to.
Okay. Could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the instruction, tactical training, use of force hours that you've accumulated?
Sure, absolutely. So one of the things that I did was I was a member of the very early original handgun instructor course. It was a course that I eventually rewrote because I went out and I took other training to bring it back. So that would include training up at Gunside Academy, training at the Surefire Institute, which is a low light force on force heavy training company, Firearms Training Associates, Bill Rogers Shooting School, which is renowned and is considered one of the most difficult shooting schools in the world, where it involves not just shooting, but also a lot of decision making, things of that nature, so that we could bring it back and kind of collate that and improve the training environment at the Los Angeles Police Department.
Okay. Did you go to the LAPD Supervisor School?
Yes, sir.
As well as the United States Marine Corps Urban Tactical School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term perceptual distortion?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
So perceptual distortion is it's a layman term for what is clinically known as cognitive distortion. And it's a little bit easier for people to understand the perceptual distortion, because what happens is in any high stress critical incident, you have what Dr. Epstein had in one of his studies had noted is you have your rational and your experiential mind.
I'm already pissed off. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Look, I don't know if y'all have ever seen The Best Defense. And this is one of the things that as soon as I saw he was their expert witness, I was already like, this is going to suck, because I actually like him. He knows a lot about guns. But he can come in here and tell us all he wants to about guns and how it affects officer shooting. Tommy ain't a freaking officer. Tommy ain't a Marine. Tommy ain't emotionally distressed from the pressures of serving his country. Tommy serves Tommy. That's who Tommy serves. So for them to have brought it up before, the whole officer involved shooting, and now this is that I'm already annoyed. Like, this is not this is not his defense. This is not the same thing. And it's I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. To compare that piece of trash to the people who have actually gone through the things that he's talking about is just a disgrace. And Fahmy should be ashamed of himself, and so should his attorneys for even trying this crap. I'm so annoyed. It just takes so, I mean, for those of y'all who know anybody that's actually been involved in in combat and had to go through that emotional stuff, or that's been involved in an officer involved shooting and had to go through that stuff, like, you can't compare somebody who sat there and planned somebody else's death to I'm
not entirely sure where we were before we were interrupted, but
Talking about a definition of perceptual distortion, sir.
okay. Do you have kind of a succinct definition of what that is?
Yeah. So when you go into a crisis mode, for lack of a better term, your brain doesn't process information the same way it would if you were thinking rationally. The best example I could give that I think most people would understand would be when you're driving and you encounter a hazard or obstacle that you weren't anticipating, and you get that jolt and everything slows down. You get the adrenaline rush and you just react to it. You swerve out of the way. You don't think about it. It just happens. But you don't really remember all the details. You might remember a couple of things. It might seem closer than it was. It might seem like time slowed down. There might have been a loud bang that you didn't even hear. Those are some common perceptual distortions that people encounter just throughout standard, adrenaline-filled incidents during the day.
Okay, that's kind of a simplified version.
Yes, sir.
As I hear you describing it, perceptual distortion to you, is it in an incident that's like for instance, a life or death situation?
Yes, sir.
Where you maybe don't hear or see or do things the same way you thought you did?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you studied perceptual distortion as it relates specifically to dynamic shooting incidents?
Yes, sir.
And when I say dynamic shooting incidents, what do you hear when I say that term?
The closest relation I would have to that would be an officer-involved shooting. Something where somebody had to use a firearm to defend their life or defend the life of somebody else, and resulting in a discharge of that firearm, and oftentimes striking another person.
Okay. In your work in law enforcement and the military, have you identified, read, and absorbed studies related to those types of scenarios?
Yes.
Might be kind of a silly question, but probably not a lot of information out there about the mind and thought process of an ordinary everyday Joe in that situation, but there probably is a lot of information related to officer involved shootings.
Yes, that's where the vast majority of the information comes out of, because the better records are kept. There's more documentation. There's more investigation.
Okay. What studies have you reviewed related to perceptual distortion in a shooting critical incident?
Well, there's only been there's been 9 big ones. Of those, we have some of the ones that we referenced earlier. We have Artwall, which is one of the most recent and most complete studies. We have Klinger, which was one of the largest studies. We have Honig and Rowland, Honig and Sultan, and then Solomon and Horn was one of the very early ones in the 1980s. Those are kind of the big studies. There's been smaller ones, but those are the largest ones that really strove to get a large number of people in them.
Okay. When we talk about perceptual distortion, what types of things in your review of studies and your review of on-the-job critical incidents at the LAPD, what type of distortions would you expect to see?
So in the vast majority of these types of incidents, we get auditory exclusion. And auditory exclusion is when you are aware of something that should be causing sound, but you can't hear it. So in other words, oftentimes police officers will shoot and they'll say, I didn't even hear the gun. And that's one of the reasons why police officers and citizens, for that matter, have trouble recounting how many rounds they fired because they're not hearing the rounds. Oftentimes, their ears don't even ring afterwards. And the next one would be, the next largest one by incident would be tunnel vision, which is when you are so hyper-focused on what is exactly in front of you that you are not able to take in all the details of the area around it.
Okay. In other words, you see one thing and to the exclusion of others.
Yes, sir.
He gave too many details, so that ain't him.
Well, sure. I mean, moving down the list, we have a lot of time distortion. So in other words, and I think most people can relate to this, when you get scared or you're going through some sort of critical incident, things seem to slow down. In the vast majority of people that experience a time distortion will be things slowed down. Very small percentage get things sped up, but that's a very small percentage as opposed to the people who everything seems to slow down, go in slow motion. The other thing is you get heightened visual acuity. So in other words, the things that you are focused on, if you are experiencing tunnel vision, you'll see crazy detail. You know, one of the things that I remember reading in a report was as casings were going across a police officer's face, his partner was shooting, he could see the federal on the base of it, which that's pretty amazing to hear. The mind's an amazing thing. And then lastly, we get these distance distortions or distortions where people don't see, or they see something that's not there, or they remember it differently than what it was. So it could be, for instance, the color, the color of the suspect's hat. It was a blue hat. Well, no, it was actually a black hat. So those things tend to get distorted on a fairly regular basis.
Okay. When we talk about time distortion, you mentioned slowing down. Does that often include time estimation? Like, in other words,
yes,
someone involved in a critical incident asked to give a time, minutes, hours, etc.
Like how long the incident took?
Yes.
Yes, that's very common distortion. People often underestimate the amount of time it took.
Okay. One of the things you mentioned a moment ago is like the number of rounds. What did you mean by that?
How many times the person shoots. So, if you can't hear the gun go bang, then it's very difficult to keep track of how many times you pull the trigger. In fact, when people are scared, even people who have a moderate level of training, once they start shooting, it's very difficult to stop shooting until the situation changes. So if they're not hearing how many bullets are going off, how many times the gun is discharging, then it's very difficult to get an accurate count of rounds.
Okay. In the studies that you've reviewed and your experience in real life, have you encountered situations where things like the number of rounds fired from a firearm is inaccurately reported?
Yes.
What about the distance from object to object?
Yes.
What about the time frame in which a situation takes place?
Yes.
What about situations where large, obvious things to other witnesses are completely missed by someone reporting?
Yes.
And vice versa?
Yes.
I want to ask you, in addition to the things that you've studied in a classroom environment or in a research environment, have you personally experienced these types of distortions?
Yes, sir.
Could you give us an example?
Sure. Earlier, I referenced the Bronze Star with a V. When I was in Iraq, even though I had had a lot of training, it was the first time I had ever engaged in combat. And I remember distinctly bringing my gun up, discharging the gun, and I didn't hear anything. I was cognizant of the recoil, and I was cognizant that I was cycling the action, but there was no sound that I could hear from my gun. But I could hear gunshots in the distance. Likewise, when I shot the person in front of me, I experienced tunnel vision. And I remember thinking to myself, because I did have a nice high level of training, I need to assess. I need to break my tunnel vision. I was able to realize I had it. And so as I turned to my left, there was another person standing there 10 yards away from me, shooting at me with an AK-47. And I had no idea. I had no idea until I turned not even 45 degrees, maybe 30 degrees or so. And there was a person shooting at me. And it wasn't until I saw him and there was 2 bullets. One hit between my legs, and I remember feeling it. And then one went by my right ear. And then all of a sudden I could hear really well again. And I was able to engage. When we did a critical incident debrief, when they put me in for the award.
Let me just stop you for a second there. What's a critical incident debrief?
When we talked about it afterwards.
Okay.
In other words, to gain group experience from the experience that I had.
Bingo.
I told them, I said, they were coming through a hole in the wall. Anytime you win an award for valor, they investigate it in the military. When they went back to investigate it, there was no hole in the wall. They were coming over the wall. To this day, I can describe to you, I can draw you a picture of what this hole in the wall looked like. There was no hole in the wall. Okay. They were climbing over it.
So in a situation where your life's on the line, you have to engage a firearm towards someone else and someone's shooting at you. You didn't see things that were there.
Nobody shot at Tommy.
You saw things that weren't there.
Yes.
You couldn't hear things that you know happened.
Yes.
Okay. In your dozens of officer-involved shootings, would you often be part of like a public safety debrief following a critical shooting incident?
Yes.
What is that?
So a public safety statement, in my department, we called it a public safety statement. And it was just a very brief question and answer that the person who was involved in the incident is compelled to give. And it's so that a supervisor coming on the scene can send people out, 1, to see if there's a suspect, 2, to see if those bullets impacted anything, and 3, to see if anybody else got impacted by those bullets, so that we could make sure that we could triage a scene as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Okay. Sounds like a very brief statement by an officer who discharges his or her duty weapon about how many rounds they think they shot, what direction they think they went, to see if someone else could have been injured.
And the verbiage was very ambiguous. So about how many rounds, general direction, things like that, because we understand that people's minds aren't quite right, and we don't want to put them in a place where they feel like they're giving inaccurate information. Okay. So we try to keep it wide.
When you say people's minds aren't quite right, you're talking about someone who's discharged a weapon in a
yes, somebody who's gone through a critical incident or
might not get all the details right.
Correct.
Okay. After that public safety statement is done, is there an investigation done by the LAPD into the officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
Did it often happen when you would actually, not you, but whoever's investigating it that you're kind of supervising, would the investigation often reveal that the details of what an officer gave in a public safety statement were just wrong?
Yes.
Did that happen quite often?
Yes.
Was that kind of an expectation in law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. In your department, when there was an officer involved shooting, were the officers who discharged the weapons required to participate in that public safety statement?
Yes.
So they were compelled, they had to as part of their employment.
Yes.
Were they also required to give a statement or a walkthrough of the incident?
Yes, there's always a statement, not necessarily right away, depending on the situation, but there's always a statement given. And then there's generally a walkthrough, although now with the advent of body-worn video, that's not 100%. Sometimes the investigators will just stick to the body-worn video.
Okay, you mentioned video. I want to talk to you about video in a couple different ways, okay? Many times when there was a walkthrough or a statement, let's just stick with the public safety statement. Would investigators often have the benefit of an actual video of the situation as it unfolded?
Yes.
And many times would that video tell a very different story than what the officer recalled?
Yes.
In fact, is that very common?
Yes, it is.
Does it happen in most shootings?
Yes, sir. In the vast majority, I mean, I would never say 100%, but in the vast majority that I was a part of, there was some sort of, I'm just going to fall back on the word distortion, where.
Okay. In addition to the ones that you're a part of, the studies that you testified about previously, do those indicate a high percentage of shootings involving some type of distortion?
It's a spectrum, but on the high side, it's about 95%.
Okay. When you mentioned that there would be a walkthrough, was that also compelled with the LAPD? In other words, did the officer have to engage in that?
Yes. And if there's a walkthrough, they're allowed to have representation.
Okay, so when the officer is compelled to walk through sometime later, he or she can have a lawyer with them?
Yes, sir.
To advise them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they're required to do it?
Yes, sir.
As part of their employment?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that walkthrough, did those officers get the benefit of reviewing that body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
In other words, they get to see what happened before they do the walkthrough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. In those walkthroughs, the 40 or so that you've been a part of, and you're intimately familiar with the policies of the LAPD, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are those walkthroughs ever recorded for evidentiary purposes?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, I would imagine it because before the actual body-worn video became part of it, they tended to not be 100% accurate. So the investigators would take everybody through the walkthroughs and then use that as a starting point for the investigation.
Okay. It sounds like recording it for evidentiary purposes may not be reliable. Is that true?
That was the general thought. Yes, sir.
Okay. The type of recall that you're describing and the perceptual distortion of that recall, is that more prevalent in less trained individuals?
Yes.
For instance, let's say I'm a Navy SEAL and I've gone on 100 missions and I've fired my firearm in combat situations dozens and dozens of times. Statistically speaking, would I be more likely to remember detail?
Yes.
An individual who is not in law enforcement, isn't in the military, doesn't have training, statistically speaking, would they be less likely to recall?
In my experience, yes, sir.
Okay. Would you expect a citizen who discharges a weapon in a critical incident where a loved one's been killed or they have to kill someone to remember with exact detail things like distance?
No, sir.
Location?
No, sir.
Number of shots?
No, sir.
Exact time?
No, sir.
That'd be an unrealistic expectation, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's what it's
Thing is, Tom knew exactly what was coming. He set it up. It's not the same.
How are you, sir?
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Good. So if I hear you correctly, your background involves currently being a manager with Mossberg, correct?
Yes, sir.
You do expert consulting for Titan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is essentially what you're performing a function here today, right?
Yes, sir.
As a representative for Titan.
Yes, sir.
Formerly, you were with the LAPD.
Yes, sir.
And prior to that, U.S. Marine Corps.
Yes, sir. Concurrently.
Concurrent.
For a portion. Yes, sir.
Understood. I was reviewing your CV, and it's true that you are not a psychiatrist, correct?
Oh, no, sir.
You don't have any psychological background, correct?
No, sir.
You don't have any psychological training, correct?
No, sir.
I know you've referenced a series of studies, but just to be clear, you've never conducted any of those studies yourself, correct?
No, sir.
You've essentially reviewed them as one of the responsibilities of your job.
Yes, sir.
When I was reviewing through your CV, some of the things that I noticed is that you were a patrol supervisor for a portion of your time in LAPD, correct?
That's how I ended it, sir.
Okay, and so you were not a detective in that capacity, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and I just, listen, I'm familiar with Las Vegas PD, but a patrol supervisor, would it be fair to say that you might be kind of a supervising officer? You would go out to maybe a scene and work with patrol officers about preserving a scene, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rather than, let's say, I don't know, a homicide detective who comes into a scene a little bit later if there's been a killing to kind of do the
yes, sir.
Kind of investigating. All right. I know that you did some work in terms of a firearm subject matter expert. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it sounded like you helped write policies and procedures to teach officers on how to handle ballistics as well as ammunition. Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
Was that for the majority of your time at the LAPD, or what
Yes,
did you
sir.
do the bulk of your work at?
It would have been at the firearms unit, 11 years, sir.
Understood. You mentioned that as part of the LAPD, you would assist command in reviewing information gathered from OISs. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And possibly provide them information about, as you said, potentially changes to policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or discipline, correct?
Not the discipline itself, simply the facts leading.
Understood. You didn't conduct any investigations in those OISs. You were collecting information from the actual investigators and then passing it
Yes,
along
sir.
to higher ups. Would that be
Correct.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
You didn't conduct any psychological evaluations of any of the officers involved in these OISs. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
I want to talk a little bit about the materials that you reviewed in preparation for this case. Isn't it true that you reviewed an officer's report? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed a video of a walkthrough with Mr. Randolph.
Yes, sir.
The other thing that you reviewed was some prior proceeding from Detective O'Kelly. He testified at a prior proceeding, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did not have an opportunity to review Mr. Randolph's first interview with the police, correct?
No, sir. Those are the only documents.
You did not have an opportunity to review his second interview with police, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't review any recorded witness statements in this case?
Only the video, sir.
Okay. You didn't review any video surveillance from this case?
No, sir.
You didn't review any 911 recordings from this case?
Just the ones that were documented in the report, sir.
And I understand that maybe some of these things are memorialized in the report.
Yes, sir.
But just to be clear, you didn't actually listen to the words that were coming out of people's mouths on 911,
Correct,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
You didn't review the autopsy report in this case?
No, sir. Again, just what was in the Officer O'Kelly's report.
Okay. You would agree with me, even in the context of going out to an OIS just to gather information, you would agree more information is better?
Yes, sir.
Because it gives you a bigger and more complete picture of what's actually happening.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would want to have the most information at your disposal when you're offering an opinion in court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that would give you the full picture.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you just briefly about your compensation. You were paid $350 an hour for each hour that you worked on the case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many hours did you work on this case?
15.
Okay. Oh boy, let me.
I didn't come here to do
pull up my
math.
computer. I can't do that math. So that would amount to $5,250. Is that correct?
That's what your calculator's telling you, sir.
If I told you 15 times 350 was that, and then it's $450 for every hour that you testify at trial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that also include waiting? I don't know if it includes waiting or not, or just when you're sitting in the chair.
Waiting too, sir.
Okay. So how long have you been waiting?
About 4 hours, sir.
Okay.
Oh, dang.
All right. So if we just did those 4 hours, that's another $1,800. Fair?
Don't tell my wife.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So all told, and we're not even including the time that you're sitting in the chair, we're at $7,050. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the bulk of your testimony focused on potential effects on officers being in critical incident situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And general things that you might expect an officer to have happen to them when they're in one of those situations, correct?
Have happened to their perception. Yes, sir.
And it would be fair to say that based on the vast majority of these OISs that you have looked at or examined or even experienced on your own, right? These circumstances have been thrust upon the officer or the person involved in this critical incident. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're operating from a standpoint of, the situation came to the person, correct?
Yes.
It's a very different situation.
Yes.
Than if the person involved in the shooting created the situation. You would agree, right?
Yes.
Because if the person created the situation, the circumstances aren't coming to them, they're creating the circumstance, right?
Yes, sir.
So for example, if someone were to, I don't know, stage a shooting situation, that is an entirely different situation than, let's just say, a routine officer going out, coming upon a situation where people start firing at them, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that if you've staged the circumstances, you're not under the same stresses because you already know what's going to happen, right?
Yes, sir.
Bam.
So if you planned on having someone, for example, be inside your home, you're not surprised when you walk in the door, right? Because you already knew and set that up, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if someone was with you and was completely unaware of that, that might be a very different situation for your companion, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because they would have no idea, right?
Yes, sir.
But not you, the person who staged it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Keep getting that word in there.
When they are discharging, the person who staged it is discharging a weapon, they're not going through necessarily the same stressors. And there may be some stressors, but maybe not the same as just a totally kind of out of the blue, whoa, what happened here? As you were mentioning, you were kind of in this line of duty and someone's firing AK-47s at you out of the blue, right?
Right.
Very different situations, correct?
Yes.
And that's why context is key, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's why having the most information is really, really important, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes there can be, you would agree as an officer, there are motives that people might have for wanting to set up a crime, correct?
Everybody's got motives, sir.
Everyone's got motives. For example, I'm sure you understand this. Money could be a huge motive to commit a crime, right?
Yes, sir.
If someone stood to gain hundreds of thousands of dollars from killing someone, that could be a motive to kill, right?
Yes, sir.
Love is another motive, right, detective? I'm sorry, not detective, officer?
Sergeant.
Sergeant, we'll go with sergeant. Right, sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Love could drive someone to kill, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a really deadly cocktail could be money mixed with love. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
That could drive someone to kill, right?
Yes, sir.
Desperation can be also a factor in committing a crime, right?
Yes, sir.
If someone is down on their luck, that could drive someone to do something desperate, right?
Yes, sir.
And if someone were staging a crime and identified someone down on their luck, that could be someone that you could work with to maybe accomplish your goals, correct?
It seems reasonable, sir.
Potentially promising this person money if they simply do a deed for them, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your years of working in law enforcement, I'm sure you have heard of people who have committed crimes to stand to gain life insurance money, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty common one, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Right? Sometimes people take out not one, not two, but maybe even 3 policies on a single person. You've heard of that, haven't you?
I have heard of that. Yes, sir.
Tommy's awake now.
Sometimes people even stand to gain beyond life insurance, like homes or bank accounts, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's another reason that people might be able to do, and you just correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes there are situations where people want to get rid of people because they're putting them in bad financial situations, right? For example, let's say someone's driving you into debt. You might want to get rid of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That could be a motive to want to commit a crime and erase that person out of the way, right?
Seems reasonable. Yes, sir.
And in this case, you haven't had an opportunity to review any of the bank statements in this, correct?
Correct,
in
sir.
this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know how much Mr. Randolph is in debt because you haven't seen that information, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You also don't know what he stood to gain because you haven't reviewed any possible life insurance policies or any potential wills that are involved in this case. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So at the end of the day, when we're dealing with the dynamics that you were talking about, that operates essentially from a person kind of thrust into a situation rather than staging it, correct?
Yes, sir.
But let's just, for the sake of argument, let's move to some of the things that you talked about. You talked about perceptual distortion. And essentially when people are in crisis mode, maybe when they're initially interviewed, they may not be able to get all the details right, correct?
Correct.
One way of at least helping ameliorate that or helping that out is maybe giving them another opportunity to talk about the situation, maybe at a little time farther away from the actual incident. You would agree with that, correct?
That's very common. Yes, sir.
You would agree that it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be 100% correct, but one good tactic, at least, to maybe get a more complete story or get a version of what happened that's a less stressful environment is to pace out when you're speaking to these people about the interviews, correct?
Pace out. I don't want to.
Sure. Give you an example. I understand that in OIS you'll have an officer involved in a shooting do a walkthrough at that point in time, correct? Generally right after it happened, right?
No, sir. There's usually a little bit of time. They give them a little bit of downtime.
I guess it depends on the jurisdiction. I mean,
Yes,
you'd have no reason to disagree that sometimes officers hear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But if you give them another chance to come back and talk again, and I'm not saying it's done with law enforcement officers where they come back multiple times, but that could be one way of getting a less stressed out version of the events from the person involved in the shooting, correct?
Sure. And it's also a way to get more information.
Right. So if someone had been interviewed not once, not twice, but 3 times over the span of a month, that might be, you might get a little more of an accurate read on the situation than if you just did it one time immediately thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He is nailing it today.
And one of the things that you mentioned was, for example, you mentioned auditory exclusions, right? Sometimes people say they go through things, and I think even you mentioned it, when you were going through a shooting event, you couldn't actually even hear the gunshots coming from your own gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But sometimes there are people who do say, oh, I did hear this or I did hear that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes they could be correct, sometimes it could be wrong, correct?
Correct, sir.
And if you had a recording of someone indicating whether they could hear something or not, that might be a good way to check to see if they heard something, right? Recording of them. In the moment where they're indicating whether they heard something or not, that could be a good resource to review, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? So if we had a recording of someone saying, I don't know, I heard the shot, that might be a good piece of evidence to rely upon, at least to maybe reference and double check what's happening there, right?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Additionally, you mentioned time distortion, correct?
Yes, sir.
For a lot of people, time tends to slow down for people, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that it might be a good idea that if you have materials that might be able to objectively cross-reference or check what time things are happening, and that might be a good thing to look into, right?
Yes, sir.
So if someone said an event happened, and maybe you have phone records that might tie into that, that could be an additional supplementary source to look into to verify it, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
If you had, for example, like an eyewitness who isn't involved in any of the shooting but may have heard or saw things, that might be a good source to review to see and check with them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you could cross-reference it to see if things are checking out, right?
Right.
Tommy's away.
Let's talk about distance distortions.
Look at that lady
You
smiling. Did y'all see
mentioned one of
that?
the things that people who, if officers, if they're not staging it, but let's just say an officer who's in a critical situation, they may not be able to perfectly get the distance, right?
Correct.
And that's a reasonable expectation, right?
Sure.
Would you agree with me that one way to maybe evaluate things like proximity is to maybe go to the scene where these things are purportedly supposed to happen and get a good look and document, like, how big is the space? Are we in a field? Are we in a room? Are we in a hallway? Things like that.
Yes, sir.
Right? That would be a good way to at least evaluate some of these things, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because then you'd be able to know objectively if someone is in close proximity or are they really far away, right?
Yes, sir.
And same thing, I think you mentioned distance to object. Again, going to a scene, measuring out a scene, observing a scene is another good way to at least cross-reference that rather than relying solely on the word of the person that's relaying the information.
Yes.
Look at Tommy's face. I love it. I'm here for this.
You mentioned that in your line of work, even with officers, that there may be approximately 95% of officers relaying some detail that is distorted, correct?
Yes, sir.
If I heard you correctly, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you're not saying that when these officers relay kind of that an event happened, that every single thing that they said just couldn't be relied on whatsoever. You're not saying that, are you?
No, sir.
You're saying, like, you gave a great example about, like, oh, someone didn't quite get the color of the suspect's hat right?
Yes, sir.
Right. But if someone is kind of saying, look, I'm standing in this general area and I did this, and then they're interviewed again, they said, I'm standing in this general area and I did this, and then they are interviewed a third time, they say, I'm standing here and I did this. That's a little bit different, correct?
You're referring to the consistency over.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So if someone is telling you, this is where I am, you might tend to believe that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bam.
And then you mentioned that in less trained individuals, you believe, in your opinion, that they may be more prone to have more distortion than someone who's trained, correct?
That is what I've seen as a trainer for the last 30 years.
And let's, if you don't mind, if I just want to delve into that a little bit. You haven't conducted any studies with regular civilians, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm not saying it's not necessarily true, but I just want to kind of nail this down. You haven't done any studies. You haven't done any psychological examinations, correct, of any civilians on this?
No, sir. I'm not qualified to do that.
Okay. And to be fair, I mean, there are citizens that go through traumatic events all the time, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, here in Las Vegas, we had 1 October, right? Those people went through a number of horrible things, but I mean, if they recall, look, I'm generally here and these are the things that are happening. I mean, they're not 100% off base on that, correct?
Right.
They may have a couple details wrong here or there.
Yes, sir.
But if they're, the big moments, they're likely remembering, correct?
I couldn't speak to everyone, but it seems like the stories would kind of bear out the big general things.
And Sergeant, again, when we're talking about those type of individuals, those are individuals when the crisis is thrust upon them, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're not talking about an individual that has planned and staged it. Isn't that right?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Bam. He's on fire today. Josh is like, oh, crap.
Do you know what you were retained to do in this case?
Yes, sir.
You know that you're an expert witness, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, in order to testify in a case like this, there's a notice that's filed that announces that you're an expert witness, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you know that you were noticed as a use of force expert, right?
Sir.
And you are that, correct? And you were noticed to provide opinions about the effects on someone in a dynamic shooting situation, such as sequencing, placement, and recall.
Yes, sir.
And you have the ability to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You were provided with a limited number of pieces of information, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you weren't here to investigate what happened in a case like this, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you certainly, Mr. Hamner, that's the prosecutor's name, never met him, right?
No, sir.
Met me for the first time today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A few weeks ago, I emailed you some documents and said, take a look at this, and we're going to call you to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that the jury, when you testify in a trial, is the group of people that decide what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly they're capable of doing that, right?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the prosecutor can get up here and give you a million scenarios about what you're not noticed to do, what you're not provided with information to do, spinning his own motive. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A lot of people have motivations for things, right?
Yes, sir.
For instance, if someone, I don't know, shot your wife in the head in her own home, you might want to fight back, right?
Yes, sir.
That situation, you don't choose what happened to you, right?
I mean, there's a binary option at the beginning. You can run away, but if you're perceiving a threat, no, there's no choice. You're going to fight.
If you're perceiving a threat.
If you fight, statistically speaking, you're probably not going to get every detail right, correct?
Correct.
You might get the large number of them right.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you're being honest, you might say things like, I don't have any idea how many times I shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Or I think I was in this area, right?
Yes, sir.
And you could get it a step or two wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Does that
you.
mean you're lying?
No, sir.
It's pretty normal, isn't it?
That's very typical, sir.
Were you trying to lie when you gave information in an investigation related to the Bronze Star?
No, sir.
Did you get a few things wrong?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the majority of it right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamner asked you about your compensation. You're a professional who's being paid for your work, right?
Yes, sir.
So am I. So is she. So are they. Like, you understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As a law enforcement officer, were you ever called to the stand to testify?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Hundreds.
Okay. As an expert witness, have you ever been called to the stand to testify?
With the department, I testified as an expert witness 3 times, sir.
On behalf of law enforcement as an expert?
Yes.
Right? Have you ever in your life testified as an expert for a defendant in a criminal case before?
No, sir.
Okay. In this particular case, were you given a walkthrough video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a video where someone is asked to act out the sequencing, location, and events of a dynamic situation.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen a law enforcement officer have to do that?
Not on video, no, sir.
Look at Tommy sitting there like this. I hope they show a close up of his face. Okay, y'all, I really like Jeremy Stafford. That's one of the things I said in the beginning is like I was worried that this was going to make me not like him, but I like him even more now. He gave his testimony about exactly what he's an expert in, and he didn't try to relate any of that to Tommy. That's not his job. So I'm really glad about that.
Thank you very much.
Everything that he gave was about the things he knows, the experience he knows, the experience that he has, personally and working with other people. And it was all about this is what can happen in this situation. So he never turned that around and said, yeah, so Tommy over there, he's innocent because he's just like me when I was, in combat. He never did any of that. He did great. In my
I'd asked you
opinion.
about this walkthrough video. You had an opportunity to see it, right?
Yes, sir.
So is the jury. Have you ever seen a law enforcement officer have to do that same type of walkthrough for an evidentiary reason?
No, sir.
It would be unfair and unreliable, wouldn't it?
Objection.
don't think it calls for it. Okay. You agree with me that you reviewed the walkthrough video in this case as it relates to the use of force expertise that you have, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that type of evidence is unreliable, right?
Objection, it's an cause for improper.
It definitely does not. You agree with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The situations that you mentioned before, where law enforcement does a walkthrough, they're compelled and required to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that Mr. Randolph wasn't required to do that interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was trying to help law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay. On that video, he indicates that he's cooperating with law enforcement. He's there of his own free will, right?
Yes, sir.
And it appears that he answers their questions in that walkthrough.
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the idea that being able to recount a dynamic critical force situation like that with specificity on things like location, sequencing, timing, probably pretty unlikely, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Unlikely.
Yep. So you just testified on redirect examination that in your opinion, the walkthrough was unreliable. You just said that 2 seconds ago?
Yes.
No, yes or no?
Yes.
That's your testimony. You made that determination even though you didn't review the interview, the first interview, correct? Yep. Yes or no? You didn't review the first interview, did you?
Now he's sassy.
You didn't review the second interview, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't review a shred of video surveillance, correct?
Correct, sir.
You didn't read any bank statements?
Correct, sir.
You didn't read any life insurance policies?
Correct, sir.
You didn't read any recorded witness statements from anybody who had a recorded interview, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. You would agree, you told me on cross-examination, more information is better, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that you prefer having more information before you render opinions in cases that you're hired to do things, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have been paid $7,000 to render an opinion and you didn't review any of those materials, correct?
Correct, sir.
You would agree with me, those might be pretty important information before you tell this jury that you think that walkthrough is unreliable, correct?
Sir, it
Yes or
wasn't
no?
relevant
Yes or
to
no?
what I was talking about.
Yes or no? Do you think it would be pretty good for you to have all of that other information to review before you make the call that the walkthrough is unreliable?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Bank statements, witness interviews, other memorializations of reports have to do with an investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that have anything to do whatsoever with the statistical representation that there is perceptual distortion in a shooting incident?
No.
Would any of that stuff help you with the opinions that you were actually noticed to give?
No.
Other than all the flair and the drama of Mr. Hammer, that stuff has nothing to do with your job, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing further.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for the witness? Okay, you write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your journal. You also approach.
I get both sides of this because I get what he's saying about if it were just the walkthrough based on him not putting himself, like if he had, not staged it or whatever, and he had gone through all of these things and was expected to do that, and it was just that. Yeah, but he already said when the state was saying, if he did gave these same mixed stories over all these things, 3 or 4 different times over the course of a month, then, that would tell you more than just the walkthrough can. And he said yes.
Who are all the studies you referenced conducted by?
Police psychiatrists.
Who are all the
Psychologists.
studies you referenced paid by?
I don't have that information.
How big were the data sets in each of the studies you referenced?
They ranged. The smallest was 25. The largest was 962, I believe. Thereabouts.
Good question.
Any follow based on your questions?
Just real quick.
In addition to you mentioned that the majority of the studies were police psychiatrists.
Psychologists, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You also reviewed a summary of studies conducted by the University of Prague. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the largest conglomeration of
Yes, sir.
different studies.
It's an easy compilation to review.
Okay. Nothing further.
Mr. Chairman, any follow-up based on the jury? No, Your Honor. Do the ladies down the jury have any further questions for this witness?
That's going to be it for the day.
Okay, seeing no response, everybody excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I kind of feel bad for him because, I mean, he gave the testimony that he came to give, which is just what he knows. His testimony is not about Tommy. His testimony is about what happens in these situations. And he even said he doesn't work with civilians. He doesn't work with civilian shootings. He doesn't work with people who stage stuff. That's nothing to do with any of that. I hope we're about to find out if he's going to testify or not. They were asking about who paid for the studies that he did, who asked for the studies that he did, how many people were involved in the studies that he did, and stuff like that.
I'll take the shortest recess in the history of this trial. We're only going to be in recess for 5 minutes. We need to make a determination as to our start time tomorrow. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or responsibility to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:45. We're going to recess till 4:50.
All rise for the jury.
I hope we're about to find out if he's going to testify tomorrow or not. You know, the thing is, they don't. Jeremy Stafford can't come in and say anything about Tommy. All he can say is, if this is what happened, these are the possibilities of what can happen to perception and time, you know, like the auditory exclusion and the tunnel vision and the time distortion and the heightened visual acuity and the distortion of distance. All of those things can happen. And he did a great job at explaining it. All of those things can happen if somebody is involved in, you know, a situation, you know, in combat or officer related shootings and stuff like that. All of those things can happen. He's absolutely right. But that ain't Tommy. Tommy's trying to off his wife for $332,000. Tommy's not fighting for our country. Tommy's mooching off everybody. It's two totally different things. So I think that here's my personal opinion. I think that the defense was attempting to use a decorated Marine who is likable, knowledgeable, honorable, and experienced, and they were hoping that the jury would like him and say, oh, he's on Tommy's side. And if this decorated Marine who's likable and knowledgeable and honorable and experienced is on Tommy's side, then maybe we should be too. I think that the only thing that they did, the only reason that they brought him in here is hoping that they could not only explain that god-awful, ridiculous, bizarre walkthrough and have the jury kind of brush that off, but also to get somebody who is extremely likable because they know that Tommy ain't. So I think that that was their whole reason behind bringing him. And that's just my opinion. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We are about to find out what time they start tomorrow, and I want so badly to find out if he's testifying. He said he is. He said he is. I'm telling you, if he is, guarantee I'll be starting with mimosas in the morning. It's going to be too early. And thank God it's Pacific time. At least it gives me a little bit time to emotionally and mentally prepare myself. And I've got bingo tomorrow night with the ladies, so bring it on. If Tommy's going to be up there, then tomorrow's the day to do it, because I'll be able to kick back with the ladies tomorrow night and heal myself from it. He's ridiculous. I think, Lisa Wilma, I think it was a desperation move too. I think that it's just like, hey, maybe, maybe the jury, nobody in their right mind is going to like Thami, but maybe the jury will like him, and that gives them a chance. Thank you. Cha-ching! I don't have that. When the aliens took over, nope, still not working. When the aliens took over, my button stopped working. I have to restart my computer. But thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. What's today? Tuesday? Yep. Yep. Trying to read some of y'all's comments about everything. Oh, hello, Chevelle. You've been lurking. We haven't seen you. Hello. Do you think this race? Well, they said they're trying to figure out what time they're starting tomorrow, and I think that I'm hoping that they're also trying to figure out if he's going to testify. He said in that interview that he's going to get up there and he wants to tell the jury his side of the story. I guarantee his attorneys will try to talk him out of it. Because, I mean, if you were his attorney, would you want him up there talking, opening his mouth? I'd be like, heck no, they've heard enough of your mouth. Sit down. Go sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah, he's definitely going to try to use the expert's testimony as an excuse for why his story changed and all that. And if he is testifying, then he is going to try to, like, verbatim repeat all that mess. Oh, I was just so scared, and I just, I thought I heard this, and that's just what happens. She was the love of my life, but don't tell my girlfriend. She was the 6th or 7th love of my life. She was my moon and my stars and my insurance payout. I mean, my love. Piece of crap. Holly, yes, I go to bingo. There's a friend of mine owns a bar and grill, like, right on the water, and they do bingo on Wednesday nights, and it is a blast. And they do free bingo cards, and they give out prizes and stuff. So we'll go and sit there, and it's like the whole restaurant thing is like basically like on one big dock. So, like, you're sitting there, and it's just the coolest thing. It's so much fun. And actually, my kid works there now, and so they close bingo down during the busy season, and tomorrow is the first day that it's opened back up. So bingo is going to be on and popping tomorrow. Thank you. Kelly P., the jury did not see the video of Thami telling the judge he was going to get out. I wish they could. The more of that mess they can see of how he really is, the better. But no, they don't get to see the pretrial hearings. And when you get this, it's going to ruin your day. It's going to ruin the state's day. And I'm going home. I'm not going to tolerate this much longer. I'm going to go write more notes. Ridiculous. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Nurse for God, thank you. We can't thank you enough. Here's some mimosa for you, my friend. Thank you, Nurse for God. Let me tell y'all right now, if they come back and say that that's what we're starting with first thing in the morning, you best to believe by the time I go live on here, I'm going to be on my third one. Best to believe. Best to believe. Where's Lucy? Lucy broke out. She was like, had enough of this crap. I'm going. She's probably bringing me another. I don't see her. She's not at her food and water bowl. And she's not at her perch looking at the seagulls. So that means she's in my closet bringing another flip-flop. She knows it's about that time. She knows it's about that time. Oh, my back. For no reason. Thami. Everybody give me your favorite fake Thami quote. Hey, baby, you got good insurance? Thami. Ooh, here we go.
All rise for the jury.
I'm going home. You are home, Thami.
Please be seated. We are back on the record in C-250-966, State of Randolph versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph was present with his attorney, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the witnesses for today, but we will pick back up tomorrow. So I know you guys are so tired of me reading you this admonishment, but I will read it to you before you leave today with our start time for tomorrow. We're about to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until this file is given to you. Actually, can I have counsel privilege with the jury? Sorry.
Oh, boy. He's like, well, all these notes. My case just went down the drain. She talks so fast. She's like one of those people that read all the disclaimers at the end of a commercial. I don't think she said what time yet. She's just dismissing them. If she said it, I'll have to go back and play it in 0.5 speed, which is crazy because normally I listen to everything in at least 1.5. Not with her. Shut up, Thami. Corey said today was glorious. Today was glorious. You are so right. You are so, so right. That's a dang good question, Regina Crawford. Oh, Oksana, yeah, we talked about this one earlier, the Brooke Schuyler case. She lived not far from me when I lived in Ohio.
We are doing our best to wrap this up and make sure you guys will be out of here by Friday, just like I promised you. But in order to do that, we have to fluctuate the scheduling a little bit. So tomorrow we're gonna convene at 11:30, but we will not be breaking for lunch, so I need you guys to eat before you get here, if you don't mind. We will be breaking in the afternoon, so you guys can have a snack, but we are not gonna have an hour and a half lunch, but we're not starting until 11:30. So I need you guys here tomorrow morning at 11:30.
11:30.
All rise for the jury.
So tomorrow at 11:30. And Friday they're estimated to be done. And no lunch tomorrow. Y'all, that's 1:30 my time. Pull up Chanley's Twitter. If he's testifying and we don't start till 1:30, y'all.
Okay, may the record reflect that we are outside the presence of our jury. So if you guys could be here at.
No! I hate it when they cut the audio when I'm trying to eavesdrop. That is so rude. That is so rude. Like, I'm in the middle of eavesdropping on their private conversation and they cut the dang audio. That is so rude. Pull up Chanley's Twitter. Twitter. Let's see. Hopefully she said something about y'all. This crazy fool is taking the stand. This is happening against everybody. Best judgment. Nope. The last thing she tweeted or whatever is defense case is expected to begin today. Will he testify? Tune in at 5 Eastern and 6 Eastern for the latest updates. And that was 3 hours ago. So, man, y'all, what a day this has been. I just want to throw this out there that today was one of those sassy pants days that I live for in trial moments. When Mr. Prosecutor here got his, because look, let's be honest. Let's be honest. There have been a couple times where Mr. Prosecutor has gotten his sassy pants on and he was a little more sass than what can be expected to be as effective. Sometimes you got to have a good balance of sass in order to get full effectiveness, And there are times when, he can get a little over that hump. But today, he did a fantastic job. He really did. And all the things that we were saying all along, he was just nailing. It's like you know what? I bet he was in our chat. I bet he was. Because it was all the things. All the things. Would be the first time Prosecutor was in this chat. I'll say that. It would be I'm trying to think of nice words. A circus if Thami testifies, but man, who doesn't love the circus? So we'll get Lucy a little circus outfit and we'll show up. This was amazing, y'all. What's today? Taco Tuesday. So no night court tonight. Please, check out the podcast. I've got the newest episodes up and I'm going to I've been up since 4, so I ain't staying up real late tonight to work on it, I'll be honest. But since we come in a little bit later tomorrow, I'll start working on the next episode tomorrow, and I'm going to try to finish out the prosecution. I am so excited. RA said, have you had a judge in chat? No, but RA has, and we're like YouTube best friends, so it's basically the same thing. For those of y'all who haven't seen Judge Schroeder watching Recovery Addict live multiple days, you need to check it out. It was fantastic. It's one of my like all-time favorites. When we did our Choose Your Own Adventure that day, when we were looking for different things to play, and we did the Choose Your Own Adventure, that was one of the adventures we chose, is to go back and watch those clips, because that was amazing. So much fun. All right, I don't know how much you saw of this, but it has some great mic drop moments. So I'm going to be working on the podcast tomorrow morning and trying to get some of that recorded for the next episode. But I might have to stop in for Mr. Prosecutor's like recross or whatever the heck it was, because that was fantastic. So it was amazing. And now, Michael, hi, I know, I see you. Thank you. I don't need any more. I only have 2 feet. But I appreciate your dedication. She has now brought me 4 flip-flops and a tennis shoe. Thank you. You're very helpful. Ari said I caught a lot of it. I can't wait to go over tomorrow. It was so good. It was so good. I know. I see you. I promise I'm coming. I am getting the stare down over here. She is ready for me to take her out, and I don't want to spend the rest of my night. I hear you. They can hear you too. When you make noises like that, fussing at me, they can hear you. They're not going to think you're so sweet. Keep that in mind. I don't want to have to spend the rest of my night picking up shoes. So I'm going to go and take Miss Priss here out. I appreciate y'all so much hanging out with me. This has been one of those days where I hear you. Come here. Come here. I know. You're very needy. I know. Say bye to your friends. Say bye to your friends. Tell them that you're being a pain in the butt and that you'll have to see them tomorrow. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. So if we're starting tomorrow at 11:30 court time, we'll start about 20 minutes beforehand. That'll give us enough time to say hello, get all of our predictions in. We'll do a couple polls, all that good fun stuff. So thank y'all so much for, yes, tomorrow, 11:30. So we'll start about 20 minutes before that. Thank y'all so much for reporting to jury duty. I appreciate it. Look for the podcast. The new episodes are out today, and I will see y'all bright and early-ish, depending on where you're at, in the morning. Bye.